Chaos had erupted on the side slope of the mountain. Once the raindrops touched the top of the beast's head, it had sent them a signal informing them to rise to the surface. The beast was tall and wide, and to top it off, they were fast and nimble as well. Most of the students were still tired from the fight with the advanced tiered beast earlier. Most of their MC cells had been used, and they hadn't had enough time to recover. Their instinct told them to run upon seeing the beasts rising from underneath the ground. However, the beats were just too fast. As if it was a snake, the plants opened their mouths wide and sometimes consumed more than one student at a time, and one of these students was Quinn. "We have to get him out of there," Vorden shouted as he looked around at the other students. "Damn it! Why isn't there someone with high-level abilities in this class?" Dell's class was considered one of the weakest class, and they had gotten significantly weaker after Aaron had left. Vorden was hoping at one point to come across one of the other classes and copy one of their abilities. One of the downsides to Vorden's ability was the fact that he would have to wait 24 hours before storing a new ability. At most, with the help of Rattan and Syl, he could store 3 at a time. Because of this, Vorden was actually cautious about whose ability he copied. Right now, it didn't seem like anyone's ability was doing well against the plants. "He's already dead. Let's just get out of here," CIA complained. "No, he's not dead," Peter replied. "I can tell," although CIA had no clue what Peter meant by this. The others realized that the reason must be some type of link between the two. That could also be the explanation as to why Peter wasn't going mad right now after witnessing the death of Quinn. "I'll go get him," Fex said. The others were surprised by his words. They knew Quinn and Fex weren't close enough, but obviously from Fex's words, he was genuinely concerned about Quinn. But the question was, when did the two of them become so close? But Fex could tell the seriousness of the situation. He was the only one along with Quinn that hadn't done much during the fight against the advanced tier beast, so he still had plenty of energy. Fex ran and leapt into the air, but in a blink of an eye the plant swayed its large body to the side, and at an incredible speed struck Fex, who was still in mid-air, slamming him back to the side of the mountain. Maybe jumping straight forward wasn't such a good idea. The pain wreaking havoc on Fex's body wasn't too bad, but he was still a little dazed. When he managed to gather where he was, he could see the plant already coming towards him across the floor with its mouth wide open. When he finally managed to get up, the plant was already coming for him, streaking across the floor with its mouth wide open, ready to devour him. There was no panic on Fex's face, just a slight smile. "Eat me then, you piece of..." Then he was gone, swallowed by the beast plant. It lifted its whole body and raised its head, making sure that whatever it managed to consume would go straight down. The others stayed there watching the plant for a few seconds, hoping that Fex had some sort of plan. There was a lot of popular news established by media centers about some people's miraculous escape after being swallowed by a beast. It was reported that those people killed their way out of the beast's body. But after watching for a while and seeing no result, the situation couldn't be more obvious. "Run!" Vorden shouted. "It's all we can do. If Peter says Quinn is safe, then we just have to believe him." Vorden, along with Layla, was the first to take their advice. Layla was a little behind Vorden, so she had a head start. Seeing this, Vorden decided he didn't have time to be picky about what abilities he had. If he touched Layla, then at least he would have something to protect himself while fighting. Thinking about this, he ran faster, straight for Layla. He then reached out and grabbed her hand. "Hey, what are you doing?" Layla complained, but she quickly stopped her complaint as another beast plant was heading straight for the two of them. She held out her hand, hoping to slow it down even just by a little bit. As Vorden turned, he threw one of the sprit spears and it pierced straight through the beast's head. But it clearly wasn't enough, and the beast was quick to retaliate, swallowing the two in an instant. "What are you doing?" CIA shouted. She too had rushed off, hoping to run away, but she quickly stopped as she noticed there were also several plants behind them. Some groups were still dealing with them, but not even one was successful. The only group that seemed to be doing well was the group led by Teacher Dell. He had taken his large shield with him and was holding it up with his back against the mountain wall. With only one possible angle of attack, Dell and a few other students were able to block most of the incoming attacks from the plants. And since the plants weren't able to move from their original position, at most, the group had to block attacks from 3 incoming plant beasts. "Let's go over there," she shouted. "It's the safest place. With my ability, we can make it." At this point, she was tugging on Peter's uniform, but he stayed there, still looking at one of the plants. "If Quinn is somewhere else, then I need to go with him," Peter replied. "Screw you," she shouted in anger. "If you want to die, then go die yourself." "A single step," CIA cried out. She turned around and suddenly realized that all she could see was pitch black. Then, a few seconds later, she felt the sensation of falling. The whole group had now been swallowed by different beats plants. Fex and Quinn, Layla and Vorden, and finally Peter and CIA. A few of the other students had been swallowed too. A few were also knocked off the side of the cliff, while the majority somehow managed to make it to where Dell's position was, even though they felt weak. With Dell doing most of the blocking, the students were able to use their attacks to fight against the plant beasts that managed to reach them. They continued to do this until eventually, the rain started to stop. The moment the rain stopped, all of the beasts went into hibernation at the same time. They returned underground and turned into beautiful stalks of purple grasses once more. Amazingly, soil started to form over the purple grasses, and in a blink of an eye, the mountain had returned to its original state. It was as if nothing had happened. "Is it over?" a student asked, huffing and panting. He felt as if he would collapse from exhaustion at any moment. "I think so," Dell replied. "I think these beasts reacted to the rain. They seemed to appear and disappear at the same time as the rain appeared and vanished. Luckily for us, in a place like this, the downpour might be strong, but it doesn't last for long. However, we don't know when the next downpour will be." "What should we do now, and what about the others?" another asked. Dell looked around, and he could see there wasn't much blood. Also, during his studies, he discovered that plant-type beasts mostly weren't carnivores. The fact that these plants probably didn't have the acid necessary to digest meat meant that the students were still probably alive. "I hate to say this, but they're probably already dead," Dell lied. "It's best if we head back down to where we were. If we carry on going upward, then there might be even more dangerous beasts." Some of the students were annoyed by what Dell had just suggested. They had made this suggestion earlier and even said the same thing to Delaware, informing him there might be more danger up ahead. Still, he decided to progress anyway, and now he was saying traveling upward was a bad idea. Before heading back down the slope, a student spotted another person walking up. As they saw who it was, a huge smile appeared on their face. "Sergeant Leo," the students shouted. Even Dell was delighted and happy. There wasn't much that needed to be said, as Leo agreed that he would take them back to the shelter for now. But before doing so, Leo asked for the other students to investigate the area. Just as the students were about to head down the slope, Leo started to walk over to a strange object. A certain item was giving off energy similar to that of a beast weapon. He had arrived by the wall of the mountain and picked up the cold solid object. "Do you mind telling me what it looks like?" Leo asked Dell, who wouldn't leave his side. "It appears to be some type of metal flask, although it has some strange design on it. It looks like a beast's head with fangs. Maybe it's one of the items that the students dropped during the struggle." Dell answered, "I'm wondering just what is so important that it needs to be kept in a special type of beast equipment." Leo thought to himself. The last thing Quinn could remember was Layla shouting out his name. Then, in a blink of an eye, they were swallowed whole. What came afterwards was darkness. His body was continuously being swirled around, throwing him off balance, and it gave him not even a moment to balance himself nor use any of his abilities. Everything was happening so quickly, but during the whole process, he didn't feel any pain. Then, when he had finally reached the bottom, Quinn felt his body continuously sinking. It felt like he had been dropped in a watery quagmire. He tried moving his hands using all the strength he could muster, but it seemed to have no effect. If anything, it was making him sink quicker. His legs were the first thing to pass through, and as it did, he felt a free range of motion. They weren't hitting or placed against anything. but they felt like he was in midair kicking them backwards and forwards. Still, he was unable to feel anything. If the plant swallowed me and now I'm falling down, doesn't that mean I'm falling into another part of the mountain or underneath the planet? Quinn thought. The height of his fall worried him the most. His arms had now gone through the strange substance and now only the top of his head remained. Just like with his legs, his hands were able to move freely. But now he started worrying. If Quinn was right, then once his head fell through, his whole body would be falling. He was strong and he had a sturdy body as a vampire, but what was he falling into? Lava, spikes, or into a pit of beasts? His abilities couldn't possibly save him from that. Quinn's mind madly spun as he thought about his next course of action. He activated his shadow ability and covered his body thinly. It seemed to have worked and slowed down the sinking process. But this was a mere stopgap, not a solution to the problem. But of course, this stopgap should give him enough time to think. Suddenly, a voice reverberated out of nowhere. "What the hell is this?" a boy yelled as his voice echoed out. "It can't be, is that Fex's voice?" Quinn thought. The space was narrow, and if Fex was coming from above, it meant that there was only one place where Fex could land. Bang! The force and Fex's weight struck Quinn's head and managed to push him through the last bit of strange substance. As Quinn's body floated through the air, he thought back to how the last thing he ever saw might have just been Fex's backside knocking him down as he fell to his death. "That arse!" Quinn shouted. When looking around him, even though he was in the dark, his pupils widened enough, letting in more light. He could see nearly just as well as outside. His guess seemed right, and he was really falling from the ceiling. The good news was there didn't seem to be anything below that would do much damage. The bad news was he was falling from about 20 meters in height, and the ground was coming closer to him as the seconds went by. All he could do was brace himself for impact as he curled up into a ball. At the same time, a shield of shadow was created in front of him. The shadow was the first part to touch the ground, and Quinn followed shortly. It had worked. The shadow had slowed down the momentum of his fall, and Quinn went inside and fused with the shadow. "You really are useful," Quinn said as he took the shadow away, but in that moment, the speed had returned, and Quinn's body was slammed into the ground just as hard as he would have done if he hadn't used the shadow. In his haste, Quinn had forgotten that the shadow didn't actually slow things down, but only slowed down the time while he was touching the shadow. Once he traveled through the shadow, or once it was taken away, the object would continue to travel at the speed it previously had before passing through the shadow or being one with it. Covered in rubble from the walls of the cave, Quinn stood up and discovered that not a lot of damage was done to him. He felt sore in all sorts of places, but his body was sturdier than before. It also didn't seem like any of his bones had been broken from the fall. Just then, he could see Fex falling through the sky nearly at the exact same spot. "Quinn, catch me!" Fex shouted. Still remembering how Fex had shoved him down under here, Quinn chose not to help. If the fall didn't kill him, it wouldn't kill Fex. Fex looked around, but the walls were too far away from him, and there was nothing nearby to attach his strings to slow down the momentum of his fall. Stepping to the side at the last moment, Quinn allowed Fex to land headfirst into the same spot as him. Unlike Quinn, Fex immediately stood to his feet after crashing, rubbing the back of his neck. "You could have at least caught me, man. What was that all about?" Fex continued to dust himself off and then looked around at where they were. They seemed to be in a large cavern that was completely empty. There were several large holes or tunnels that seemed to lead to different paths. When looking above them, they could see the plant hanging from the ceiling that had swallowed them whole. When Fex started to pat himself down, he noticed something strange. "Oh no, my flask. It must have fallen out when that giant plant hit me," Fex said angrily. "Do you want the one you gave to me?" Quinn offered. After all, it was never his in the first place, and he still had his blood bank to rely on. "No, I can't," Fex replied. "I know I'm not big on rules and stuff, but that was a gift, and I can't take back gifts. Besides, my reliance on blood is a lot less than most people. It is already at that of a vampire noble. Don't worry about me." It was true that Fex never seemed to be as interested in blood as Quinn did. Even when a student would bleed slightly, Quinn would get this tingling feeling all over his body and his eyes would naturally be drawn to the bloodied area. But Fex never felt the same way. Quinn would keep it for now, and if Fex really needed it, Quinn would still be by his side anyway. Over at different sections underneath the mountain, the others were experiencing the same thing that Fex and Quinn had gone through. Layla and Vorden were both being slowly sucked down, while their faces were pressed up against each other. This is all your fault for grabbing me," Layla shouted. Vorden even felt some of the spit from her lips land on his face due to how close they were. "Did your parents never teach you how to speak without spreading spittle everywhere? And you would have been eaten anyway, so don't blame me," Vorden shouted back. As the two fell from the plant into the large cave, Layla used her ability to slow her down from falling at a fast speed. Vorden also used the same ability and achieved the same result, so they managed to get down onto the floor safely. They discovered that they were in a large cavern with several entrances, holes and tunnels all around the cavern walls. However, there seemed to be no one else with them. "Great, looks like I'm stuck with a psycho. As if there could be a worse pairing than this," Layla thought. In another section of the cavern, the last pairing was of CIA and Peter. The two of them fell through the strange substance at the same time, and as they were falling through the air, CIA noticed that Peter's expression didn't have any trace of fear. Does he have a plan on how to land safely? Otherwise, how could he be so calm? She felt like she had no choice but to grab on. A fall from this height could kill a student, and at best it could still break a few bones. CIA didn't have any beast gear on her, and her ability would do nothing to slow the descent. After grabbing onto the back of Peter, CIA held on tight. As they got closer to the floor, she was waiting for him to reveal his ability. She still had no idea what it was. The group had asked Peter to keep it that way while in front of the teachers. Students apart from those that knew PO wouldn't know, but teachers had files on every student. "No, it can't be," CIA thought, and a few seconds later Peter crashed dead into the ground. CIA was hurt, but Peter managed to break most of her fall. But as she opened her eyes and looked at her comrade next to Hera, she could see that all of his limbs were mangled and broken. "What do we do now?" Layla asked. The two students, Vorden and Layla, were now stuck together in the cavern. Around them multiple paths, but with no way to tell which ones led up or down. Seeing this, Layla didn't really have an idea about what to do. "Now you're speaking to me," Vorden said. "I thought it was my fault that the two of us are down here, but when it comes to trying to find a way out suddenly, you come to me for help." Layla stomped her foot onto the ground and took a few steps away. She wanted to storm off and just head down one of the paths randomly. But after only taking a few steps, her hands started to shake, and her legs were slowly banging into each other. The thought of seeing beasts like the ones they had seen so far being down here frightened her. When she was training at Pure, their main goal wasn't facing against beasts but humans. As an agent, her tasks and training dealt with infiltration, sabotage, and a plethora of other skills. Of course, no amount of training could prepare a child for the real thing. Since coming to this school, she had seen more death than she would have liked, and it was starting to take a toll on her body and mind. More so now that her friend she would often comfort in had gone. "Why are you still having a go at me?" Layla snapped. "I told you before, you're useless. You were useless before and even more so now. At least back then you were Quinn's blood bank. But right now I can fill that role. So honestly, what use is there for you? Stop saying the same thing over and over again." Layla was at breaking point and had enough. She no longer wanted to take this type of abuse from Vorden. Without thinking clearly, she lifted up a nearby rock and swung it towards Vorden. It was an unexpected attack from Layla, so Vorden was late in his reactions and managed to dodge the small fist-sized rock. Slightly, the rock grazed his cheek, caused a surface cut, revealing a trickle of blood. However, the first attack didn't stop there. Layla continued to lift up the rocks around and swung them towards Vorden. As they were hurled towards him, Vorden did the same, repelling them away using the same ability but also making sure not to throw attacks back. She continued forward, screaming at the top of her lungs. The sound echoed through the cavern. "Wow," Ratton said, laughing. "It looks like you finally broke her." I mean, I thought I was the cruel one. You really know how to annoy someone when you want to. At least I just give them a beating. But this Vorden. This is just pure evil. Vorden knew Ratton was just trying to annoy him by being sarcastic. The problem was it was working. Had Vorden really gone too far? At this point, he had been trying to split Layla and Quinn apart. Still, without saying too much directly to Layla, rather than it being for himself or Quinn, he was doing it for her. "What's that noise?" Syl said as he stood up from his usual crouched position. The screams from Layla seemed to be so loud that they had even reached Syl, who would usually ignore most things. However, Vorden was too distracted deflecting the projectiles coming towards him to give Syl a reply. As Syl started walking over towards the chair, Ratton smiled and stepped to the side. "Now this will be good to see," he said. Syl placed his hand on Vorden's shoulder, who was in the chair. Now they both had access to what was going on outside. Syl could see and feel what Vorden was doing. "It looks like you need some help. Swap with me," Syl said. "Syl, I can handle it," Vorden replied carefully. "Swap with me," Syl said, his grip tightening on Vorden's shoulder. Knowing that he had no choice, Vorden reluctantly left the seat. Back outside, for stones were now being directed towards Vorden's body. So far he had been taking a step back, deflecting them as they came at him, but suddenly he stood there completely still. As he raised his hands, all of the stones stopped mid-air for a moment. Then, at the same time, the 4 stones were repelled away with even greater force. Layla could tell just from the sound they had made when hitting the walls around him. "Why are you attacking me?" Syl asked. Layla had noticed the sudden change in Vorden's attitude. She had even seen this happen a few times before. At the canteen while they were fighting in the desert, and now again. Her sudden attacks had stopped. "If you were trying to hurt me, then you were against me?" Syl said as he lifted both hands and used an incredible force to push Layla's body back. Right now, Syl was combining the MC points in CIA's level 4 ability, along with Layla's level 2 ability. His telekinesis powers were that of a level 6. There was no chance at Layla stopping the power. The next moment she was flung against the wall. The back of her head swung back into a piece of rock, and her vision quickly went to black as she passed out on the floor. "The problem has been dealt with," Syl said with a smile. In another part of the cavern, 2 more students seemed to be stuck together dealing with their own problems. CIA was taken aback at the sight of Peter's legs all mangled. They had utterly broken, and it looked like part of the bone had splintered through parts of the skin. She turned her head away, unable to look at the sight any longer. "Stay here. I will go look for help," CIA said in a panic. "You know, if you didn't hold on to me, the fall wouldn't have been as bad," Peter replied in a calm voice. CIA found it strange that it seemed like Peter wasn't affected by this whole ordeal, but she couldn't bear to look at him. Instead, she started to look around the area to see if there was anything she could find. Just like the caverns the others were stuck in, there were multiple holes and paths to choose from, not knowing which way was out or would lead them to the surface. CIA walked up to the entrances, which were a little away from where they had landed. She wanted to see if she could hear anything coming from down the tunnels. Perhaps some would be filled by beasts, but the others had also been swallowed, and just maybe they weren't too far from them. She tilted her head, with her ear faced forward towards the entrance, seeing if she could hear the slightest sound. "I think we should go this way," a voice said stood right behind her. CIA was startled, and out of instinct, she turned and threw her fist, hitting Peter right in the jaw, before taking a few steps to the side. It hadn't hurt Peter, but only slightly moved his head to the side, but a small mark could also be seen across his cheek. "P.O., but how? Your legs were all mangled just a few seconds ago." "Apologize now," Peter demanded. "What for the punch?" CIA asked. "No way, how the hell is that my fault? You snuck up on me when I thought you couldn't move." In a dark and creepy cave with possible beasts, anyone's reaction would have been the same. "Still, should you not apologize if you hit someone? Or am I mistaken?" said Peter. "You're weird. Why did I have to get stuck with you? I think you should be a bit nicer to me. After all, if we run into anything down here, Then we will be relying on my ability a lot more than yours. CIA still didn't know Peter's ability, but she had a guess. His watch indicated he was a level 4, and if he managed to recover from an injury like that, most likely his ability was a healing one or a regenerative one. The only thing she couldn't quite put her finger on was the healing speed. She had never met a healer or seen a regenerative ability that could allow someone to recover that fast. They would be at level 8 to do such a thing. Still, this meant it was clear his ability wasn't a combat one, while CIA's wasn't either. She was sure of her hand-to-hand combat skills over the frail and weak Pio. As she took a step forward, hoping to head to the other side of the cave where the other entrances were, Peter suddenly blocked her path. Wasn't he at least 5 meters away? How did he get here so fast? She thought. If you don't apologize to me, and you are going to have a problem, a serious problem. Whatever, CIA said as she tried to walk past Peter. At this moment, she felt something grasp around her throat. When she looked down, she could see a hand, and it was linked to Pio. What are you doing? CIA just managed to let out. Just then, footsteps could be heard coming from one of the tunnels. It was unclear which one, as the echo made it hard to pinpoint the sound. Now Pio, I don't think we should be treating our fellow students like that, do you? The short boy said as he took a bite from one of his favorite sandwiches. As the short-haired boy entered the room, not only did Peter recognize him, but it seemed like CIA did too. For some reason, at the sight of the boy, Peter's grip around CIA's neck had loosened. At this moment she took the opportunity to try to knock Peter's hand away using her full force, slamming it against Peter's forearm. But in doing so she realized it had the same effect as moving a rock that weighed a ton. There seemed to be no effect or movement. I think it will be best if you put her down, Pio. Annoying as she may be, it might cause us more problems in the future, Logan said as he took a final bite of his sandwich. That was the last one. At that moment, Logan didn't look like his regular self. Apart from his head that was fully showing, Logan had his full body suit on from the neck down. Due to him not knowing what he might meet down here, he was always prepared for the worst. Still, Logan's was quite popular around the school even if he didn't know it himself. The few appearances he made on the last outing and during the school's events every once in a while had really caught the attention of other students. This of course included CIA. Although CIA was wondering what the connection between Logan and Pio was, right now she just wanted to get away from Pio. Using her ability, she stabbed a spear into Peter's belly. Not just one but 3. Due to how close she was to him, she was able to stick in multiple spears one after the other. After the first one had entered Peter's body, his movements were slowed, allowing her to put in 2 more. Once again, using all her force, she tried to whack Peter's hand away. Still, it felt like she was pounding her hand against solid rock. But this time with the help of her ability weakening Peter. Her attack was a success and managed to knock his hand away and broke free. Not knowing where to run to, she decided to head down one of the many tunnels. If another student had arrived and had no relation to the person named Pio, then maybe she would have bolted towards Logan. But seeing that the 2 of them had some type of a relationship, she didn't want to risk it. The cave was dark and it was hard for her to see, but each of the tunnels gave off a little reflection of light. What she didn't know, there was always the chance that the small amount of light could be radiating from a beast, or it could just be a raw crystal. Because of this, as CIA ran, she needed to be careful about her footing, not being able to see where or what she was taking steps into. It was a cave and they were deep underground. With the floors being uneven and traveling in the dark, Sis was being naturally cautious. This is a pain. I wish I bought some type of light with me or something, CIA complained. The group did have emergency equipment and rations such as torches and so on, but they were all kept with Peter. Taking another step forward, her foot seemed to be lodged between something. She quickly managed to pull it, but it had greatly slowed her down. This is such a pain in the arse. Whatever I have to deal with, though he will too, CIA thought. Why did you choose to run? Logan said. 3, 2, 1. As Logan finished counting down, Peter was already directly in front of CIA. Somehow the difficult pathway that she had taken was easily navigated by him. There was no touch in his hand, no light source. So just how did Peter manage to catch up with her so fast? Peter decided to wait until the spirit spears had disappeared before chasing CIA. Not only that, but just like Quinn, Peter also had the advantage of seeing in the dark. For him it was as if the cave was lit up, so he had no problem deciding on the quickest path to take. Just when he found her, he heard Logan shouting, "Pio!" When Peter turned around, he could see Logan holding his hand out. But on the end of his hand was a rounded and strange bright green light, getting larger as the moment went on. It was Logan's hand blaster, and Peter had seen what it could do before when it was fired against Vex. Someone who is stronger than both him and Quinn. Perhaps even his regeneration abilities wouldn't be able to keep up with this. "You stop running, will you?" Logan complained while looking at CIA. While the blaster was held against Peter, he decided to let the thing go. He wasn't stupid and could always find a way to get to CIA later. "What are you doing down here?" Peter asked. At this point, CIA was unsure of what to do. The entrance to another tunnel wasn't too far away. But it seemed like Logan was able to control Peter just like Quinn could somehow. She still didn't understand how Peter managed to catch up to her so fast. So her only option was to stay by Logan's side. She scuttled along around the side until she was eventually behind Logan. Logan then tapped something on the side of his suit, which brightened up the area around him with green lights. The pieces on Logan's equipment were illuminating a small 5-meter radius around them. I adjusted the scanner the school gave us to increase its radius. I had to power it with my own beast crystals and don't get any points for doing that, but to me it was well worth it," said Logan. "That's when I discovered that there seemed to be strange tunnels underground, but they didn't quite look natural, so I decided to investigate. I never thought anyone else would be down here. So it was a nice surprise to see you. Do you know the way out?" CIA asked. Realizing from what Logan said he should have a wide area mapped out using his scanner. "No," Logan replied, although this was a lie. If he had told the truth, he knew they would ask to lead him out of here. But Logan had discovered something on his scanner that he had to check out before leaving. Somewhere inside the large cave, Vex and Quinn had decided to walk down one of the tunnels. While inside the tunnel, the connection between Peter seemed to be lost. It had happened ever since he went underground. Quinn thought that it might have something to do with the distance between the two at the moment, as he didn't know that Peter and the others were underground as well. Thinking that help would never arrive, they decided to just leave it up to fate and pick the tunnel with the biggest entrance. As they walked down the tunnel, they noticed that the walls were surrounded with thin blue crystals that gave off a slight glow to them. Not enough to light up the whole area, but one could follow the small light source quite easily. "What are these?" Quinn asked, looking at the small crystals. They resemble something similar to beast crystals, but Quinn thought the only way to obtain beast crystals was from killing a beast. "I really don't know," Vex replied. "I was going to ask you the same thing." The curiosity had gotten the better of him, and Quinn decided to place his hand on top of the crystal. At first he was planning to use his inspect skill, but there was no need, for the system had automatically given him a message. "Basic tier crystal. Would you like to store in your system?" The shock from the message was quite immense. At school they had been taught that the beast crystals could only be obtained from beasts. This was why the human race had been sending hunting parties to slay the beasts. Even though there was the chance of death, their crystals could be used to create powerful weapons and even power their modern equipment. But right here, crystals were just forming on the wall around him, and it wasn't just one crystal. There seemed to be hundreds of crystals through the tunnel they had just walked. If Quinn was to think about all the other tunnels as well, there would at least be thousands down here. With Vex keeping an eye over his back, Quinn was unable to store it in his system. However, he did pull the crystal out and placed it in his trouser pocket for later. "It might be something important," Quinn said. Vex just shrugged his shoulders, uninterested by the small crystal, and carried on walking ahead. Finally they had reached the end of the tunnel. When exiting the tunnel, the small discovery that Quinn had just made before seemed to be nothing compared to this. The two boys froze for a moment once they exited from the tunnel. Looking at what lay in front of their eyes, they paused for a moment. Somehow it didn't feel like they were actually really underground. "Hey, can you see what I'm seeing right now, man?" Vex asked. If you're talking about those buildings right in front of us, then of course I can, Quinn replied. Exiting from the tunnel, it seemed like they'd arrived at what looked like a type of town. It was impossible for them to measure how large the entire place was. Buildings stretched out far and wide, and it was comparably as large as any one of the shelters they've seen before. If they were to give a rough estimate, it looked like a few thousand people used to live in such an establishment. The ceiling seemed to be unreachable. Although they could see the peak, it felt like there was no way to reach it. Their gaze moved on towards the tallest building that stood in the center of the place. It was a round tower-like structure that was tall and high, but it hardly touched the ceiling. If one wished to even touch the ceiling, they would have to build a similar-sized building and place it on top of the already existing tower. Although a town underneath a mountain and town was surprising to them both, it didn't seem impossible. There were rumors of such shelters being built on other planets where the temperatures could reach extreme levels at different times of year. Underground shelters were the only answer to such uninhabitable places. And so the reason why both of them were shocked was for a different reason entirely. The two of them could already observe that the design and materials used to create the buildings were different. One of the main features was the solid black material that it was made from. Instead of brick, cement, or metal, it was a different kind. A special black substance that was more stable and stronger was the primary material of all the buildings. The substance was said to be just as strong as galthrium. Although the place looked abandoned and was void of people, the buildings were a different matter. The structures themselves looked perfectly fine and hadn't deteriorated a single bit. The only semblance of passage of time of abandonment was a layer of dust or rock-like substance from the ceiling that coated the top of everything. And finally, the design. Although the substance was strong, it wasn't as flexible and nimble as galthrium. This meant that the edges weren't smoothed out, giving everything that was made a slight rocky look. After looking at the buildings, the two of them had both come to the conclusion that the structures built in front of them were not made by humans. This was the true reason why both of them were in shock. "They're Dalki structures," Quinn muttered. This was a huge discovery. The humans had only built a shelter and classified the place as an orange portal due to them thinking they had discovered the planet first. There were rare cases like this when the two opposition were trying to take control of a planet at the same time. If the two groups were to meet, regardless if there was a treaty signed or not, a fight would break out until one side was completely annihilated. As Fex heard these words come out from Quinn's mouth though, there was confusion on his face. What are you on about?" Fex replied. "These aren't Dalki structures. They're vampire structures." Hearing these words equally shocked Quinn again. He was almost positive these were Dalki structures. He had seen them in his lessons and on the news time and time again. "The boy is right," the system replied. "These resemble the structures that were built in my time." The system didn't really answer any of the questions Quinn had right now and only confused him even more. "Fex, have you ever seen Dalki structures?" Quinn asked. There was one possibility, Quinn thought. Perhaps the two structures were similar and Quinn himself was being confused. Maybe there was something that he couldn't spot. "Actually no, I'll be honest, maybe you know more about the Dalki because you live on Earth, but we don't even really get taught about them. I've never seen a Dalki either, only heard them being mentioned from time to time by one of the elders." From Fex's answer there seemed to be a couple of possibilities. The fact that the Dalki and vampires use the same material, perhaps their technologies are on par with each other, and it would make sense why their structures looked similar. The strange black substance, the humans were never able to figure out just how to use it properly, so they stuck to using galthrium over it. The other possibility was somehow the Dalki and vampires were linked together. But this seemed even more far-fetched, especially since Fex didn't even really know what a Dalki was. "Well, do you know why the vampire and Dalki structures look so similar?" Quinn asked, hoping to find an answer. Also, if it is a vampire structure, why did they build one here underground? "They do? Well, that's strange. I'll be honest, I'm not the best person to ask. When it comes to vampires, I'm really young. I'm sure the elders or others will know the answer to your question, or maybe even a better student. I never paid attention in class," Fex said, laughing nervously. "For your second question, I really don't know either. It looks like this place has been here a while. Maybe it was one of the planets the vampires used before, moving to another. It would make sense why it was built underground in the first place as well. What about you, system? Did the Dalki exist during your time? Quinn asked in his head. The Dalki did not exist while I was still active, the system replied. Quinn made a small note in his head about how the system replied. It seemed the choice of words it had used was oddly specific, but he knew if he pressed further, the system would just give his usual resistance. There is one thing we can do, Quinn said. Why don't we check out some of the buildings? Maybe there will be something inside which will tell us if it was the Dalkis who made this or the vampires. I'm especially interested to see what they would have in that tower structure. Hey, it looks like you read my mind, Fex replied with a chuckle. The two of them started to walk through the strange building structures, and the more they started to walk the more it looked like a town to the both of them. There were streets with buildings lined up on both sides. If you followed the streets far enough it would eventually lead them to one of the tunnels they had come through. When looking around at the walls it looked like there were several tunnels that lead to the town. The two of them had entered some of the first few houses, but they seemed to be void on any items whatsoever. There weren't even beds inside, but it was clear they were normal family structures. As Quinn entered the place he could imagine a family living here with all the different rooms, but while looking at the place he just wondered what happened here. They entered a few more buildings on their way, but still there seemed to find nothing. Eventually they decided to no longer enter the small buildings as it seemed to be a waste of time. If they were going to find anything, it would be in the tower structure near the middle. For the first time, as they got closer to the tower, it looked like some of the buildings had been destroyed, as if they had taken part in a battle. The top of them had crumbled to the ground and some structures no longer existed. Seeing this caused Fex to worry a little. He knew how tough the material was, and if something was able to destroy that they needed to have some level of strength. They continued to walk down the street. They still had some distance to go, but the tower could be seen directly in front of them. Just then, the sound of growling could be heard coming from the sides. Where is that sound coming from? Quinn said. They could both hear the growling clearly, but it seemed like there were several of them, and if he was right they were currently surrounded. I guess it's time to call on some extra help. Fex touched his ear and pulled on his dangling earring. Suddenly in the palm of his hand the earring started to glow until eventually, it started to change its shape, forming what looked like a cross between a bull and bat. Ham here at your service, the bull said excitedly as it flew in a circle. It had been a while since Fex had last used Ham, and he was starting to miss his little companion. Ham was able to be seen by anybody. He didn't have any special skills that allowed him to turn invisible or hide his presence, but he was able to transform. If the students saw a flying bull-like creature, it would have immediately caused alarm bells to ring, and there would be a hunt for a beast inside a school. This was why Fex had also kept him hidden as an earring, but right now they were underground. It was unlikely any other students would be down here, and even if they were, it wouldn't be so strange to see a beast flying around on a beast planet. All Fex would have to do was pretend he didn't know his companion and later meet up with him again. Finally, I get to spread my wings about, Ham cheered. Quinn had so many questions he wanted to ask Fex right now. He was curious about the little beast and wondered if it had been with Fex the whole time, what it could do, and if every vampire was able to get some type of companion. The problem was Quinn was unable to tell what was the norm with vampires and what wasn't. He could ask the system, but it wasn't the right time. Can you sense what's around us? Fex asked. Ham closed its eyes, allowing it to concentrate. I think some beasts are surrounding us, Ham replied. We know that, Fex shouted. We wanted to know how many and how strong. If you aren't going to help, then you were better off on my ear as a fashion accessory. Ham responded to the complaints by pulling out its fairly large and fat tongue. This place is disturbing the flow of my powers. Ham then started to look around at where they were. Wait, are we back home? You really are useless, Fex said. While in the earring, Ham was able to see everything that was going on outside. As long as he was paying attention, and him saying this made it clear that he wasn't. While the two of them were busy arguing, the creatures that were busy growling away at them from the dark and behind the crumbled buildings had revealed themselves. The two boys were completely surrounded by what looked like strange dog-like creatures. There were more than 20 and possibly even more in hiding. The dogs had no fur but displayed a slight tint of red on their skin. Their tongues were left out hanging wide from their mouth dangling. A bit longer than regular dogs and a little pointed. However, the thing that looked creepy about them most was the fact that the dogs had no eyes. The long tongue with their teeth showing, but nothing, where their eyes were meant to be, was quite the frightening sight. Inspect. Although Ham was unable to give them the information they wanted, the same couldn't be said for Quinn. Basic tier beast, furry hound. A beast who is blind but has sensitive hearing. It is able to locate its enemy's position even with the quietest of footsteps. It will often use its long tongue for attacks. The tongue is stronger than most. Seeing this information put a smile on Quinn's face. If it was an intermediate tier beast or higher, Quinn didn't know what to do. Now he only had one thought on his mind. It's grinding time. Now unafraid of the beasts, Quinn wanted to get a kill in before Fex, just in case no one had killed the beast before. Immediately, Quinn lifted his leg, ready to perform the crescent roundhouse blood kick. Wait, Quinn, we don't know how strong they are yet. It might be best if we just run. Fex shouted out, but it was too late. Quinn had finished his motion, and the attack had already left his leg. The distance between him and the beast wasn't great, but Quinn chose to use the blood kick to try to finish the beast in one strike. Hearing the attack through the air, the dog prepared to jump away, but it was too slow, and as it turned, its body was sliced in half. 10 EXP gained. Fissert time-killing beast, furry hound. 100 bonus EXP gained. 2640/3200 EXP. Quinn had received the bonus points for killing a new creature, but he did not obtain any more bonus points. It was expected since the beast was in some type of establishment. They likely had contact with something else that had killed it before. When thinking about this, he felt lucky that he even got the first kill bonus on the rock beast above ground. Seeing how easy Quinn dealt with the beast, Fex decided to step it up a gear as well. Ham above! Fex shouted, and immediately, Ham flew up in the sky. Fex then leapt in the air and attached one of his strings to the ring around Ham's nose. As Ham rose up into the air, so did Fex, and now he could see the hounds in the area form below. Have you gained some weight? You haven't just been pigging out, have you? Ham complained as he struggled to lift the young master. Shut up, you've just gotten weaker. From above, Fex was easily able to see his targets. As he detached himself and started swirling down, he precisely knew where to throw out his pieces of strings. Hardern, as the strings fell, a power surging through him left his body and was inserted into the strings, now making them just as hard and sharp as a sword. When Fex landed, the strings went down with him, slicing the hounds to pieces. 5 of the hounds were killed in an instant. Quinn continued to battle it out with hounds. While doing so, he was cautious about using his blood abilities. They were underground, and there was no telling when they would get out of here. He didn't want a similar situation happening like last time. So instead, Quinn stuck to the basics, attacking with both the basic vampire and human martial arts. His stats that had been inputted into strength and his intermediate tier equipment was enough to allow him to easily deal with the beasts. One of the dogs swung its head out, wrapping its tongue around Quinn's gauntlet. It tried to pull using its strength, but when Quinn didn't move an inch, the dog looked slightly confused. Then, he pulled his arm with all his might, and the dog's tongue was completely dislodged from its mouth. The sight looked cruel, but they had been the first ones to attack. Finally, all the hounds in the area had been defeated. Fex had defeated 15 of them, while Quinn 8. There seemed to be more, but after seeing many of their own kind defeated, they quickly rushed off. When comparing the two numbers, Quinn could tell that he still wasn't quite at Fex level, but with improvements in his shadow ability and others, he could tell he wasn't far off. 2720/3200 EXP. After defeating the dogs, Quinn decided to collect the crystals. Fex didn't look too bothered. Basic tier crystals weren't worth his time, but Quinn still thought they might come in handy when creating a weapon from the system. Boss, you're not planning to head to that tower, are you? Ham said as it flew up in the air. With its little hoof, it started to rub its nose. When pulling Fex up using the ring, it had made his nose a little sore. Yeah, we wanted to find out a few things. Maybe there's a map or something telling us the way out of here. Why, what's wrong? Fex said. I think there might be danger there, Hem replied. I thought you said you can't sense anything down here? Fex asked, annoyed. I can't. But something in my gut is telling me. While Ham and Fex were busy talking, a notification screen appeared directly in front of Quinn. 5 EXP shared. It was a message that he had never received before, and he found it strange that it came up while he had done nothing. When reading the message carefully, it made Quinn think back to what the system had mentioned. Quinn would gain EXP as long as Peter had killed something and was nearby. Without thinking about it, Peter and CIA naturally both started to follow Logan around while they were inside the cavern. It felt normal to be led by him. CIA didn't know why. Maybe it was his tone of his voice that shined with confidence, or perhaps because he was the only light source that she could depend on. In a way, her savior, in more ways the one while down here. She also still had the fear that if she left Logan's side, that Pio might lash out at her any second now. She hadn't done much, but there had already been several instances where she had angered him. At first she didn't think it would be a big deal. Even though her ability was a support type, she was able to handle her own many times against those around a similar level to her, but something about Pio caused fear in her. With all this going on, she is now even too afraid to ask for the torches that were placed in Pio's bag. Though once he brought them out for himself she could ask. But he never did. Logan continued to walk confidently. Leading the way, he knew exactly where he wanted to go as he picked one of the tunnels without checking the others. When coming down here, for whatever reason the scanner seemed to stop working, but using his trusty memory, he knew where he wanted to go. It wasn't a hard decision for him anyway. All of the tunnels on one side would lead to other rooms like this one, while all the other tunnels all led to the same place. He continued to wear the suit, and he even had it protecting his head this time while walking through the tunnel. While traveling, their group also discovered the same type of blue crystals that had been embedded into the wall. Naturally, Logan decided to take one for research, but he already had an idea of what it was just by looking at it. Peter didn't really care for it, and CIA, although interested, had a lot more concerns on her mind right now. After exiting the tunnel, they too could see the magnificent sight of the strange town, and although it came as a surprise to the other two, Logan had already expected this. It was exactly what had come up on the scanner. Before even thinking about going up and getting out of here, he needed to visit this place. How could he pass the opportunity to do some research on some Dalki architecture? The blue crystal seemed to be randomly scattered through the city, lighting up certain building and wall areas. It wasn't enough to be called a light source, but allowed CIA just to see the outline of a few buildings. The one place that could be seen the clearest was the tower that stood in the center. Like a beaming torch in the middle, it had the most amount of crystal on the very top illuminating it in the dark. No, doesn't this mean the Dalki were here before us? CIA looked like she was about to collapse onto the floor. We need help, we need to call the sergeants somehow. This looks like a whole town. What if this is an army base? Relax, Logan replied. Although my scanner doesn't work down here, when I checked from above, there didn't seem to be any type of civilization living here. Although there were other things. CIA wanted to question what Logan meant by other things, but she already knew the answer and thought it would just be foolish. He was talking about beasts. Without saying anything to the others, Logan started to walk down the path onto the street. Peter also decided to follow without saying anything. The two of them walked in the middle of the street fearlessly. While looking at their backs, CIA couldn't help but think they were crazy. However, as Logan walked away, so did the light source that was surrounding her. The darkness around started to creep in. It felt almost suffocating, and she couldn't help but think something was watching her. Grrrrrrr. What was that? CIA thought as she quickly turned her head towards the noise. Although she couldn't see anything, the sound of something scurrying off in a certain direction could be heard. She couldn't take it anymore, and she too ran towards Logan and continued to move forward. After checking a few buildings, Logan had come to the conclusion that there was nothing of worth from the buildings around him. However, when using his scanner from above, he was able to see all of the building structures and things around it, but he was unable to see what was inside the tower. This of course just made Logan even more curious. As they got closer to the tower, Logan transformed his robotic arms into 2 round blasters. "What was that? Did you see something?" CIA asked. "When scanning this area earlier, I found that the beasts seemed to be concatenated around the tower. Strange, right? Low-level beasts don't usually have a form of high intelligence. They hunt, sleep, and eat. Sometimes they do this in packs and might have a type of territory, but this seems oddly specific. In a place as large as this, and with many beasts, usually they would be several territories and maybe several packs. So why are they all centered around the tower? As if they were guarding it or gathering around it for some reason." CIA had disregarded most of what Logan had said. The only thing she had heard was they were heading to an area where beasts seemed to be, and she was wondering if she had made the right decision to follow the 2 in the first place. As they continued to walk down the street, suddenly, Peter took off running straight off to the side into one of the buildings. This sudden movement was even a surprise for Logan, for he had yet to see anything. He had gone into the darkness and the others were unable to see him. Logan did have night vision equipment built into his helmet to help him see, but it was grainy and didn't allow him to see far ahead. A few moments later and Peter returned holding what looked like a dog in his hand. Black blood splattered over him and the dog being carried lifeless. "They've been following us," Peter said. "And more are coming." It didn't take long after Peter's warning, because Logan and even CIA could now see several dogs in view. Without hesitation, both Logan and CIA started to attack the dogs. She threw out spears, slowing the ones jumping towards her and leaping out of the way, while Logan was able to fire out beams of energy that knocked the dogs away, finishing them in one blast. Logan's blasters were effective when it came to basic tier beasts, but things at a much higher level or the Dalki, they would pretty much be non-effective. The suit itself was made from beast gear mixed in with technological parts. His blasters and the energy coming out from them were not made from beast gear. It had the same effect as explosions of the past. The problem was the Dalki and higher tier beast had a resistance to this. Seeing that they were lower tiered beasts, Logan didn't hold back, blasting his beams of energy at each and every one of them. Soon they realized there wasn't much for Peter and CIA to do. Peter had managed to defeat a couple more, but Logan would blast most of them away before they even got close. Eventually, the beasts stopped leaping through the air, and Logan stopped using his blasters. There was a limited supply of energy, and if they stopped attacking, then Logan would do the same. However, something strange was occurring. They had managed to kill around 30 different dogs in total. Both Peter and Logan could see that there was still plenty around them. Still, they didn't run away but stood there at the edge of the street next to the buildings, growling. "Why aren't they attacking?" CIA asked. "That is something I would like to know the answer to as well," Logan replied. On closer inspection, it seemed like the dogs were no longer looking at them. Instead, they were facing the street, looking out towards the tower in front of them. "They're shaking," Peter said. "The beasts, I can tell they're scared." From the street, the sounds of footsteps could be heard. Whatever was coming towards them was frightening the beasts even more, because with each footstep, it looked like the beasts were pulling back slightly. Even Logan, a level 8 user who was defeating each of the beasts in one go, didn't have the same effect. Finally, the figure was starting to come into view. From out of the shadow, a dark outline could be seen. It had a human outline shape, but it was still hard to make out. Still, Logan was sure on one thing: it was clear it wasn't human. It was a beast. For the first time during the drip, Logan started to sweat heavily in his suit. If a beast had a humanoid figure, it meant one thing. The opponent they were about to face was at least at the king tier. After collecting the beast crystals from the defeated hounds, Quinn had suddenly received the message about obtaining EXP. He had figured out that the EXP he just gained must have been from Peter. It was the only thing that made sense, and would also explain why the system had used the word share. This meant one thing: that Peter was close. He didn't know how or why Peter was down here as well, but if he had to guess, Peter probably chose to come down here to follow him. It was strange though, even though the system was able to pick up the EXP points from Peter. Quinn was still unable to sense Peter's presence like he could when he was above ground. "What's wrong?" Fex asked as he could see it looked like Quinn was deep in thought. Quinn wanted to go searching for Peter. He didn't know how far away he needed to be for the system to pick up the EXP, but the fact that he even got experience points in the first place meant right now he was fighting other beasts. "I think I might have spotted a strange-looking building over in that direction," said Quinn. "Do you mind if we check it out first before going to the tower?" Fex shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Hey, it's not like we know how to get out of this place anyway." Both of their eyesights were as good as each other. Nearly all vampires could see as well. The only thing that improved as they grew stronger were their senses. Perhaps a stronger vampire would be able to sense energy in a specific direction, but in terms of how far or well they could see in the dark, it was near all the same. When looking in the direction that Quinn had pointed to, Fex could see nothing that looked out of the ordinary. Still, he was curious why the sudden change in direction. As they were closer to the tower, the area around it wasn't as wide. If Quinn was to go in a circle, perhaps he would be able to spot them. Without his senses, there was no way to tell which direction to go in. As Quinn was thinking about it, another message appeared. 5 EXP shared. The message just confirmed that Peter was still in combat. Peter was strong, but if he was surrounded by multiple basic tier beasts like they were just moments ago, he wouldn't get out of it unscratched. Even with his super healing, it would mean he would eventually have to consume human flesh once again. So Quinn picked a random direction and headed off. Slowly, Layla's eyes started to open. Her vision was blurry at first, but what stood out to her was the pain on the back of her head. She instinctively placed her hand, and the stinging was worse. When looking at her hand, dried particles of blood had rubbed off onto it. It was hard to see in the dark, but she knew from the feeling. "Are you okay?" Vorden asked. As she looked up, her vision had returned, and she could see the person who had put her in this situation, standing right next to her. "Get away from me," Layla said in a panic. She pushed her feet of the floor against her, and once again, her head had banged into the wall. Vorden did as asked and slowly backed away, seeing that she was panicked. She had already been hurt, and Vorden didn't want to cause any more pain. "Calm down. I'm not going to hurt you," Vorden said. The sound of sobbing could be heard. Layla had planted her head between her knees and let out all the emotions away. "Why are you only like this to me?" she cried. Seeing Layla like this, Vorden felt ache and pain in his heart. He never wanted her to get hurt. "I'm sorry," Vorden said. The sobbing started to stop, and Layla began to get a grip on her emotions. It seemed like Vorden was back to his usual self. The air around him that she noticed in the past was no longer there. But she knew it could flick like a switch. It was as if he was bipolar. Seeing that Vorden was okay now, and not wanting to step on his toes, she thought maybe she could find out the reason. It wasn't normal to be like this, and at the pure base she had seen cases similar to him. It was going to be hard for her. Her hands couldn't stop trembling. As someone far more powerful than, she stood right in front of her. A wrong move or a word could end her life, and she really felt like it. "Vorden, are you okay? Sometimes it seems like you suddenly change. I want to believe you when you say you don't mean to hurt me. But when I end up like this..." As Layla spoke, her voice was shaky. She tried her best to hide it, but Vorden could feel the fear. Lately, the changes happening to Vorden had become more frequent. In the past, he remained in control most of the time, but there were plenty of times recently where he needed to rely on the others for help. And now, for the first time in a while, Syl was actively asking for a seat. As these changes happened, it was expected that people would start to notice. The worst thought in his mind was the possibility of one of the others taking control of the seat. They didn't have the social skills that Vorden possessed to keep up his image. If they took over, he wouldn't know what to do. "When I first met Quinn, I knew he was different," Vorden replied. "Perhaps, for the same reasons you were attracted to him, I was too. He was plain a level 1 user, but had this look in his eyes that said he still had fight in him, not like the others. Of course, at the time, I didn't know he was a vampire. In my old school, there were quite a few Quinns. They were the same, they still had hope, still had fight in them, but eventually they were broken down and beaten, submitted to the system just like everyone else. It was rare to see someone make it into military school without already being broken. You could even see it with Peter. I was sick of it, sick of everything, and decided if I could at least save one person, it would be enough for me. Maybe I could show Quinn that even as a level 1 user, not everyone treated you the same, and you could make it through in the world. Then I got wrapped up in all this vampire business. It was a good explanation, and Layla could tell there was some truth behind Vorden's words, but she could also tell that he was missing out some key points and details. The question was, why though? What does that have to do with me though? Can't we both get along with Quinn? Layla asked. Are you jealous or something? Not me, Vorden mumbled, too quiet for Layla to hear. I haven't exactly had the best of experiences since coming here, Vorden replied. I was tied up and beaten by the second years, shoved to a red portal planet, and now stuck down here. I think it's normal to be a bit unstable after what we have been through. As Vorden finished what he was saying, he took a step forward. Layla reacted by shuffling her knees closer towards herself, curling into a ball. The sight of this reminded him of Syl, and in a sweet calming voice, he did what he usually did without thinking about it. Vorden started to sing. It will be okay. I will make your worries go away. I am by your side. I will always be kind. As she listened to the soft angelic voice, without realizing it, Vorden was already next to her once again. Her hands had stopped trembling. What was that? She asked. An ability? Vorden started to laugh. It was a song my mother used to sing to me to calm me down. He gently lifted his hand and touched her head, bringing it down and closer towards his chest. All his movements were so soft as he inspected the wound. It was a side of Vorden she had never seen before. I like this Vorden, Layla said. This was the first time that Logan had ever felt panic. Due to him having night vision in his helmet he was wearing, he was able to see the beast before it came into view. Peter could as well, but was unaware of the magnitude of horror they were about to face. Perhaps Peter didn't study as well at school and thought it was just a regular beast, or when he had evolved everything about him changed. Right now it didn't look like he could feel fear like the others. Beasts were separated into different tiers. The tiers were based on the crystals that were embedded in their body. The more powerful the crystal, the higher the tier of the beast. This, however, didn't always mean they were stronger. Depending on the beast's structure or abilities, sometimes in rare cases, there were those that were more difficult to deal with. This was unlikely the case because a higher tier beast would be able to draw more power from the crystal. Basic tier, intermediate tier, advanced tier, and right now, they were about to face something that was at least at king tier level. There were levels above this, including the highest level ever given, demon tier. Throughout history, whenever a beast that had a humanoid shape was discovered, they would at least be at the king tier level or above. There were still beasts that were at this level that didn't have a humanoid shape, but a humanoid-type beast has never been lower than a king tier. Knowing that he would need everyone's help, Logan immediately changed one of his blaster's shapes slightly, allowing it to be more narrow. The armor shifted at a fantastic speed, and when it had finished transforming, Logan quickly fired 3 blasts into the buildings around them. The shots weren't energy blasts like before. Instead, these were sticky light balls. They allowed a considerable amount of light to be shown and would easily stick onto whatever object they hit. There were 2 reasons for Logan doing this. One was to allow them to see their opponent more easily. If a creature came from the dark, their eyes and senses should be adjusted to the environment down here. He needed to even the playing field, and it would also allow CIA to help them. The second reason was related to the first. The sticky lights had been shot in a triangle formation around them. One to the left, one to the right, and one slightly behind where the king tier beast was standing. This lit up the entire street. Although the dogs couldn't see the strange light, they could feel it and were frightened away. What Logan had also hoped for was that the light source would hurt or blind the king tier beast's sensitive eyes, but it seemed to have no effect as it continued to walk forward. What is that thing? CIA said, trembling. Now that there was a light source, CIA could see what Logan could see, and she knew straight away the danger of the beast. Should we run? She asked, looking for an answer from Logan, who seemed to be the only one acting. "Run. There's no point running. The moment we turn our back, we will die," Peter said. Hearing this, Logan realized Peter was perhaps more aware of the situation than he had thought. He just knew there was nothing they could do. The beast slowly continued to walk towards the group, and by now all of the dogs in the area had already scurried away. Now not only could the beast's outer shape be seen, but all of its details were in view. Although it had an outer human shape, it was a bit on the larger end. It stood around 8 feet tall. Its body was twisted and strange, as if it was made of mud and rocks, and at the top where its head should be, the muscle structure of the creature was outlined with plant roots, while the rest just looked like a mound of mud. What was frightening about it, though, was in the upper mound part of its body. Several human skeletons could be seen half sunken into INT's body and half sticking out. A skull, a rib cage, and other parts as well. It was as if the beast had been made from all the parts around it. Finally, on its 2 long arms, there were no fingers as such. Instead, they were long and sharp like a blade. From the forearm downward, it looked like the mud tree-like material changed into a harder substance. The blades shined green in color like a hard jade. "CIAPO!" Logan shouted. "Buy me some time." Logan was unprepared to meet something like this down here. He thought that if the school was prepared to send some students to an orange portal planet, they would have at least sent them to one, where only at most the advanced tier-level beasts had been reported to be seen. There was no point attacking the beast with his current blasters. It would do nothing. What Logan needed to do was get his most powerful weapon and suit on, but it would take some time. His suit started to break down into the little spiders. They were eventually all scattered on the floor. From the ground up, they started to rebuild a different type of suit right in front of him. "Come on faster, you guys," Logan said. "I know you usually do your best, but right now I need you more than ever." The unconfirmed king-tier beast continued to slowly walk as if it was a king taking a stroll through its own kingdom. Peter could see Logan's spiders building something, and knew their best chance of survival right now was relying on him. If they wanted to live, they needed to do what was asked of them. CIA could see Peter was about to move forward and shouted, "No, wait, the thing still hasn't attacked us yet. Maybe if we don't attack it, it will just continue walking past us." Peter took a look at the beast. It had now stopped walking forward and stood in the middle of the street. It placed one of its bladed hands in front of the other and scraped them against each other. A slight screeching sound could be heard as the beast continued to do this process. "No," Peter said. "It already considers us intruders. It will continue to attack us until we're gone. I can tell." With those words said, Peter threw his bag on his back to the ground and dashed forward. It was at an incredible speed that Peter had not displayed until this point, and it was even a surprise to him. This was because Quinn had gotten stronger, and in return, Peter's own stats had increased. Usually, Peter would do his best to hide his abilities. The speed he was running at right now was not possible for a human who wasn't wearing any beast gear or didn't have any ability. But it wasn't the time to hide their powers. It was a matter of life and death. Although CIA was frightened, she wasn't stupid. She too got into position, dashing towards one of the sides of the building. While doing so, she threw out her spirit spears. "Please hit," she prayed. If the beast was indeed a king tier, then there wasn't much chance that her spears would be able to hit her target. However, the beast continued to stand there and allowed the spears to be lodged into its upper part of its body. "Is it going easy on us?" she thought. At the same time, she wondered what Peter was planning to do. He held no beast weapons and only had his regenerative ability. He would be killed in a matter of moments. When Peter was in range, the beast swung down its blade hand. Using all his strength, Peter swung both his fists together like a tennis racket. "This is it," CIA said. "No human has the strength to match a beast with their bare hands." As the hands met with the side of the blade, the power was surprisingly equal. The blades were knocked away, but Peter hadn't budged. "What is going on? Who is this person?" CIA said, surprised. The beast was confused itself. When fighting, it would purposely match its strength based on the opponent in front of it. It was sure it had gauged Peter well. What it didn't account for was the spirit spears in its body. Making the adjustment in its power, it swung its blade faster and stronger with its other hand. Peter was unable to do anything. All he could see now was the dark black ceiling above. Peter's legs had been cleanly cut off. The fear in CIA's heart only grew even more, as for a moment she felt like she had tricked herself. When she saw how Pio was somehow able to match the strength of the beast. She didn't know how, she didn't know why, but she felt like maybe they had a chance to get out of here alive. However, the beast was simply toying with them. The next attack from the beast was a lot faster than the previous one, and now Peter's legs had been completely detached from his body. It was a strange sight to see, as the beast was towering over Peter originally. Although his bladed hands were long, it seemed like the roots that were attached to the hard part of the creature could extend and retract. It was hard for her to confirm this theory of hers. Science, everything seemed to happen in an instant, and she was still trying to get over the shock. Even with her sprint spear inside the beast, it had little to no effect. She felt like her attacks were useless. The beast continued to walk forward, ignoring Peter on the ground. CIA then noticed that its body seemed to be facing in a certain direction. It had chosen its next target. It was looking at Logan. The suit's creation was almost done. It was mostly silver in color, matching that of the spiders. Unlike the previous one, which was quite large and bulky, looking almost mech-like, this one suited Logan's body shape and stature more. Only the last part remained, which was the head. Logan saw the beast coming towards him and decided to quickly place his body into the suit being made. He planned on allowing the spiders to complete the final part. On the top of his hands were 2 circular rings. Around the edge of the rings were small little metallic claws that looked similar to a tooth. "It's still not active," said Logan, looking at the circular rings. "The suit needs to be complete before I can do anything. Just a few more seconds." Taking another step, the beast suddenly felt something grabbing onto its leg. As it looked down, it could see the opponent that it had already defeated. Peter continued to grasp at the tree trunk-like leg as hard as he could. Once again, the beast looked down, this time when lifting up its arm, it started to extend above its own head. CIA realized that she was indeed not imagining things. The beast could retract and extend its limbs. As the beast swung downward, CIA squinted. She couldn't watch anymore. Still, she needed to. When she opened her eyes once again, Peter's arm had been removed from his body. "Peter," Logan said. The suit of armor had been completed. The suit was mostly silver in color, and the top helmet part covering the head was a single pane of glass going from the chin up to the top of the head. The chest was plated in a green metal, while the 2 circles on top of his hands were also outlined in green. "This won't be enough," Logan predicted after witnessing the fight between Peter and the beast. He had seen Peter fight in the VR game, and he could gauge his strength. There was still one more thing Logan needed. A weapon. A strange square-like device was attached to Logan's belt. He chucked the strange object on the floor, and it suddenly expanded into what looked like a large chest. Logan quickly grabbed some crystals from the chest. "Otherwise might think this is a waste, but our lives are on the line." After taking out the crystals, the device returned to its original size, and a robotic spider jumped up, retuning it around his waist. After placing the 2 crystals into the top part of his hand, the green-like circles started to glow. A female robotic voice sounded inside his head. 2 intermediate-tier crystals detected. An energy weapon is being generated. Still needs more time. Looks like it needs more time than I had previously predicted. That, or the worry inside me, is making me feel like this is taking forever, Logan said. The beast was now only a few meters away from Logan's position. The problem was, now that he knew the beast was able to extend its limbs, it was hard for him to gauge its true attack range distance. After analyzing his opponent, Logan felt like this suit was the best against it, but he was beginning to have second thoughts whether or not he had chosen the right decision. The suit he used most of the time was equally balanced when it came to power, defense, and speed. The suit he had formed now focused on attack power. After seeing what the creature looked like, he thought it was the best option. With a small body frame and arms for weapons, he wanted to fight fire with fire. However, now that he knew it had some range, perhaps something speed-oriented would have been better. The other problem was, the suit was pretty useless when it came to defense, and right now his weapon hadn't even finished forming. Just as Logan was planning to make a dash for it, a familiar voice shouted from behind the beast. "Hey! If you want to forget about me, you have to make sure you've killed me first," Peter shouted. As CIA turned her head to look at who was shouting, she was amazed. She rubbed her eyes a few times just to make sure she wasn't hallucinating. It was Pio. He was standing on his 2 feet, and his arm had been reached. She knew he had impressive regenerative abilities, but this was something out of this world. Inhuman almost. As Peter stood there, she noticed he had his hand over his belly. His regenerative powers were impressive, but he had used too much energy, and for the first time he felt hungry. He started having second thoughts that if he was to get this severely injured once more, then maybe he wouldn't be able to regenerate anymore. The beast turned and looked at Peter, tilting its body slightly to the side. It seemed confused. Its interest had been piqued, and once again he started to walk towards Peter. Although Peter had regenerated, he hadn't suddenly gotten stronger. If he was to face the creature again, it would just be the same outcome. As Peter saw it heading towards him, he was trying to decide what to do. Should I go for its legs? But it's too fast. Maybe I should run and attack. Just because its attack speed is fast doesn't mean its legs are fast. However, as Peter had finished that thought, the roots in its legs contracted, then pushed off the ground, propelling it forward like some type of spring. It was now directly in Peter's face in a matter of seconds. It swung its arm out and Peter could see the blade. With his reaction speed, he was able to react to the attack, but he could tell that he was just a little too late and the blade this time would chop his head off. "If only I was a little bit faster," Peter shouted. A fraction of a second was all he needed. He continued to duck down with all his might, and as he did, the sound of an object swinging fast through the air was heard. "My head. It's all right, it's still on me," Peter thought. When looking at the beast's body, spirit spears could be seen plunging deep inside of it. CIA, who had been watching from the side, was deeply confused. She looked closely at the spears that were inside the beast. They looked identical to her own. The only problem was, she wasn't the one who had thrown them. Those spirit spears hadn't come from her, which meant it could have only come from one person. She had seen the same thing happen before. "They say, heroes always arrive at the last second," Vorden said with a smile as he appeared out from one of the buildings with Layla standing by his side. "Your family member, Peter, race, white, is getting hungry." Seeing this message had brought back bad memories for Quinn. No longer did Quinn need to be fed. The only situation where he did was if he had been too injured, needing a new energy source to power his regenerative abilities. Quinn no longer got the EXP shared message and he started to fear the worst. Him and Fex had been walking around in a circle-like area and had covered almost half of the distance while walking around. It seemed like luck wasn't on his side and he had chosen the wrong direction. "Hey man, aren't we just walking in circles?" Fex complained. "The thing I see, I think it keeps moving," Quinn yelled back, lying about the situation. They were too far in around one direction. If they were to turn around and head back, it would only take longer. But with worry inside him for what was happening, he started to pick up the pace. After the first attack on Peter, the beast stood there slightly confused, not following up with a second attack. Using this opportunity, he quickly picked and shifted over and backed away from the creature. It didn't seem interested in following him, but this time with the spears that were stuck inside it. While doing this, he chose to head in the opposite direction of Vorden and Layla. They were both using long-range skills, and it wouldn't be good if the beast got close to them. When coming from the side of one of the buildings, the two of them had quickly assessed the situation. Seeing a humanoid creature, they knew the others were in danger. And when they saw Peter trying to confront the thing, they didn't have much time to think and needed to act straight away. "Layla, go check up on Logan and see if there's anything you can do to help," Vorden said. "It looks like Logan is preparing something, and right now, he's the strongest one here." Vorden still had not gotten the chance to gather much abilities. If he were to gauge himself, he was at one of his weakest moments right now. CIA's support ability was at level 4 and Layla's telekinesis ability was at level 2. Using Rattan he could power that up to level 6. Unfortunately, there was no way for him to get Peter's ability due to his cells being different. He could go up to Logan and it would be a huge power boost. He wouldn't know how to use their ability, but at least he could combine his amount of MC cells into one. The problem with that was that it required Syl to help. Without Quinn here, Syl seemed disinterested in the whole event. The only other time he would come out was the situation of the body being in danger. Looking at the creature in front of him, they would die before even finding out they were in danger. Not only that, but Peter needed Vorden's help. Based on the last attack, he had only come out alive by the skin of his teeth. "Vorden, we need to fight together." "No," Layla replied. "This time I'm not trying to be rude, but your attacks would do nothing, and would only get in the way. I'm afraid I'm only a little better than you in this situation. We need Logan," Vorden replied, gritting her teeth at hearing that she was weak once again. She ran off to the direction Logan was in. "Do you need any help?" she asked. "Energy weapon creation at 50%. I'm sorry, but there isn't much you or I can do. We just have to wait a little longer," Logan replied. Again, Layla had heard those words. There was nothing she could do, and it was true. While there were 2 spirit spears inside it, the beast tried to swing its hand mid-air. IT realized that for some reason its attack wasn't as fast as it usually would be. Continued to swing its arm downward. Then, the spirit blade's time had run out. As it swung its hand down it felt and looked faster than all of the over-attacks. Now that its speed had returned to normal, it looked up at Peter, ready to finish him off once again. It prepared its legs ready to spring into action once again, but just before it was about to set off, Vorden threw another one of the spirit spears, landing right in the back of the beast's legs. Another spear came out again. This time, the beast got out from his leading downward position and moved to avoid the spear. "It looks like he's figured it out," Vorden said. "This is the problem with high-level beasts." Now the beast was looking in Vorden's direction. "No, if they get rid of him, then I will have no support," said Peter. "I have to fight." Readying himself, he rushed forward. The beast continued to ignore Peter though, and it seemed like he was going to deal with the biggest annoyance first, which was Vorden. As his back was turned, something strange happened though. As it looked down, another spirit spear was stuck in its body. It was sure it was keeping an eye on the other boy. So where did the spear come from? "Pretty boy, you owe me a date after this one," CIA shouted. She had come out from the side of the house, and was now standing in the street. She wasn't confident that the attack would be able to land at the distance she was at, so she decided to come closer. Although she was scared, her mind was screwed on straight. If they wanted to live, they would all need to do their part. Before the beast could choose its target, Peter was already upon him and had thrown a fist against his solid body. The beast was shifted from his position a few inches back. "Did it not hurt him? How are we meant to kill this thing?" Peter said. As the beast went for the attack, 2 spirit spears were thrown from both sides. The beast moved instinctively, avoiding the spears now. Although none of the spears hit, it would stop the beast from being able to land an attack on Peter. The 2 continued to do this, while the whole situation was going on. Even with the beast's large body, the beast was able to avoid all of the spears thrown by the 2. It was starting to grow tired though, and without the others realizing it, it was inching its way towards one of them, storing the power in its legs until it got close enough. It managed to avoid more of the spears, then quickly contracting the roots of one of its legs, it sprung forward to the side. It didn't go for Vorden or Peter, it went for CIA. "Damn, why didn't I think of this?" Vorden said and slapped a hand over his face, annoyed at himself. It was a simple rule when fighting. In a situation like this, it would clearly get rid of the weakest and most annoying one first. Their distractions had only worked well so far thanks to both of them throwing the spears. Now with it coming straight towards her, the spear she had been throwing finally managed to hit. However, it was useless. 1 or 2 spears weren't going to do much in helping her fight against such a thing. She didn't have the crazy amount of experience Vorden did, and the reaction and speed Peter had. "If I'm going to die, I'm going to curse and look at what kills me right in the face," CIA shouted. As its bladed claw was about to reach out and stab her in the face, they were stopped mid-air in its tracks inches away from her face. "They say heroes arrive at the last second," Fex said, with his hands twitching, holding the strings using all of his strength. "Lame," Vorden muttered. "Doesn't he know I already said that?" At first, she thought that Fex had saved her, but on closer inspection when looking at the blade, a strange purple shadow substance could be seen around it. The blade had been stopped. If it had continued to move forward, it would have pierced her skull, almost showing no resistance. CIA once again could live to see what would happen in the next few moments, still unsure if she would live past today. However, what she was surprised about was who exactly had come to save her. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see a black-hair boy, pulling and twitching off to the side. What was his name again, Fex? CIA thought. Wasn't he a level 1? But she didn't stay long to find out. While the beast was stuck in place, she quickly ran off to where Layla and Logan were standing down the street a little away. As the beast saw its bladed arm being wrapped around by the strange shadow substance, while also being pulled by the strings, it was wondering just which one was affecting it more. For some reason, even though it was using all its strength, it was unable to move its arm forward to kill its target. It was something it had never experienced before. A whisper was suddenly heard in Peter's ear. "Go join the others," Quinn said. "You've fought enough, and if you get hurt again, who knows if you will survive." Peter looked to his side and could see Quinn standing there. He had already equipped all of his beast gear equipment on before coming over ready for a battle. Still, even he and Fex were unprepared for what they were facing. When looking at him, there was no joy on his face. It was dead serious, and Quinn was fully concentrating. "If you are in trouble, I won't hesitate to sacrifice myself," Peter said as he walked off to where the others were. Before leaving, Peter turned once again. "Quinn, it's strong." Looking at the beast, still curious about its movements, Quinn replied, "I know." New quest received. Defeat the king of the underground city. King Tier Beast. Lickmorn. The town has been left behind, and in its empty place, the beasts began to take over. Amongst the many, eventually, a single creature took over, calming the seat and title of king. The others do his bidding as he protects the treasure located in the tower. Quest reward unknown. Peter didn't need to say anything, for as soon as Quinn had seen the strange beast, the system had immediately activated a quest for him. It had been a while since the system automatically gave him a task, usually when it would appear when he faced a strong opponent of some sort. This also happened when he was to face Leo. He found it strange that nothing had come up for the advanced tier beast. But it was probably because the system didn't deem it as special enough for the planet they were on. What interested Quinn about this strange quest was, for the first time, it seemed to tell a little bit about how the creature came to be. Is it because of the area we are in? Maybe it is related to the vampires and not the Dalki after all. The information also revealed that it had been acting as a guard for the tower. If such a strong beast was guarding it and it had stayed underground, Quinn couldn't even begin to imagine what it was trying to protect. Lastly, the quest reward for defeating the beast. Even when going against Leo, there was a clear quest reward and instant level up. For some reason, though, this one was hidden. He didn't know why, but the fact that it was hidden only made him want to find out what it was more. The real problem was, though, could they beat it? A king tier beast. He started to think back about all the students going up against the advanced tier beats, and even with 50 of them they were unable to kill such a thing. The ones that were left able to fight on were Fex, Vorden, himself, and Logan. But it seemed like Logan was still busy with something else. CIA was out of it and would no longer be any use. The difference between this fight and the one earlier was Fex and Quinn would be willing to display their full powers. CIA could always be hypnotized for later, and even if she couldn't, the lives of all of them were more important than one. The beast was no longer curious about the strange shadow and strings, and pulled its arm back out of the shadow. Seeing this, Quinn quickly returned it to himself. There was one great advantage to them being underground. Quinn's shadow powers were stronger. Even with the artificial light source from Logan, just being in a darker environment increased the distance of his shadows. It was only because of this he was able to use it a distance away from himself. As the beast moved its hand, Fex for the first time could feel its enormous strength. What? He wasn't this strong before, was he? Fex said, as his hand started to ache holding onto the strings. Does this mean Quinn's shadow was doing most of the work? He could hold on no longer on, and it was just the waist. It seemed like the beast was moving just fine with or without his strings. I need to help them, Vorden said. Vorden was now standing by the other side. The 5 of them had gone to hide behind a building, out of the street and out of the way of what was about to go down. 70% of energy weapon has been created. Whatever Logan was doing, it looked like it still wasn't ready yet, and he couldn't join the fight just yet. Logan, do you mind if I touch you? Vorden asked. Even if you do copy my ability. It's not like others. Logan explained. You won't be able to get a clear grasp, and the ability itself is pretty useless, honestly. It was only because I was able to implement it with my brains I was able to come up with a use. Not saying you don't have brains, of course, but you understand. Logan, stop rambling and trust me. Noticing that Vorden was trustworthy, and had come with ideas so far, Logan decided to put a bit of faith in him. Part of the suit that was covering the arm shifted upward, as the suit broke down into the hundreds of little spiders. And the two had touched hands. With that, Vorden started to move. He didn't go onto the street like the others thought he would. Instead, he went through the buildings down the side looking for the perfect spot. His aim was never to use Logan's ability, but only wanted the MC cells that came with it. He had already used a large amount throwing out spears constantly. Still, with Logan's level 8 ability, he had to have a large amount. Not only that, but if he could get Ratton or Syl to fight, they would be able to combine the other abilities, making a spirit spear above a level 8 ability. The level 4s didn't do much, but surely this would have an effect. The only problem was, the beast was now cautious against the spears, so Vorden wanted to get in the perfect location, waiting for the right time. Sometimes, when the ability level was higher, it would also consume more MC points with each use of the ability. There was no time for testing, and no second chances against a foe like this. This is crazy, CIA shouted. Why are the 2 level 1s, the weakest in our team, out there fighting? Are they idiots? Are they trying to get themselves killed? She yelled. Suddenly, a hand had come towards her face, and the right side of her cheek was stinging. When she looked at who had just slapped her, she could see Layla was the one who had done it. It's because of those idiots that you're even alive, Layla shouted. Layla? What do you mean? CIA asked, holding her face. As CIA looked closely, she could see a dark purple shadow emitting from Quinn's back. Those 2 level 1s are the strongest level 1s you will ever see. The beast seemed to be cautious about the 2 opponents in front of it. It didn't know why, but it felt like they were different to the ones before it. The presence emitting form, these 2 were similar to the boy it had thought before. Still, it wasn't entirely the same. Although it wasn't showing on his face, Fex was worried. There were 2 main reasons for this. They were going up against a king-tier beast. Fex struggled to fight an advanced tier beast on his own. He wasn't yet at the point he could deal with a king tier. If only I had a puppet, maybe we would have better chances, he thought. This was the second problem. His ability, his family training, mostly focused on using a puppet as a fighting tool. Of course, they trained their own bodies and strengths, but only the full potential and fighting power of the Sujin's family would come out when they were also using a puppet. He had finally found the perfect person, Erin, but now that she had gone, there was no one else that interested him, or he felt like would be the right fit. As they stood there, Fex moved his finger slightly as he threw out a needle with a string attached. It was so thin it couldn't be seen by the human eye. Once the string was attached to the beast's leg, he would pull with his strength and the 2 of them would go in for the attack. However, before the string had even reached the beast, it threw its bladed hand down, cutting the invisible piece of string. Fex gulped at this sight. That's not normal. That string is nearly as hard as steel. It shouldn't be that easy to break. My strings are basically useless against this guy. With no puppet, and his sharp blades I can't do anything. So I can only rely on my vampire abilities. Fex knew that none of his mind control and charm-like abilities would work on such a powerful creature, which meant they would have to deal with it the old-fashioned way. He looked at Quinn, who stood to his right, with his shadow shifting protecting him. It seemed like Quinn didn't quite know what to do either. "Arg!" Fex shouted as he charged in. "Quinn, I'll attack and you cover me with the shadow." Although Quinn didn't agree with the plan, it was already too late as Fex was charging in. In Fex's mind, he was the faster, more skillful fighter of the two. All he needed was Quinn to use the shadow to block the attacks he couldn't see, and he was hoping that would be enough. While charging forward, Fex threw out blood swipes. Seeing this, the beast, they swung its own hand blades at such an incredible speed, it looked like it had managed to create its own wind strike pressure that clashed with the blood swipes. Quinn followed closely behind, and it was a good thing he did, as the beast continued to swing its arms about, causing a flurry of swipes. From behind Fex, a few more blood swipes had followed. He didn't need to ask where they had come from. "It looks like you're better back up than I thought," Fex said. Using the shadow, Quinn blocked some of the attacks, while also using the blood swipe of his own. The two of them continued to attack while pushing forward. It took the two of them using their blood swipes, including Quinn using his shadow, to match the speed of attacks coming from the King tier beats, and currently they were at a stalemate. Watching from the side, CIA's mouth was left wide open. What? Who are these guys, their abilities? They look the same, and how are they able to go toe-to-toe with a King tier beast? Layla didn't say anything back, as it was pointless, as her memory would soon be wiped off the whole thing anyway. Although they were able to match the power and speed of the King tier's attacks, they couldn't keep this up forever. In a way, using the blood-type attacks drained their life force, and they would eventually run out of energy. When looking at the beast, the same couldn't be said for it. Not only that, but Quinn's MC points were deteriorating fast. He tried using the shadow to block as little as possible. With every block, the shadow would get damaged, causing him to use up his MC. The attacks were just too powerful. Knowing this, the two of them pushed forward. "Quinn, charge in!" Fex shouted. "Blood shield!" A wide barrier of blood was lifted from the ground, blocking the incoming attacks. Quinn didn't hesitate and went off to the side. Wind walk activated. Using his extra speed from his intermediate boots, he tried charging in from the side. Blood crescent kick. It was too risky trying to get in close. It was likely it would notice Quinn by then. Even with the attacks coming towards it, it did nothing to block them. The two attacks had landed on the beast, yet not a mark was left on it. That was one of my most powerful attacks. There was only one thing left for Quinn to try. One of the beast's arms extended outward, aiming straight for him. Flash step. The blow was avoided, and the blood hammer was in preparation. A normal hammer strike was likely to do nothing against a beast like this. If he wanted to hurt it, he needed his most powerful strike. In the middle of his preparation for the strike, the tree route extended arm had turned around and extended, following Quinn's position. After only a few motions of the blood hammer, he needed to cancel it and avoid the blow. His shadow would move to slow, so he only had one option. Flash STE. Quinn tried to execute the flash step, but for the first time he was too slow. Tilting his head to the side and kicking his feet of the ground, he managed to block the attack using his shoulder. The blade pierced through him easily, and now he was attached to the beast via its extended root arm. 60/80 HP. Although Fex wanted to help Quinn, he knew it would be a waste, and there was the opportunity to strike. Fex, using his great speed, had managed to get within striking distance of the beast. An uppercut fist that was encased in blood was aiming towards the beast's belly. It was an attack Quinn had never seen before. It was also the strongest attack that Fex had when combining his martial arts with his vampire skills. "You damn tree fall!" he shouted as he plunged his fist right into the center of its belly. Vibrations and pressure of wind came out from the attack, and the beast had been moved a foot back as it slightly hurled and arched its back forward. "Yes, they got an attack in," Layla cheered. "No," Logan said. It's too early to celebrate. The beast stood upright and lifted its arm that was attached to Quinn. The two were lifted up high a few meters up in the air before it used a strong force, slamming him down into one of the buildings off to the side. The building crumbled down on top of Quinn's body as he was thrown down. "Quinn!" Vex shouted. It was clear the attack was a powerful one, and even he wasn't sure if he would have made out alive. Still, there wasn't much chance for him to worry. The beast retracted its arm from the fallen building, and now was focused on Vex. The attacks coming towards him were at close range, and it took every bit of energy and skill for Vex to dodge all the blows. With each strike, he managed to avoid most of the attacks. Still, the edge of the beast's bladed arm would scratch Vex. These weren't shallow cuts either. Some of them were quite deep. "He's fast, but just not fast enough," Layla said, from the crumbled building off to the side. One of the larger slabs of walls were pushed to the side. The dust started to settle and Quinn could be seen underneath it, covered in wounds and blood. Most of his bones had been broken, and it was painful to even lift his body up. 12/80 HP. Blood bank activate. He had no choice and needed to use the blood bank to heal most of the serious wounds. As his body started to recover, he watched Vex amazingly dodge the beast's fast attacks. Using his imagination, Quinn pictured himself in Vex's situation and he would have been dead by now with his own speed. The fight continued on and a pool of blood could be seen underneath his 2 feet. The wounds were taking a toll on him as he started to slow down. In the middle of the fight, Vex was starting to lose hope. Even if he was faster, more skillful, it meant nothing. His strongest attack was unable to hurt the beast. For a king-tier beast to do anything, they would need at least an advanced tier weapon, and even then it would unluckily be able to do much damage. "Am I really going to die because of this ugly monster?" Vex thought. Quinn felt the same way. His intermediate tier gauntlets just wasn't going to be enough to hurt the king tier's body. Vex continued to dodge, and as he was in the middle of his thoughts, a strange green beam of light could be seen from his side. "Duck!" Instinctively, Vex reacted to the words and ducked his body down. The green beam of light carried on moving forward and went straight through the beast's body. "Energy weapon has been completed. Looks like it was a success," Logan said. As for the first time during the fight, black blood was trickling down from the wound. For the first time since the fight had started, the king-tier beast had finally bled. Just when Vex felt like all was lost, a strange green energy of light came out and plunged into the beast's upper body. Although Vex was unaware of what had happened, Quinn, who had emerged from the rubble, managed to catch everything with his own 2 eyes. Quinn was still injured. His wounds were worse than usual, and even with the use of the blood bank, his body this time would take a while to heal. He had used the blood bank completely and it was now empty. It had brought him up to 62 to 80 of his HP. Healing this much would allow him to continue in the fight. He still also had the flask that was given to him by Vex, but looking out how badly injured Vex was, he hesitated about using it. He was debating whether the blood in the flask should be used on Vex instead. It was his own after all, and he didn't have a blood bank. That was clear after looking at how damaged his body was during the fight. As Vex's legs were wobbling and his speed was slowing down, from the side came in a short man who was in a silver and green suit. "Logan," Quinn thought, but this suit looked different from the others he had seen. On top of his arms were beams of energy shaped like sharp daggers. They looked similar to an ancient weapon known as a catter. "Engage maximum system output," Logan said as he thrust his fist forward. The catter-like weapon suddenly grew longer. The green energy had extended and went right through the beast's solid body. "Vex, I'm going to need your help," Logan said as he pulled out the energy blade from the beast. Logan knew this wasn't going to be enough. Suddenly, the beast's attention was on Logan, the person who had injured him. All Vex wanted to do right now was rest, but just from looking at Logan he knew they couldn't rely on him. The beast went in for an attack from above, and Logan went to block with the energy blade, but when Vex looked at both of them it looked like watching a tortoise and hare race against each other. They now had the power and the weapon to injure the beast but not the speed. Logan was too slow. Seeing this, using his last bit of energy, Fex pivoted and shifted himself using all his strength to dash forward. With his shoulder in front, he barged Logan out of the way, allowing him to avoid the strike. The blade continued to go down, and although it didn't hit its original target, it still managed to hit Fex between his neck and shoulder. "Kill the damn thing!" Fex screamed as more blood was dripping down his arm. "Energy blade! Maximum output!" Logan shouted, and at the same time one of the energy blades seemed to respond. It grew twice in size and Logan slashed down with all his strength. It went through the beast's side and the sound of something falling to the ground was heard. The green jade-like arm had been detached from its body, and black blood was now pouring out from the wound. "What is that?" CIA asked, amazed at what was happening. "I've never seen a weapon like that before. If he had stuff like that was so effective, why doesn't everyone use it?" On the other hand, Layla, who was standing next to her, didn't have the same look of amazement on her face. Her forehead was wrinkled as she was in deep concern. The green blade that had just been used had fizzled out and now Logan only carried one on his arm. "I thought this was the case," Layla said. "I've seen one of these before. Or to be more precise, I learned about this before. It's another way to use the beast crystal that was discontinued by the military." "Discontinued? But why?" CIA asked. "As you can see, by using crystals as a raw form of energy, one is able to create something called an energy blade. The problem is, all of its energy is coming from the crystal and it needs a constant output to support it. Using the raw energy rather than mixing it with other materials creates a more powerful weapon. But this means two things. First, the weapon isn't permanent. Once all the energy from the crystal has been used, the weapon will disappear. This also means that the weapon strength will vary depending on how much energy is used when attacking. Because of these reasons, the military decided that it was much more practical to use the crystal core to create beast weapons rather than energy weapons. Energy weapons were fine for the low-end use, when using a basic tier or intermediate crystal, but anything above would be a waste. For someone like Logan, intermediate crystals weren't too hard for him to come by. He could always just purchase them online on the marketplace. The problem was anything above that. Past the advanced tier crystal, there weren't many people who sold them. This was even true for the advanced tier crystals. Instead, people would post requests, asking others to obtain a specific type of crystal for them. The problem was, Logan had not anticipated needing more than 2 intermediate crystals on a trip like this. It wasn't exactly something people freely carried around with them either. "It looks like the attack was a success," Logan said. With the black blood continuing to drop from the beast's wound, it decided to retreat for the first time, leaping back. Fex wanted to chase after the thing, but when he took a step forward, his wounds seemed to have gotten the better of him, as he went down to one knee, just stopping himself from collapsing on the floor. "I'm more hurt than I thought." There was no point for Logan to give chase either. The energy blade was just that, a blade of energy. Unlike traditional beast gear, it didn't give any extra stats to the user, and the suit he was wearing didn't either. If he was to chase the beast, he wouldn't catch up to the thing in a million years. Suddenly, the beast's wound started to bleed less. It looked like some vine-like structures were starting to cover over the wound. Next, from the wound a little stump was starting to grow. Am I imagining things? Or is that thing starting to get smaller? Layla asked, still looking from the side of the street. You're right, Peter replied, still having his hand hover over his belly. At the same time, he was looking at CIA in a slightly different way. I never got an order not to hurt her today, right? Peter thought. The group wasn't imagining things. As the stump started to grow, it looked like it was forming another hand. At the same time, the beast was getting smaller in size, as if he was taking his mass from one area and placing it in another. When it was all done, the beast once again had two-bladed limbs that shined like jade. Only now it was roughly the same height as a regular human. Looks like we're going to have to go for round 2. Fex groaned out as he lifted himself off the ground. He knew that without his help Logan wouldn't be able to do much. He was their attacker, their damage dealer, and he needed to protect him if they wanted to kill the beast. Why don't you lie back down? A voice said from his side, as he felt a hand also touch down on his shoulder. "Quinn? But how?" Fex asked. Vampires had supernatural healing abilities, but for serious life-threatening wounds, the use of blood would be needed. If the wound was bad but not life-threatening, they would eventually heal up but get hungry in the process. But what was strange about Quinn was how quick he had healed. Did he use the flask? Quinn's body had healed. He wasn't quite at full health, but he was able to fight once again. "We can talk about that later," Quinn replied while handing the flask back to Fex. "Take it, heal up." "I guess my guess was wrong," Fex thought. It was tempting for Fex, but in the end he refused again. "No, Quinn, not to be rude, but you're too slow to go against something like this, and there might actually be a use and another way for us to get out of this mess if I don't use it. You keep it." What Fex had said was correct. Quinn knew that with his speed he would be hit left and right from the beast. His shadow was strong but not quick enough to catch up. "Don't worry about that," Quinn said. She walked forward. "Are you sure you would like to add all 6 points to agility?" Points added. 26. Plus 4, agility. Before trying to hand over the flask to Fex, Quinn had taken a tiny drop of blood, giving him 1 more point in agility. Then, using the remaining points from leveling up, he decided to put everything in one area. Finally, there were also the intermediate boots he was wearing, bringing his total agility up to 30. And also, burning him up to a new level of speed. The speed was at the same level as a vampire Nobel. When Quinn said these words, Fex could feel his confidence. He wanted to say he was crazy for trying to take on such a monster when he could barely dodge its attacks. But for some reason, with his tone of voice and the air around him, it felt like something in Quinn had changed compared to him a few moments ago. "Who are you really? Is this the difference between the Punishers and the rest of us?" So far, Fex had multiple guesses about who Quinn really was, but all of them seemed to be missing the mark. Everything just didn't go together yet. Still, just in case, Fex went off to the side and leaned up against the building wall. Ham, who had been flying and hovering in the air for most of the time, came swooping down. "Ham, if I don't come back from this, I want you to go back to the others. Don't stay here," Fex ordered. "What do you mean?" Ham replied. "I know the wounds are bad, but you should eventually heal from this, right?" As Ham said those words, he started to look at the wounds. Although they would take a while to fully heal, it was obvious if the healing process had started or not, as the bleeding should have already stopped. But from the multiple cuts that were mainly on his upper body and arms, blood was still seeping out. "Master, are you doing this on purpose?" Fex didn't reply, but it was clear that this was his answer. Ham wanted to complain. He had been with Fex since he could remember, but he had to do whatever Fex told him to. "And what about the other vampire? If I return, do you want me to inform them about him?" Ham asked. While at the school, Fex's state of mind had changed a lot. At first, he wanted to get close to Quinn as a scapegoat if his family ever came to get him. He still had that in his plans, but during their short time together, they had done many things together, and Fex had honestly never had a more interesting and fun time with someone. "Leave it, what Quinn does is none of our business," Fex replied. Both Logan and Quinn now stood a few meters apart from the smaller version of the king-tiered beast that they had gone up against. "Logan, I want you to stay behind me. When I give the call, I want you to attack with all that you have," Quinn said. For the first time, Quinn seemed to be taking the leadership role, something that Logan had done previously. Still, Logan wasn't complaining. He didn't know what Quinn had up his sleeve, but he had known him long enough to trust him. Quinn's shadow before was continuously shifting around his body. Usually, he did these series of actions as a form of protection for himself. Of course, he only did something like this when there was a fight. This time he had the shadow in a ball-like shape hovering above his shoulder. Against the king-tiered beast, it was useless to use as a defensive measure. Its attacks were too fast for him to move the shadow in the right position. If it couldn't be used for defense, then it was better off being used as an attack. The beast had waited long enough. Instead of charging in as it would usually do, it decided to swing out its bladed arm and stretch it out from the side. Right now, Quinn was standing directly in front of Logan. With this attack, it was clear that its target was Logan standing behind Quinn. Even if he did trust Quinn, just to make sure Logan raised up the energy blade, knowing his suit wouldn't be able to handle an attack. "You're not the only one that can do something like that," throwing out a blood swipe and then grabbing it quickly with his shadow. Quinn had made his shadow scythe. He swung it down from above, hoping to hammer it down before it reached Logan. Knowing the strength of the previous blood swipe, the beast chose to ignore it and continued on with its attack. The blood swipe from before would have shattered and not even affected the path of its attack, only slightly slowing it down. Bang! Like a hammer coming down on a nail, the scythe managed to knock the tree root arm, pinning it into the ground. "That attack wasn't that strong last time?" Fex said, seeing this. It hadn't been too long since they fought. In that amount of time, Quinn had leveled up a few times as well as gained a few samples of blood from others. I just... CIA was at a loss for words. She had experienced too many surprises with this group so far. They were all monsters. "Can you do something like that?" CIA asked Layla. So far she seemed to be the only normal one of the group. But she remembered that she had thought the same with Quinn, thinking he was normal, and after being proven wrong, she felt like it could happen again. "As I said, they saved your life earlier. These guys are amazing." As she said those words, she too wished she would be able to take part in the fight, rather than just stand by the side. Seeing that the beast was targeting Logan and not himself, Quinn knew he needed to do something. Wind Walk activated. Activating his boots and dashing forward, he traveled at a speed that had never been achieved by him before. In an instant, he had nearly covered the entire distance and was now directly in front of the beast. Punching the beast as hard as it could in the stomach, Quinn was hoping to make some sort of impact, but it didn't even budge. As its other hand retracted back, it started swinging away, attacking him in the same way as it did with Fex. Only the result this time was different. Every strike was avoided. When Fex faced the beast, he was able to avoid the critical blows, but he would still suffer some hits here and there. With Quinn, it was different. He was able to avoid each of the strikes cleanly, not getting a scratch on him. This speed. Did he really hide his strength? Just how? Fex was now even more confused than before. Everything that was happening right now didn't make sense. Why fake being hurt? Why risk being attacked by such a strong beast, and how when only moments ago, Quinn was unable to avoid the strike. But at this moment, he was able to perfectly evade every strike. His speed even surpassed Fex's at this moment. When improving Quinn's stats, each time it went up by 10, there was a significant improvement, and even he could feel this. From 18 to 19 in a stat point, although there was a difference, it was barely noticeable, but going from 19 to 20. The change could be felt and was tremendous. Being able to just dodge the attacks wasn't going to be enough. Whenever an opening appeared, Quinn tried his best to throw out a punch, but the beast's reflexes were just as fast as its attacks, being able to easily block Quinn's attacks or even move out of the way. Blood Hammer was still the strongest skill in Quinn's arsenal, but it took quite a long time to perform. However, the hammer strike with his increased speed could be performed fast enough. He just needed to know how to land the attack. While dodging the attacks, Quinn thought hard. The other problem was his stamina wouldn't be able to keep up. Then, an idea hit him while looking at the beast's movements. Right now, he was facing a humanoid-type beast. Not only that, but it was one that had some level of intelligence as well. With this in mind, Quinn threw out a punch from above. Using his speed, he threw out one after another. The first attack was blocked, and when the beast saw the second one, it twisted its body slightly to avoid the blow. Then, something strange had happened. It had blocked one punch and dodged the other, yet, a third hand had come out and hit the beast right on the temple of its rounded head. From the outside, the others were just as confused as the beast, because to them, it looked like the beast had moved into Quinn's attack. "Looks like the phantom punch is a success," said Quinn with a smile. Deeply confused by what just happened, the others thought it must have been a mistake on the beast's part. Perhaps Logan's attack had hurt it more than they thought, and now its movements weren't as swift as before. The only one that knew what had happened was Quinn himself. He used the phantom punch. This was an attack that would only work on humanoid creatures with a certain level of intelligence. Quinn wasn't so sure if it would really work, but it was obvious that it worked and was incredibly useful in the battle. Those with high intelligence wouldn't be tricked by the phantom punch. At the same time, beasts whose intelligence were far too low wouldn't even recognize the trick in the first place. This was the reason why the phantom punch wouldn't work on most beasts. However, it seemed like the beast in front of him was perfect for the phantom punch. The level of intelligence was enough for it to be tricked, but not high enough to recognize that it was being tricked. The standoff between the two continued, with Quinn avoiding most of the blows cleanly, and whenever an opening revealed itself, Quinn would throw multiple punches mixing in a phantom punch in between. Once again, another blow landed, this time on the beast's neck just above its chest. Again, is the beast starting to slow down? CIA thought. But watching closely, Fex could see that the beast hadn't slowed down at all. Its movements were still as fast as ever, so what was happening? It was simply incomprehensible. Eventually, the tide was starting to turn. As Quinn continued on with the fight, he started to be the aggressor more often, hiding his phantom punches in between the ordinary jabs. The outsiders felt as if the beast was the one on the defensive and that it was delivering itself onto the path of Quinn's attacks. It would constantly dodge and lean onto Quinn's fists. Then, instead of dodging, the beast decided to block the upcoming attack. Lifting its arm, it covered its rounded head, but with its movements, Quinn took the opportunity to send a blow to its stomach. At this point, Fex finally understood what was happening. It's got to be the phantom punch. I can't think of anything else. He's mixing it with the ordinary jabs and hooks. But who taught him the phantom punch and when? He was just in the school with me? Or could it be that the other vampire is teaching him in the school again? Even with all these points, and even if Quinn did have a teacher that was in the school, it didn't explain the crazy amount of time it had taken him to learn such a skill. Now, Fex was starting to feel frightened. Before it was amazing, but every time he saw Quinn get stronger, a strange feeling overcame him. Before he was sure he was always stronger than him. Now though, he couldn't say for sure. It was as if he was looking at two different people. The punches continued to descend like a waterfall, and now it looked like the beast was getting bullied. The monster that they were all afraid of just a few moments ago was getting punched left and right by Quinn. I was wrong, CIA said. I can't believe I thought he was useless. I'm sorry, Layla. I now understand why you got mad. As Layla watched Quinn, even she hadn't expected something like this from him. Although the tides had turned in the fight, with Quinn being able to attack the beast several times, it was having no effect on it whatsoever. The blows didn't leave any wounds or marks, and it had barely moved from its original position due to Quinn's attacks. It has to be doing something, Quinn thought, otherwise why would the beast attempt to block the attacks? Still, he wasn't doing enough damage, and if he continued on like this, his stamina would run out before the beast. Looks like I have to use the hammer strike after all, Quinn thought. There was still a problem though. The hammer strike may be quicker than the blood hammer, but it was still far too slow for the beast. Another phantom punch was delivered to the stomach. As the beast went to block the attack, a flash step was performed, and Quinn was now standing directly behind the beast. The movements of the hammer strike had started, and the beast attempted to turn around. As it did all of this, its movements slowed down, and its feet got stuck in the place where it was standing. It hadn't noticed that during the fight, Quinn had moved his shadow down to the beast's feet. Holding it in place, the plan was never to keep the beast there. He knew it wouldn't hold it back long enough, but it was enough time for him to perform the hammer strike. Placing his foot down and pulling one arm back, he snapped the other one out, hitting the beast right in the center. For the first time, it had been lifted into the air, and when it landed, the beast stumbled, struggling to stand on its 2 feet. Logan, get ready, Quinn shouted. Maximum output, Logan shouted, and his final catter-like weapon doubled in size. The beast was now recovering. It was starting to lift itself off the floor. The attack was effective, but not good enough. Afraid that it might move and avoid the decisive blow, Quinn reacted fast. Shadow Void. A bubble-like space was created in an instant. It was the same as the Shadow Void from before, but this one was a lot smaller. It also didn't encase Quinn and Logan, but only went around the beast. This would stop the beast from running away and would buy them a little bit of time that they needed. "Attack now," Quinn ordered. Logan was slightly confused at what was going on. After all, Quinn was displaying several different skills that he had never seen before. After seeing what he was able to do against the beast so far, he decided to listen and swung down at the bubble-like space, where he last saw the beast. At just the right time, Quinn prepared himself. He planned on canceling Shadow Void at the right time to allow Logan's attack to land on the beast. Cancel Shadow. While in the middle of canceling the skill, the Shadow Void had broken itself. This was also an expected result. Logan continued to lunge forward with his large energy catter. But he noticed something strange. In the short amount of time it was in the Shadow Void, its appearance had completely changed. The green roots that covered and formed the muscle structure of the beast were now glowing slightly red. When looking at them, it looked as if all of the roots were flowing with energy. They were pulsating, and something could be seen flowing all throughout its body. "Did I wait too long?" Vorden said as he watched from a window up high, in a building nearby. He was still waiting for the perfect opportunity, so he never threw the spirit spear. It was too hard for him to find that opportunity since both Quinn and the beast were just too fast for him to see. But right now, Vorden could tell what had happened to the beast. It was now in rage mode, something only beasts at a higher tier could do. When they felt a danger or their life was jeopardized, a beast could go into a rage mode. With this, the maximum amount of energy from the crystal inside them would pump around their body. Beasts rarely went into this mode, due to the fact they could only go into it once. If all the energy from the crystal was used up while in rage mode, they would die and no longer exist. It was a move only used in desperate times. The other problem was if a beast was killed while it was in rage mode, the crystal obtained from it would be useless. Travelers would often try their best to defeat the beast before it ever entered rage mode. It was clear, though, a beast in rage mode was a lot stronger. Even with his help and the new and improved Quinn, Vorden was unsure if they could beat it. The catter continued to thrust forward. When seeing this, the beast knocked the weapon away, shattering it as its attack collided against the weapon. Lifting its legs out, it extended it like a fast piston, hitting Logan in the stomach. Flung back in the air, Logan was thrown several feet down the street. As he was chucked through the air, several of the spiders that made up the suit seemed to fall onto the ground as well. They had been damaged, beyond what they were capable of withstanding, and could no longer be used. "Why? Does the world really want us all dead?" Layla said. Fex, seeing this, was sure now. He had made the right decision. He had been suppressing it this whole time, but with the blood loss, his lust had grown to the maximum. Purposely not healing himself, Fex had done this as a last resort, and it was time to use it. Slowly his body was starting to change, his muscles were bulging, his skin shrinking, and his hair was falling off from the top of his head. Ham flew away from his master, looking back at what Fex had become. He had a sad look on his face. "So, you really did transform," watching from slightly above everyone else. Vorden had the best view of what was going on down below. The two girls along with Peter were at the opposite end of the street, hid between two buildings. Their heads were tilted around the side. It was quite away from the fight, but still close enough so they could see everything. Vorden himself was in a building but was on the 4th floor, looking out from a window. One of the light balls that Logan had shot out earlier was hanging from the very top of the same building. Carefully, he watched the whole field of what was going on. He needed to see and wait for the right moment to strike. At one point when Logan had attacked the beast, he thought that was the right time. Him and Ratton had switched places and Ratton was ready to throw the spirit spear. Just before doing so, Ratton informed Vorden of something. With the use of MC cells from both Logan and CIA, Vorden right now had one of the strongest support abilities out there. What they found out was now with a higher level of the support ability came more options. CIA's ability limited her to creating only one spear at a time. This limit was still there even with the increase of power, but there were a couple of differences. More MC cells could be put into the spirit spear, creating a more powerful spear. How long or what the effects were, they couldn't tell until the spear was thrown. Once they obtained this information, Vorden felt like it was best to create a stronger spear, one as strong as possible. They might only have one chance at this. The more powerful the attack when using an ability, the more MC cells it would use. As he continued to watch from above, his heart started to sink. A strange feeling came over him and sweat started to run from his forehead. The beast had just gone into rage mode, but that wasn't the reason Vorden was worried. It was because there was something else down there with them that had brought back bad memories. Fex, who was leant up against one of the buildings, was no longer there. Or at least was no longer himself. Instead, the sight of what was known as a bloodsucker was there instead. It looked nearly identical to the time he had faced Quinn back on the red portal planet. There were a few differences, but the horrifying creature brought back memories. That day, Syl had saved his life fighting against the bloodsucker, and in his place, Ian was killed. When Quinn was the beast, there was no telling friend from foe. Vorden had kept silent so far, not wanting to reveal his position to the beast. But as he saw the bloodsucker moving towards Quinn, he needed to shout out. "Quinn, behind you!" Vorden shouted. Quinn had his eyes dead set ahead, looking at the beast. He was also concerned about Logan, who had been hit. But when hearing the worry in Vorden's voice, he knew it was urgent. As he turned his head, a bald-headed, muscle-bound creature was seen. The claws on its hands had widened. If it wasn't for the clothes that it was wearing, Quinn would have never known it was Fex. "What is that?" Quinn said. "Is it some type of vampire transformation?" As he looked into Fex's eyes, there was no longer any white in them. It was completely black. No emotion was felt from them. "Is he even still sane? Don't you remember?" the system said. "He has turned into a bloodsucker." After hearing the system say those words, Quinn briefly remembered when he hadn't consumed blood for a few days. His own transformation had begun. A message appeared before his mind went to black saying his transformation into a bloodsucker had been completed. Did he do this willingly? Quinn asked. Perhaps, for a vampire to turn into a bloodsucker, they must have an immense amount of thirst. The system explained. My guess is, when he was wounded from the beast, he suppressed his healing abilities, allowing the blood to continue to drain from his body. When enough blood had poured out, he allowed his body to heal, using the last bit of his energy. Once the healing process was completed and his powers had been used, his thirst was at its maximum. It's a risky thing to do. If you allow too much blood to leave your body, and your wounds aren't able to heal, then it could be life-threatening. I'm surprised this young boy knew how to do such a thing. Vampires aren't often taught this, for a bloodsucker doesn't even see its own kind as a friend, which would suggest he really is an important figure. Perhaps the son of one of the vampire heads. Although the explanation was interesting for Quinn, he didn't have much time to think about it. For right now he was stuck between the two of them. On one side was the raged king-tier beast, and the other a bloodsucker. Quinn didn't know which one was more troublesome. When Quinn turned into a bloodsucker, all his stats were doubled. But his health was halved and he was unable to use his vampire skills. He looked to his left, he looked to his right, waiting for one of them to make their first movement. At the same time, the bloodsucker and beast dashed forward. Damn it, Shadow Cloak, Quinn said. From his feet the shadow rised up and suddenly, Quinn had vanished from the sight of the other two. However, it didn't seem like either one of them was interested in him. As Quinn hurried to escape from the area, the two of them clashed in the center of the street. The bloodsucker swiped its claw, while the beast threw out its bald arm. As the two clashed, the power between the two of them was so strong it looked as if ripples were being created in the air. At first Quinn wanted to go check up on Logan and pull him off to the side to see if he was okay. But when he looked at where Logan was last seen, he was no longer there. Peter had already dragged his body from the street and brought him over to the two girls. Although they didn't have to do much, Logan had already removed the helmet part of his suit. His mouth had blood trickling down from the side, and where he was wounded by the beast's foot. The miniature robotic spiders were working away, patching him up here and there. They could fix the external wounds but not the internal. It was clear Logan could no longer fight. instead of going over to where the others were while the other two were busy fighting. Quinn decided to stay quite close to the fight. He was learning a lot from the fight. When watching originally, their speed was so great Quinn couldn't keep up. To the others, they were nearly unable to see anything, apart from once in a while, where there would be a standoff of power. As the fight continued, Quinn was able to clearly see each attack made by the two of them. Although they looked wild and random, as attacks came rushing out from both of them, it looked like it wasn't the case at all. A lot of Fex's original martial arts moves were still involved. And the beast it too was picking its spots carefully, making it tricky for Fex to get a clean strike in. One thing was clear though, if Quinn was to fight either one of them the way he was now he would be finished in an instant. Still, he chose to stay close and learning from the fight wasn't the only reason. From the back of his mind there was one thing he kept thinking about. The quest. The reward of the quest was sure to help him grow and in the future. Not only did Quinn want the experience points for killing the king-tier beast but he also wanted the quest reward. Most likely, if Quinn wasn't the one to deal the finishing blow, it wouldn't count the quest as completed. While the beast was in its rage mode, there was only one attack that could do any type of damage and that was the blood hammer. The only question was how? How would he get the last hit? The fight continued on between the bloodsucker and the king-tier beast. At first, when the two of them fought it looked fairly even between them. Neither one of them was getting significantly hurt from the other. This was good for Fex. When a vampire turned into a bloodsucker, their health, or in Quinn's case HP was halved. Their wounds would also no longer heal. It was a starved state for vampires. A mode that allowed them to grow stronger in order to consume blood, but also acted as a double-edged sword. However, slowly one of them was starting to get an edge and it looked like it was the bloodsucker. Quinn was starting to notice that the power and the speed of the king-tier beast was finally starting to slow down. It had been in combat with multiple opponents and multiple times, so it made sense to Quinn, but this wasn't the reason why. The beast had an inhuman amount of stamina and could continue to fight the students for hours on end. The reason why it was starting to slow down and weaken was because of its rage mode. Simply put, the crystal inside was drawing out more power than it could generate and now the beast was slowly dying. Not understanding what was happening, Quinn felt like this was his chance to attack. Whatever happened he needed to get that last hit. He had used most of his MC points during the fight and right now the only skill he could use was the shadow cloak, which he used to hide his presence. Seeing what was happening, Quinn planned to inch closer and closer and try to get behind the king-tier beast. While it was distracted fighting, Quinn would prepare the blood hammer and perform a flash step dashing him forward just before delivering the punch. Trying to implement his strategy, he slowly started to creep towards the fight. On the street, Quinn and the others were stationed on the side of Fex, while the beast was on the other side which led towards the tower. The fight was still hectic, and the two would span the whole width of the street. The king-tier beast threw one of its arms out and the bloodsucker managed to grab it. Using its increased strength it yanked the arm as hard as it could, ripping it from the beast's shoulder. Black blood once again started to squirt out from the wound. Quinn had seen this before when Logan had done the same thing. Soon the beast would heal, but this was Quinn's chance. Running forward and around the two, he wanted to get behind the fight. As he took a step to the side, suddenly, a large claw-like fist came out towards him. The fist was briefly stopped by the shadow, and when he looked at where it had come from it was from the bloodsucker. It could sense where I was even with the shadow cloak on? Quinn thought. Luckily, I thought something might have happened and prepared my shadow just in case. Quickly, Quinn stepped back and went to his position before. It looked like Fex really could no longer tell between friend and foe. Now, there was another problem on Quinn's hands. The attack from the bloodsucker, although it was blocked by the shadow that would be the last one. For now, Quinn's MC points had reached 0. 0 out of 100 MC. He couldn't complain though. Due to being underground, he was able to use the shadow more often than he usually would have. It seemed like his powers and the amount of MC points taken to use the skills had lessened while down here. Yes, he could no longer use his shadow cloak, but against these two there was no point using it anyway. They both could sense his presence with or without the shadow cloak. The only thing was, Now the others could see him as well. When Quinn had disappeared, they thought he perhaps had left the scene. They never imagined he was still staying so close to the fight. "Quinn, what are you doing?" "Leave it to the two monsters," Vorden said from above. "Does your friend have some type of pride or something?" CIA said. "The only reason I can think of him staying is that he wants to be the one to kill the beast." Layla actually agreed with CIA for once. She didn't know the reason why Quinn had chosen to stay. Was he worried about Fex? Or was it something else? The beast had done the same as last time after its arm had been ripped out. It wanted to take a few steps back and start to recover, but the bloodsucker wasn't going to let it go. When the beast dashed backwards, the bloodsucker gave chase. Before, the others would have been too slow. It didn't expect something to be able to match it in speed down here. With a swipe to its chest, the red roots were split open and the black blood squirted out once again. "It has to nearly be dead. I need to get that last hit." Obsessed with getting the quest reward for killing the thing, Quinn dashed forward. When he got close to the two of them, the bloodsucker had turned around. The beast behind it looked like it was barely standing. "Come on! Come at me, Fex!" Quinn shouted as he threw out his leg, performing a vertical slice of red aura. Seeing this, the bloodsucker leapt up in the air, and it looked like it would close the distance between the two with one jump. "Quinn," Layla said worriedly. Peter was already on the move. He dashed out, hoping to take the attack in Quinn's place. However, they were just too far, and he would never make it in time. The others expected Quinn to attempt to dodge, but instead, he started to go through the motion of the hammer strike, timing everything perfectly with when the bloodsucker had jumped. Just when it was about to land, Quinn performed a flash step, avoiding the attack and also appearing in front of the king-tier beast. Blood hammer! The beast was already weak, and using all the strength he could, he snapped back his arm and with the punch, released the power of the level 2 blood spray, performing a blood hammer. A loud shotgun-like sound was echoed through the underground town. Carefully, Quinn had hit the same spot where the bloodsucker had clawed out the roost, protecting its upper body. Unlike before, the attack seemed to go through. Did he do it? Layla thought. Peter had stopped running, and a smile appeared on his face. He could tell Quinn had done it because he himself felt stronger. Quest completed. Defeat the king-tier beast. Multiple notification screens appeared at the same time, but Quinn didn't have much time to read all of them. For while celebrating his victory, a strong fist came out from the side, hitting him on the body and sending him flying through the air. Looking down, Quinn could see the bloodsucker's ugly face. That hit, it came from Fex. "Was I too greedy this time?" Quinn said. "It's not usually like me to be like that." While having these thoughts, he quickly realized something. He wasn't dead. Surely a full-on hit from Fex would have killed him. But the reality was it hadn't done. In fact, Quinn had hardly been hurt at all. 50/95 HP. Using Quinn's blood bank, he was able to heal most of his wounds, but not all, and recovered around 60 of his HP points. That meant the attack had only taken a little over 10 when being hit. Opening his eyes, Quinn could see the bloodsucker in front of him again. He had been chucked into the air and sent back. But it wasn't too far, as the blow was significantly weakened, and now he knew why. When looking at Fex, a large thick blue spirit spear was stuck inside of the bloodsucker. It was hard to even call it a spear, as it seemed to be around the same thickness as an adult human. It looked more like a column that would hold up buildings. "Quinn, I can't produce another one like that. Finish him now if you can." A voice was heard shouting from down the street. Looking behind the bloodsucker, Quinn could see Vorden running towards him. The spear had come from him, waiting for the right moment to throw the spear into the king-tier beast. It looked like it never would happen, and eventually, the beast had already died. But Vorden was glad he had held out. After Quinn's attack, he could see what was going to happen and threw out the large spirit spear into Fex. It was thanks to this that the blow was significantly reduced in terms of power and speed. Still, Vorden knew he needed to continue and act fast. After throwing out the larger spirit spear, he was unable to produce it again. Because of this, Ratton switched places back with Vorden, and had run out, hoping to support Quinn. He could only throw the regular spears out now, but it was better than nothing. Kill Fex, Quinn said. No, he couldn't do that. It was only because of him they were able to kill the king-tier beast in the first place. They could have quite possibly had all died there today. It wasn't fair for them to hurt Thyr's savior. What do you want to do? A voice said next to Quinn's right. Peter had now joined them as well. Vorden was stood off to the right of the bloodsucker, while Quinn and Peter were stood on the other side of the street. Logan was still hurt and patching himself up by the two girls next to one of the buildings, still staying out of trouble. While watching what was going on, the girls started to hear a few voices from somewhere. So just a little further ahead and the beast you encountered before should be here? A confident young voice said. Yes, sir, every time we wanted to go explore the tower, the beast would come out and stop us. This happened several times while trying to make our way towards the tower, no matter what direction we came from. It seems to be protecting something, a female voice said. Unfortunately, each time we faced the beast, although we were able to come out with our lives, we were unable to defeat it. I would agree with your prediction, the confident voice replied. You were right to not report this to the other shelters, as well as the military shelter. Hopefully, that treasure can do well for our faction. Sir, what do you think about that loud bang we heard a few moments ago? Do you think this place was discovered by others? Another male's voice asked. That's why we're heading there now. The group continued to talk, and Layla and CIA were starting to hear the voices even louder now. Soon they could see just where the conversation was coming from. Down the street, a group of travelers were walking together. It was easy to spot them since each of them had a sticky light patch on them. It worked similar to a torch, only it didn't need to be held and could just be stuck on top of Thyr armor. It also glowed the surrounding area rather than just one direction. It allowed the area around the person to be bathed in light. Don't they look kind of familiar? CIA thought. The girls didn't come running out. Just because they saw things that looked like humans didn't mean they were, but as they got closer it turned out they really had seen them before. Yeah. Back at the shelter. Layla replied. They were the group of travelers who had reported to the military updating them about the exploration. Judging by the conversation they had just overhead, it looked like they hadn't exactly been truthful with Thyr report either. Layla wanted to move from Thyr position. They weren't inside a particular building but were just between two buildings down an alleyway. She still wasn't sure about these people. If they could lie to the military, perhaps they would also happily silence them for being down here and knowing about this place as well. The problem was Logan. He still looked like he couldn't move. While she was thinking about what to do, it was too late to do anything anyway. Over there, a female voice said. It looks like there are other people here. Heck, they're kids, aren't they? The group quickly rushed over to students and were shocked at the state and just how young the students were. After seeing their uniform, they quickly figured out where they were from, the military. Something must have happened, the group thought. They were a group of 5. All of them had beast gear covering their body. The female was the first to approach them, named Lily, who also had a bow on her back. Only hers looked a level higher than what Layla had. Then there was a couple of bald-headed twins. Each of them didn't hold a weapon in their hand, but their legs were covered in thick boots, while the rest of their legs had light armor. It was a strange sight. They were called Rock and Pock. There was then another man, who seemed to always be staying by the youngest-looking person's side. He had a shield on his back with a sword sheathed by his waist. The man looked a little older than the others. It was as if he was assigned to look after the whole team, but after listening to them for a while, Layla quickly figured he wasn't the leader. It was the young man standing next to them. The young man had brown wavy hair that was tied up in a ponytail. His weapon of choice was a spear that was as long as himself placed on his back. The most noticeable thing about him was the air around him. It was full of confidence and one with a look of experience. When Layla looked at him, she was reminded of Leo. "I'm the leader, Andre," the young man said. "What happened here? Did you guys get attacked?" "Quinn, move!" Vorden shouted. As Andre asked the question, he had heard voices from down the street. When the group turned to look, they could see the 3 other students all fighting against a strange creature. "Is that the beast you guys encountered before, Andy?" Andre asked. "No, sir. That's something else. I've never seen that before," the older man Andy replied. "It doesn't matter. They're in trouble and we need to slay the beast." Then from the shadows, behind where the group had just come from, the sound of loud footsteps was heard. Out from the darkness slowly, a figure started to come out. "Another beast, and it's a strong-looking one. Turn around," CIA said in a panic. But the group or travelers didn't look panicked at all. The strange beast looked a bit like a lion, and was the same size as one. Its muscles could be seen as well, but on its bottom half. Instead of a single tail, it carried several, each one with a small flame at the end. The lion approached Andre's side and started to lick him on the face. "A tame beast," Layla said. "That's right," Lily replied. "You guys don't have to worry about a thing. We will get rid of that beast for you. For you see, our leader here is from one of the big four families." Seeing the leader of the travelers being able to control and have a beast by his side like that meant that Andre must have been a member of the Bree family. This family wasn't any regular family, for they were one of the big four. When looking at Andre, though, Layla felt like it wasn't anyone she recognized. Although those from the big four families, other than the leaders, hardly any of the others were recognizable unless they had a bad reputation. The Bree family were a bit unique compared to the other strong families and original families out there. Their ability had always existed, only it wasn't as threatening as the others. Before Earth started the exploration of beast planets, the Bree family were only able to tame one thing, the current animals on Earth. It was only after the exploration had started that their true power came to light. Beasts from other planets were a lot stronger than animals back on Earth. Depending on their level and control of the ability, it allowed them to tame higher and lower level beasts. It would also affect the amount of beasts they could control at one time as well. Their power was borrowed power in a way. They weren't the ones that did the actual fighting, or this is what others would think. It was the general thought between the public or those that had never seen a Bree before. The Brees were actually incredibly talented when it came to fighting. For when taming a stronger beast, one would have to show it was stronger than what it was trying to tame. There would be cases where this wasn't needed, but for the higher levels it was a different story. With their incredible fighting skills and strong beasts, they were able to work together, creating a powerful force, and eventually climbed up the leader to be a part of the Big Four. Just relying on others' powers wasn't enough to make it at the leader's table. The group of travelers had already gone. Lily the archer had decided to stay behind to keep a close eye on the students, just in case any other beasts appeared. Layla wanted to say something, as she was sure Quinn didn't want Fex to be hurt and was trying to come up with a way to save him. But she couldn't think of a good explanation and they had already gone. "Don't worry, my friends are strong," Lily said with a smile, trying to comfort the students. She thought they must have had such a terrible experience, fighting down here in the dark. "That's what I'm worried about," Layla thought, "because my friends are strong as well." With all three of the boys standing around the bloodsucker, it was confused with who to target. Suddenly, it started to sniff into the air like some type of hound. "What's it doing?" Peter asked. Quinn thought the same thing, but that's when he realized what a bloodsucker really was. It was a starved vampire. It was unable to consume the blood of Peter and Quinn. So the only one there it would be interested in was Vorden. "Vorden, run!" Quinn shouted as he tried to dash forward to his side. But the larger spirit spear had worn off, and at most Vorden was able to produce 2 more spears, slowing down the beast by 20%. Even with this reduction, it was still a lot faster than Quinn, and he would never be able to reach Vorden's side in time. Seeing the bloodsucker heading towards him gave him bad memories once again, and he had frozen in place. Vorden hadn't felt fear like this in a long time. "Syl, we need you," Vorden shouted, trying to think quickly on his feet. Quinn took out the flask. He was hoping if he popped open the lid, the smell of blood would allow it to change its target. However, even before Quinn was able to do that, a strange lion-like beast had jumped in between Vorden and the bloodsucker. As it pounced towards the bloodsucker, its flames on its tails grew brighter. The two of them clashed in the center. Claw against paw, and surprisingly, even to the beast's surprise, it was outpowered and pushed back. It was chucked to the ground and rolled on the floor, before quickly picking itself up and growling loudly at the creature. "Looks like you're going to need my help with this one cookie." The young man Andre held out his spear and stood by his lion's side. "This is not the same beast we encountered before," Andy said. The others had now come and joined their leader in battle. "This beast is stronger than Cookie. Not only that, but it seems to be stronger than the king-tier beasts we had met up with earlier." When Andy and his group of companions came down before to fight against the king-tier beast, they weren't strong enough to force it into a rage mode. This is why they believed the bloodsucker was more powerful than the king-tier beast. When both of them were fighting at their full power, they were actually even. The two bald twins had appeared, one by Vorden's side, and the other by Peter's side. "You guys did well to survive against such a thing," one of them said. "But you can now leave it to us," the other said, ending the first one's sentence. "We will take you back to your friends. Follow us quickly, as we must help our leader to fight." The twins were insistent, and before they could even reply, they were already trying to pull both Vorden and Peter out of the fighting area. While being pulled along, Vorden was moving his head around the area. "Where's Quinn? Wasn't he just on the other side? If he's hiding, he has to have a reason," Vorden thought. However, when one of the twins tried to pull Peter, they were suddenly stopped. The twin yanked again, and it felt like he was trying to move a large boulder. "What are you doing? Why won't you move? If you stay here, you will be killed." Peter then looked back in a certain direction. He waited a while before replying. "Okay. But don't touch me, or I might bite your hand off." The twin was wondering just who was this student. They had just come to save their lives, and they were threatening them. Although he wanted to snap back. He knew they were only students and they must have gone through a lot, which was why Peter had responded the way he did. The two boys were taken out of the area, and now Andre and Andy felt like they could fight with no worry. The bloodsucker went towards the two in front of its eyes. It hadn't been injured much, but it was still starving from blood, as spit continued to drip from its mouth. The first to move out of the two was Andy. He jumped forward and with his large shield and braced himself for an attack. Slowly, parts of the shield seemed to cover itself in reinforced earth. The core and metal part of the shield could still be seen, but now the shield was twice the size and the outside covered in parts of earth. The attack hit against the shield, breaking most of the earth away, but the shield was still perfectly intact. Still, the power of the strike caused Andy to slightly tumble himself, nearly falling to the ground, but a hand was placed on his back, stabilizing him. "I'm here," Andre said. Instead of charging forward, the bloodsucker could sense a slight vibration in the air and moved backwards. A few moments after, and two slices of wind went past. "How did he know it was coming?" one of the twins said. They had returned from escorting the kids to Lily and had used their wind abilities, throwing out a kick and slice of wind. "It looks like this beast has some level of intelligence," Andre said as he jumped up onto Andy's shoulder, before running on top of his shield and jumping right on the edge towards the beast. From the side, Cookie, the lion beast, pounced once again. The flames this time on its tail were even more brighter than before, and when they clashed, neither one of them was falling back. The bloodsucker seemed to still be slightly stronger, but Andre just wanted it held there for a moment. As he thrusted his spear forward, he was able to hit the creature right between the ribs. Fex began to scream in pain as the pointy object was jammed into him. Usually, his tough muscles would be able to form some type of protection. But seeing how easy it was able to penetrate him meant the weapon was one of a high level. Andre let go of the spear, and was ready to hit it in further, digging it into the creature, trying to cause a serious wound, but the second he let go, a large red line of arrow had come from the side. He didn't know what it was, but he could sense its power, and leant back narrowly, avoiding the strike. "Get away from my friend," a strange robotic and deep voice sounded. As the group turned to look at who had spoken those words, all they could see was a human figure dressed in a bulk suit, wearing a demon mask that was covering its bottom jaw, while its eyes were white and shaped like a demon. After getting the last hit on the king-tier beast and completing the quest, there wasn't much time for Quinn to check out the rewards or see what he had obtained. There was the problem with Fex, and shortly after the travelers appeared as well. It seemed like the group was having problem after problem occur. Soon after seeing the travelers, he knew instantly how they would react to the seeing Fex. It was hard for them to even explain themselves out of the situation, since Fex was currently attacking them as well. However, Quinn felt like he had a way to solve their current issue, only he didn't have much time to act. During the fight with the king-tier beast, he hadn't done this action because they needed Fex in his bloodsucker form. But Quinn still had the flask that Fex had given him. Once he drunk the blood from the flask, it should be enough for his body to turn to normal. Right now, these travelers that were trying to help were just getting in the way. Hiding himself in the shadows, Quinn started to think about his next move. What he didn't expect to happen was that the small group of travelers would be able to overpower the bloodsucker. After seeing him stabbed in the ribs and howling in pain, Quinn had had enough. I need to do something, Quinn thought. Although he didn't know what rewards he had received from the quest, there were two standout things he knew he had gotten without the need to read the system messages. The first was his level. Level 18. 10730/25600 EXP. 6 free stat points. With each level, a large amount of EXP was required when leveling up, and from defeating one beast, Quinn was able to level up 3 more times. At the higher levels, it would usually take a huge amount of time for one to level up. But Quinn was fighting beasts several levels above what he should be capable of. It was something the system had never expected. Before jumping in to help Fex, Quinn had made the quick decision to put all of his points into the charm stat. 22 charm points. This unlocked the next tier in his charm, and straight away Quinn could tell they would be a difference when he next used it. When facing against humans or those like them, he knew the best stat to increase was the charm stat. His Phantom Punch had proven effective, and he also still contained the skills days and influence. His speed was already great, and although he could increase his strength based on the last fight, it was useless unless he also had the beast gear to go hand in hand with it. This left the stamina and charm stat. For now, other than not being able to use the flash step freely, Quinn hadn't run into too many problems with his stamina. He still would have liked to increase both, but it made more sense to pour the points into his charm stat for this confrontation that was about to happen. With no time to lose, Quinn needed to reveal himself from the shadows, targeting his blood swipe at the leader Andre. When the blood swipe left his hands though, he noticed that it was a lot more powerful and stronger than before. This confirmed one of the other messages that Quinn had received. All blood-related skills have increased by 1. Blood Swipe Level 3. Blood Spray Level 3. Crescent Kick Level 2. Blood Bank Level 2. This was a huge improvement in power. It took a long time to level up his skills, and Quinn was wondering if his blood bank would ever level up, and it finally did. Although it wasn't much use right now because it was empty. Why did you attack me? We are trying to get rid of this beast, Andre said, annoyed at the strange figure. It was clear the person who had attacked him was human, so he didn't want to lash out immediately and decided to break down into peaceful negotiations. There wasn't much time for chit-chat though, for Fex had pulled out the spear in his side and threw it onto the ground. It swiped at Andre next to him again, but Andy was already by his side to block the attack with his shield once more. The two twins were now coming up from behind and threw out 2 wind kicks, forming a sharp slice from the tip of their boots. A few moments later, and they could feel something run past them at an incredible speed. Quinn no longer had any MC points to use his shadow, so he could only rely on his blood skills for this one. Catching up to the twins' attacks, Quinn threw a quick kick from the side. Blood Crescent Kick. A large red aura immediately consumed the twins' attack and continued to go off into the darkness. Annoyed at this, the twins continued to run forward. Stop getting, one of the twins said, in our way. The other finished the other's sentence. Making sure to make eye contact with one of them, Quinn activated his Daze skill. Daze Cessful. One of the twins immediately stopped as they felt a chill run down the spine. They didn't know what it was, but it was as if their body was being controlled. The other continued to run forward, unaware of what was happening to the other. Throwing out a fast punch, the twin was prepared to block the attack, lifting its two arms in an X-like shape, but the attack had never come. Suddenly, he felt a heavy fist in the stomach. Blood spray. At the same time as the punch was released, Quinn used his blood spray at close range, sending one of them flying backwards. By now, the other had been released from the stun and came charging forward, hoping to help out his brother. A kick was released at an amazing speed. Using the power of the wind behind his kick, rather than releasing it as an attack at the end, he was able to speed up his attack considerably. Seeing this, Quinn decided to match him toe-to-toe, throwing out a kick of his own just as fast. The two legs clashed mid-air as both of their shins striked each other. Who is this person? The twin thought. He's just as fast as me, and I have beast gear on as well as using my wind abilities. The gear he's wearing doesn't look like it's made from high-level beasts. So what could it be? While in the middle of his thought, he could see a flurry of fists coming towards him. He had knocked away the first one and attempted to block the second, moving his head to the side. Once again, just like with his brother, the attack that was meant to come had never come, and a fist came out from a different direction altogether, hitting him right on the head and knocking him down to the ground. With this attack, Quinn decided to not use his blood spray. 22/95 HP. Using the spray with his punches once in a while and the blood swipe, it would continuously lower his HP. It was the big downside of using the blood abilities. Still, with the phantom punch other than his mind feeling more tired as he used it, he had another skill he could rely on. Both Andy and Andre, including the beast, were busy with Fex, but from the corner of their eye, they could see that the strange figure had easily dealt with two of their men. This had surprised Andre. The two Quinn had dealt with, they weren't weak. They were strong and had gone on countless Orange Planet expeditions. They were even able to survive and escape a confrontation with a king-tier beast. It was why Andre wasn't worried for them and continued to deal with the bloodsucker. But he had never expected this. Looking at Andre's fight against Fex, Quinn could tell he was strong. The three of them were evenly matched against him. Even with Quinn's speed increase and power increase, he wasn't as strong as Fex in his current form. With the little HP he currently had, on top of no longer having any MC points to use his shadow ability, Quinn didn't want to do anything stupid like confronting Andre and Andy. He quickly popped open the lid of the flask and straight away, he was able to smell the sweet aroma of blood coming from it. "I hope this works," Quinn said, and just like that, Fex had turned his head, catching the same smell as Quinn. Now this was the hard part. Immediately Quinn started to run off in the direction of the tower, and closely behind him Fex chased after. The two of them went off down the street into the darkness. Both of them were unable to be seen, for they were no longer in the sticky lights that Logan had shot on the street. "Should we chase after the two of them, sir?" Andy asked. When looking at the two, Andre found it strange. It wasn't as if the creature was following the strange masked man like he was his master. Instead, it looked like he was trying to kill him. "Leave them be, we have to go back and check up on the students," Andre replied. Quinn had continued to run full speed ahead, activating his wind walk boots, but he knew it would be useless with the great speed of the bloodsucker. The only thing he could do was run into buildings to slow Fex down. While Quinn was able to navigate smoothly through them, Fex would bang into several items, or just use his brute force to smash into them. This should be far enough, Quinn thought. In one of the abandoned buildings, there was a large room that was mostly empty. He quickly placed the flask on the floor and continued to run forward. He was still unsure if Fex would continue chasing after him or go after the flask. When Fex reached the flask on the floor, immediately using its clawed hands it picked it up and started shaking it and pouring it into its mouth. It didn't allow a drip of it to touch the floor. Once the flask was completely empty, the bloodsucker started to sway, as if he was drunk and was about to collapse on the floor, and soon after, he did. While looking at the body from a distance, it looked like the body was starting to shrink. "Well, I'm glad that's over with," Quinn said while Fex was busy going back to his regular self. Quinn looked out the window and at the tower. It now was only a few buildings away. "I wonder just what's inside there?" Deciding not to chase after the strange creature, Andre and Andy agreed to go over and check on the two twins. They were no longer on the floor in pain. Their armor had managed to take most of the damage. But still, the strikes and attacks they received were powerful enough to knock the two of them down. "Who was that guy?" one of the twins said as he accepted Andre's hand as he stood up from the ground. "I'm not sure, and I haven't seen that ability before either," Andre replied. "Most likely an original that's on this planet or an independent traveler." "What? Was it that strong that we haven't seen it before?" the other twin replied. It was their job to know who was on the orange portal planet with them. After all, they would be working together and exchanging information while on the planet. They were sure that other than the military they held the second highest position of power, as one of the big four on this planet. There were other shelters around, but these two were the most renowned, and where most civilians would take refuge due to its reputation. "Hey! I think you better come and take a look at this," Andy shouted others to the others. The three of them prodded for long, but when their eyes made contact with what Andy was looking at, the two twins nearly keeled over from shock. That's the king-tiered beast we fought against before," the twins shouted. They had fought several times against the king beast as a team without Andre, so they knew the strength of the beast. They couldn't believe what had caused them so much trouble was now dead on the ground. "What do you think happened?" Andy asked. Andre then knelt beside the beast and started fleshing out certain parts of the beast's cadaver. They knew what he was doing. He was looking for the beast's crystal. Only after fleshing out several different areas of the body with his small dagger did he finally find the crystal. It was located where the human heart would be, slightly to the left from the middle of the chest. The extracted crystal didn't look like common at all. It was clearer and wasn't as murky and cloudy as lower-tiered crystals. But there was something far different in this crystal. It was the fact that it didn't radiate any light nor sheen at all. Usually, an extracted beast crystal would give off a glow. It would pulsate with energy as if the crystal was a living being. However, the crystal in Andre's hands didn't give off any light at all. "I'm surprised. There's still a crystal inside? How come it wasn't extracted?" one of the twins said. "Perhaps it was killed recently," Andy replied. "Also, the fact that there is no glow would suggest that the beast had gone into a type of rage mode." Hearing this, the two twins gulped. They remembered how tough and frightening it was to fight this beast without it going into a type of rage mode. To be honest, the two felt that they were lucky to be alive fighting against such a beast. Perhaps that creature and the strange man from before were the ones that killed it? Andy said. They were the only ones here at the time. "No," Andre replied. "There were others here as well." While saying this, Andre looked into the direction of Vorden and the others. When they had arrived, it seemed like they were in combat with the strange creature. They were here before us, and they might have seen something. They might have some answers for us. On the cold floor of an abandoned building, Fex could be seen lying on the floor. Snoring sounds would occasionally come out of his mouth, as well as some nasal sounds that indicated he was in deep sleep. Quinn didn't want to wake him up. He had gone far and beyond for the safety of others. It was a risky move he had pulled turning into the bloodsucker, and he wasn't sure he could have done such a selfless act himself. "May vampires aren't as bad as you say," Quinn said to the system. "The boy I am not worried about," the system replied. "Just like with humans, not every human is bad, but right now the situation you are in is. This is because of those at the top, and sadly the same could be said for the vampires." Thankfully, Quinn was able to hide his identity using the costume and mask Logan had created for him. Also, Fex was unrecognizable as the bloodsucker. He had his uniform on, but in the fight with the king-tiered beast, it was badly damaged and had been rendered unrecognizable. The travelers looked like they were trying to help Vorden and Peter. Once Fex woke up, Quinn would go and try to meet up with them before they left the cave. But before all of that, there was still one thing he wanted to check out before leaving. The tower. There were a few reasons for this, and it was because of a few things the system had granted him after completing his last quest. Finally, with Fex sleeping away, Quinn had a chance to look at all the rewards other than the EXP and the blood ability increase he had received. With the blood skills increase, all his attacks related to blood skills had gotten stronger, but the most impressive of them was the blood bank. It now was able to store double the amount of blood at 200 milliliters. 10 ml of blood restored 5 HP. Which meant if his blood bank was filled to the brim, it would allow Quinn to restore 100 points of HP. This was one of his most important skills, as it often gave him a second chance during fights. Quest reward. Unlock one ability skill. When looking at this, it seemed to be related to the shadow ability skill. Regardless of cost, Quinn was now able to unlock any of his remaining shadow skills. There were 5 skills still grayed out and unable to be selected. But one of these skills costs a total of 50 skill points to unlock, named Shadow Eater. With only 30 skill points, he was unable to unlock the skill before, but now he could. New skill. Shadow Eater unlocked. He would look at the details of the skill later. With every new skill, Quinn needed to master it first before using it in a fight. Now wasn't the time, and there were a few more notifications the system had given him. He was a bit upset when he found out that he wasn't able to grab the king-tiered beast crystal. But in return, it seemed like the system had given him something else. Small blood crystal, 1. Obtained. That is a very rare item. Although you have no use for it now, I suggest you store it in your system for safekeeping, the system said, refusing to expand on any details. But hearing the system say such a thing was precious still placed a smile on Quinn's face. The last 2 notifications were the strangest, as they were T rewards for completing the quest. Instead, they were new quests altogether. Quest. Reach level 20 for next evolution. Reward. Next evolution Vampire Noble. Additional rewards will be revealed once rank has been reached. Quinn had suspected that the next stage of his evolution process would be when he reached level 20, and the system seemed to have confirmed it. It seemed to have appeared now due to the fact that Quinn was very close to achieving that level, now being level 18. When asking about Fex, he seemed to remember the system saying Fex was somewhere between a vampire and a vampire noble. Not quite at the next stage yet. Did this mean that he was now stronger or just as strong as Fex? It was clear that there were some differences, in terms of certain skills and abilities, but Quinn didn't believe his shadow ability was any weaker than Fex's string ability. Finally, the last notification. Quest Part 1 of 2. The king has been defeated and now the tower is left unprotected. Search the tower and discover what treasure it was trying to protect. Suddenly, groaning sounds rang out from behind. It looked like Fex was starting to wake up. What the hell happened? Fex said, looking around at where he was. He then looked down and noticed the flask on the floor. Images of when he was the bloodsucker started to appear in his head, and he remembered everything that happened. You saved me, Fex said. Come on. I can explain while we're making our way over, Quinn replied. Over where? To the tower. The group of travelers had regrouped and were heading towards the students. Lily had been watching the fight carefully and wanted to join in, but she knew her duty was to stay by the students' side, in case anything happened. There weren't many strong creatures in the underground tunnels. Other than the hounds and the king-tier beast, they hadn't run into anything else down here. Still, that didn't mean there was nothing. Also, the group was unaware of just how strong these students they were protecting really were. As she saw the 2 twins walking over still groggy, she rushed over to their side. Are you both all right? I saw what happened. Just who was that guy? She asked as she gave her shoulder to one of the bald-headed twins. That's what we want to know as well, Andre replied. You students, your uniform, I assume you are from one of the military bases out on an outing. Second years, right? Actually, we're first years, CIA replied, going over to the traveler's side. She still hadn't grown fond of the others, especially since Pio had tried to kill her not too long ago and she didn't know why. But she had the strangest feeling that he was looking at her in a weird way. Every so often her eyes would meet his. When this usually happened, one person would find the whole thing awkward and turn their head, but when it happened with her and Pio, he would continue to stare into her, as if he was picturing something. It gave her the shivers, and she was a lot more trusting of the new travelers. It's a good thing we came in time then, Andy replied. What are the military thinking sending in first years? Have the times really gotten that desperate? Well, if you look at the structures around us perhaps. Andre said. I wanted to ask you guys, what happened? The king-tier beast on the ground, did you see what happened to it, and do you know what that other creature was, and last of all? What about the strange demon masked man? Peter, Vorden and Layla wanted to keep their mouths shut. They were tired from the battle and worried if they were to explain things now, they might let something slip up. On the other hand, saying nothing would make them seem suspicious. The others looked in Vorden's direction. He was usually the best when it came to coming up with things. They all gave the nod, confirming he would be the one to come up with the story. But just as he was about to speak, CIA had chimed in. That king-tier beast, it was killed by... CIA had seen who had delivered the last blow. Although Fex was the strange creature that had mostly injured it. She had seen that it was actually Quinn who had killed it. It was killed by me. Another voice interrupted before CIA was able to finish her sentence. Logan, are you okay? Layla asked. I'll live, Logan replied. His wounds on the outside had healed up from the little robots, but his ribs still hurt a little as he breathed in. He then walked over to the travelers and lifted up, showing his wristwatch, revealing he was a level 8. It took everything I had with the help of my friends here, but we were finally able to kill the king-tier beast. Right after, that strange creature had appeared and had taken me out of the fight, leaving the others to fight for themselves. As for the strange person who appeared at the end, your guess is as good as ours. He only appeared when you guys saw him as well. Andre started to think about Logan's words. They were convincing, and the power level on his watch was even more convincing, but what had convinced him more than anything was the starn-round circular contraption that was on top of his hands. He noticed straight away that they were used to create energy weapons. With the use of an energy weapon, what Logan had said would be quite achievable, especially as a level 8 ability user. Also, it was hard to imagine why the students would even lie in this type of situation, when they had seen firsthand the creature trying to kill them. On the other hand, there was also CIA. She didn't know who the masked man was while the others did, but what she did know was Fex was the one who had turned into a monster, and Quinn was nowhere to be seen after killing the king-tier. She wasn't completely stupid. Quinn had been using the red aura attacks, and the masked man had done the same. Most likely Quinn was trying to protect Fex. The question was, if Logan was lying and covering for them, it meant he also knew about all the secrets this group had and were hiding. Should I tell the travelers the truth? CIA thought. It was a hard one for her, but in the end, after looking at Logan, she decided not to. It was her way of returning the favor. Not only had she actually been saved by Quinn, but also she had been saved by Logan earlier, but with this, they were even. If anything else came up, she wouldn't hesitate to tell the others, but for now she would keep the secret. Okay, I've decided then, Andre said. Let's take them back to the shelter. Their teachers must be worried about them. But what about the tower? Andy replied. The tower can wait. It will still be here after we return the students. Besides, I feel like we have made a mistake in not informing the military in what was down here. Now the lives of students and perhaps others have been harmed when we could have prevented it. Andy looked annoyed. They had been fighting for days, trying to defeat the king-tier beast and finding out just what was down here. If it was some unknown powerful Dalki technology and the military got their hands on something powerful, it could ruin the balance of the leaders' table. When looking at the injured students, he felt like Andre was right. His leader was always right, even if he was sometimes too kind. The students and the group of travelers started to head out of the small town. While doing so, Vorden and Layla would constantly look around, hoping to find Quinn and Fex coming out at some point, but after several minutes of walking, they were nowhere to be seen. I hope you bring me a nice souvenir to work on from that tower, Quinn, Logan thought. He didn't think Quinn was dead. Something was telling him that Quinn was also interested in the strange tower, and he hoped Quinn would discover its secrets and bring back something for him to work on. While Logan was deep in the thought, he felt a slight nudge to his side. Logan, I don't think I can hold it in for much longer, Peter said, as he held his hand on his stomach. What, if you want to go to the toilet, just go. It's too dark here anyway. Nobody will see anything, Logan replied. No, it's not that. Hearing those words, Logan knew straight away what Peter meant. He was hungry. Before heading off to the tower, Quinn made sure of two things. The first thing was that his MC points were fully restored. Fex had been out for a while, so they only needed to wait a little longer before starting their journey again. The second thing was that he was fully equipped with all his equipment. Of course, that included his suit, which was made by Logan. He wore this as normal, all apart from the head part, only allowing his eyes to come through. The suit was easily adjustable, and at any time, Quinn could quickly lift up the hood to cover the top part of his head quickly. And that's why it wasn't a problem for him if he wanted to hide his identity from others. The reason for him doing this was because he no longer had his blood bank, his second chance. In all of his fights so far, he had always relied on the blood bank to help him in his time of need. There was no more blood in the flask. Fex had consumed all of it, and in doing so it looked like his wounds were healing too. The armor that Logan created gave him some additional defense. Although it wasn't much, every little increment would help, and this was his reason for putting it on. They were about to head to the tower, and if the guard outside was that strong, Quinn feared that perhaps there was an even stronger guard inside. If that was the case, he wouldn't even bother fighting and abandon the quest. No matter how curious he was, or how good the reward for the quest was, it wasn't worth his life. "Are you all ready, then?" Quinn asked Fex. While they were waiting for both Fex's wounds to heal and Quinn's MC points to return, Fex was troubled in his thoughts. This whole time he was thinking about Quinn. "Quinn, wait," Fex said as he rushed over and bowed down on one knee with his fist on the floor. "Whoa, what's this all about?" Quinn asked, shocked by Fex's actions. "I have to do this, please. Quinn, you saved my life. I remember everything that happened while I was the bloodsucker. When those travelers came and found me, you were already safe. The king-tier beast was dead, and the only thing that was trying to kill you all was me. I knew it was a risk turning into that thing, but it was the only thing I could think of at the time. When you saw that I was hurt and you were all safe, you risked your life. You fought against those travelers and risked me chasing after you. Finally, you used the flask that I had given you to save me." After saying these words, Fex punched the ground in anger. Quinn didn't quite understand this action, but he was sure it was because he was angry at himself. This whole time, he had been getting closer to Quinn for one reason, to save his own behind. If he was ever to be found out by his own clan, then Fex's idea was to turn Quinn in as one of the shadow users. With this information that he had brought to the leader, his father, the punishment he would receive for running to the human world without permission would be light. While Quinn, he had never thought about abandoning him. He had even risked his life going against a group that was able to outmatch him even as a bloodsucker. Fex no longer cared about how he was able to do it, or why he seemed to keep growing stronger. He just had this feeling of guilt over his heart that he wanted to get rid of. "I know I said this before, but seriously, if there is anything you need help with, don't hesitate to ask. I am on your side, Quinn." Quinn didn't know what to say. These actions seemed out of the blue to him. Someone who was never serious since the day he had met him was suddenly being very serious. At the time, Quinn had only done what he felt was right. Fex had risked his life to save the whole group. What right did he have to die by the hand of strangers? Still, seeing him like this, Quinn didn't know why, but he naturally walked over to Fex and extended his hand. Fex, in return, naturally took it and lifted himself up. "We're blood brothers from now on," Fex said with a smile. "We may not be related by blood, but I will treat you just as if you were a part of my family." "And I will do the same," Quinn said with a smile. The two of them then headed off for the tower, and while on their way, they were both cautious with their footsteps. Then again, Quinn was a little less worried than Fex seemed to be. Judging by the text of the quest from earlier and the information it had given him, the quest indicated that the strongest beast outside of the tower was King Tier. If the information was correct, it meant that there was nothing else outside of the tower that was stronger than the King Beast. Still, that also meant there was the possibility of them running into advanced or intermediate tier beasts. Although they would be able to do something since they're together, with no blood and no humans around, it would be risky going into battle after battle. After slowly creeping their way towards the tower, by going through buildings, rather than go down the open street towards the tower. It seemed like they hadn't seen a single beast on their way there. This included the hounds they had first seen when they arrived. Is it the strange crystals from the top of the tower? Or did the other beast just stay away from this place because of the king-tier beast? Quinn thought. Finally, they had arrived at the location of the tower. The street that led to it finally ended, and there was now a large empty ring of space surrounding before the tower. The circle had several paths leading off towards other streets surrounded with buildings, but nothing apart from the tower stood alone in the center. The crystals shone brightly at the top and gave off a slightly blue hue to the area below it. When looking at the houses and each other's faces, it looked quite beautiful and peaceful, Quinn thought. He could see some pluses of living in a place like this, despite it being away from the sunlight. Maybe I am becoming more like a vampire if I think a place like this is nice to live, he thought. We can take out some time exploring if you're worried, Fex said as he saw Quinn admiring the tower. What do you mean? Quinn replied. I just thought you might be worried. The others would leave with those travelers. More than likely they already know of an exit. I asked my little ham to follow them from above. Once he knows where the exit is, he'll come and find me. Ham. Is that the little flying bull from earlier? Quinn was quite interested in the companion, wondering if he was able to get something like that himself. Yeah. Good name, right? Ignoring Fex's last words, Quinn continued to walk up to the tower. There was a single large double door with an arched entrance. The door was engraved with strange patterns, all of which Quinn had seen in images before when learning about the Dalki architecture. But right now he wasn't too sure if it was Dalki-related or vampire-related. On the door in the center was a circular hole that seemed to go a few inches deep. It's a lock, Fex said. These doors, I've seen them in my own castle before. They're impossible to open without some type of key or mechanism. Also, don't even think about trying to break it. Trust me, they're meant to even withstand attacks from the vampire leaders. Doesn't that mean that there really is something important behind here? Quinn asked. Yeah, but I don't know what, Fex replied. Going up to the door, Quinn decided to try and give it a push using all his strength. He was half expecting it to do something, but just like Fex had informed him, it wasn't budging at all. It was hard to imagine while watching Quinn trying his hardest to push the door open that he had some type of super strength. I told you it was pointless, man. I hate to say it, but perhaps this was a wasted trip after all. Let's just rest somewhere nearby and wait for him, and then we can get out of here, Fex shouted. Just as Quinn was about to agree and head off, the system had something to say. Don't give up yet, the system said. Do you remember that red blood crystal you received from defeating the king-tier beast? Why don't you place that on the door and see what happens? The system seemed to know more about this place than it was letting on. Doing as the system said, Quinn took out the red blood crystal from his inventory and placed it in the strange hole inside the door. Fex, who was seeing this, was wondering just what he was doing. But a few moments later, the sounds of mechanical locks from behind the door being unlocked were made. Gears started to shift and the doors started to pull inwards, opening up a way inside the tower. Are you coming? Quinn asked. Up in the air, hovering far above while looking down at the fairly large town, was Ham. It was slowly following the group of students, along with the travelers seeing just where they were heading. It was high enough in the sky so the light source on their beast gear was unable to reach Ham. Then again, with his eyesight, he was able to see them quite well in the dark anyway. I hope Master is okay, Ham said as he sniffled and allowed the large snot from his nose to lift up. He had been crying nearly the whole time, thinking about the possibility of Fex leaving him. He sniffed one time, hoping to bring the snot back up from his nose. However, while doing so, he did it just a little too late, allowing a droplet to fall from above. Splat. A small drop of liquid was felt on one of the bald twins' head. Is it raining in here? He said as he wiped the wet mark from his head. You idiot. We're underground. Of course, it isn't raining. There's probably a river above or condensation or something, the other twin said. As the group was walking, Logan and Peter made sure to stay at the back. However, Lily continued to stay behind the entire group as a type of guard. just in case anything would appear. Now, Peter's pace was starting to slow a little as he was being more affected by his hunger. "Peter, how long can you hold out?" "Until we get outside. I might be able to do something by then," Logan whispered. Peter immediately looked up at Logan from his bent-down position. He didn't say anything. Instead, his eyes were starting to show a slight tint of red in them. "Okay, looks like you won't last that long." Looking around, Logan was trying to rack his brain at every option possible. Finally, the group had reached one of the tunnels that led out of the city from the streets. While looking at all the tunnels around them, Logan thought the place resembled an ant's nest with the many branching tunnels in the end all leading to one destination. While walking through the tunnels, Logan had come up with an idea that perhaps would enable Peter to feed away from everyone. But before executing the idea, he needed to get some information. "So with all these tunnels, how do you guys know the way out?" Logan asked. "These tunnels are like a maze and they either seem to loop to each other, or all end up going back to the original town we just left from," Andy replied. "In the end, we never found an exit, so we decided to create our own. One of the tunnels we marked ourselves. When we noticed the blue crystal lights, we placed red lights by the tunnel we created ourselves that led up to the surface." With the answer on how to leave the place, Logan could now execute his plan. The other students, including Logan, had actually come down the tunnels via the strange plant-like beast. Logan had scanned the place before coming down, so he knew there was a space between the surface and the ground they were currently on and was prepared for it. But even Peter had broken his legs when dropping from such a height, and he had a stronger structure than a regular human. It was a sad thought, but some of the other students were consumed by the strange plant-like beast. A few of them were most likely unable to make it and had fallen to their death. Unless they had an ability that could save them, this would be the case. All Logan needed to do was to make them split up with the others and search through the tunnels for one of these dead students that Peter could feed on. It wouldn't be too strange if the teachers found a student's corpse half-eaten. Beasts would do these type of things all the time. Finally, the group had exited from the tunnel and entered another larger section with several more tunnels. The second they entered the room, though, Peter loudly screamed as if he was in pain. It seemed too sudden. By Logan's predictions, they should have had more time. Looking around the room, though, he had soon spotted the cause. His theory was right. Some students really had fallen to their death after being consumed by the plant because there was a couple of students in front of them, their bodies mangled on the ground. The smell and sight of the students had caused a reaction inside of him. If he hadn't seen them, then perhaps they really would have had more time. Not knowing what to do, Logan rushed towards Peter with his suit still on and picked him up from the ground. If it wasn't for the suit he was wearing, Logan wouldn't have been able to even pick up Peter due to the size difference. While lifting him and placing him above his shoulder, Peter remained motionless in the same position, not even moving his hands but continued to groan. Right now, he was using every bit of energy and was concentrating on not lashing out and going towards the students. But even more so, he didn't want to bite his friend Logan, who was carrying him right now. Logan continued to run with Peter on his shoulder, picking a tunnel at random. "Wait! What are you doing?" Lily shouted, concerned for them. The others had already gone over to inspect the other students to see if they were still alive and anything they could do. However, it was too late. Unaware of the commotion going on behind them, they only realized something was happening when Lily had shouted out to them. "Wait!" Lily shouted out again, genuinely concerned for the two, so she decided to chase after them. Suddenly, Logan's hand had transformed into one of his blasters. He aimed it at the ceiling and blasted it away, causing the tunnel to crumble down, blocking the path between them. It wouldn't stop them, especially with their powers, but Logan wasn't hoping for that. He had analyzed their leader Andre, and he was quite a smart man. Hopefully, him seeing Logan do these actions would suggest that something was up, knowing they didn't want to be followed. With his cautious nature, he would suggest for them to first go back and hand over the students before returning, and Logan was right. "We should go after them," Lily suggested. She was genuinely concerned for the students' safety, especially since she was the only one that heard one of the students make a strange noise before everything had happened, and she Codlin. T helped but wonder if they were related. "No!" Andre replied. Couldn't you see it? The other student caused the tunnel to collapse on purpose. They wanted to split up for us for whatever reason. For now, it's best if we leave that mystery unsolved and head back to the base. The students must be scared out of their minds after seeing what they have seen today. The group continued to walk through the tunnels, while also instructing the students to look away from the dead bodies. CIA tired to stay strong but continued to put her hand over her mouth and eyes as she caught glimpses of the bodies. But the others walked past them with more ease than her. Andre, seeing this, made a mental note. It was as if Vorden and Layla had seen death before. The normal reaction to such a thing would be similar to what CIA had done. Why do you think they ran off? Layla asked Vorden. If I was to guess, it would have something to do with Peter again. Logan wouldn't put his neck out on the line like that for no reason. Do you think Logan will be okay again? What if Peter's gotten hungry again and tries to eat Logan? Vorden couldn't help but chuckle at Layla's suggestion. Impossible. Trust me, by now you should have been able to tell. Logan is not the one to worry about if the two of them got into a fight. It's Peter. Although that might have been the case before. Logan had used up several of his trump cards in the fight against the king-tier beast. He was also slightly injured from the battle, and lastly, Quinn had grown stronger from the fight, which meant Peter had too. Excitement started to enter through not only Quinn's body, but Fex's as well. They both continued to watch the double doors open inward slowly. Throughout Fex's life, he had seen these doors placed not only in his castle, but the other vampire leaders' castles as well. Every time Fex would ask about what was behind these doors, they would tell him it was none of his business. This, of course, just made Fex want to know more about what was behind the doors, but everything he did, he could never find a way to open one of them and eventually gave up. Once the doors had finished opening, at the same time, several torches from inside the tower started to light up, one by one as if it was leading and showing the two where to go. Come on, we have got to check this out, Fex said, already leading the way and walking forward onto the lit-up path. Quinn still possessed the blood crystal in his hand. When inserting it into the door, it only required him to place it. He found even after taking it out, the doors still remained open. This was good, for he was hoping that he might be able to use the crystal for something else, to make a weapon or something in the future. Placing it back into his system, he quickly followed after Fex, who was already quite a way now. After a single step into the tower, the system had popped up with another message. You have entered a vampire tomb. Quest. Explore the tower is now in progress. A vampire tomb? As in a dead vampire's grave. Quinn thought. System, did you know what this was? I had my guesses, but I couldn't be so sure. The system replied. Remember, in my time, the only place we called home was Earth. I did not know about places outside of the Earth. There are two things I should warn you about before you proceed. First, a vampire tomb doesn't necessarily mean a vampire is dead. A vampire can choose to go into eternal slumber, which is similar to death but not the same. If they are one of quite a high position or of importance to people, one of these towers will be created for them. Eternal slumber means a vampire has chosen to go to sleep forever themselves. It's a permanent state, and there is only one way to be woken up from it: by consuming blood from someone of the same family. They do not need to be related by blood, but only contain the same blood. An example of this is if you were to go into eternal slumber. Then Peter would be able to wake you up with his own blood, as he is a part of your family, but Fex's blood would be useless. Are there usually guards in these types of places? Quinn asked, still worried they might encounter something. Usually, I would say not. Could you imagine asking someone to look over such a place, and for how long? They could be in the tower for a very long if so. I would be bored out of my mind staying in such a dull place. My guess is two things. Either the vampire was a powerful one and his magic was so great he was able to convince the king-tier beast to act as a guard. In order to keep it under its control for so long, it handed the blood crystal which you obtained after defeating the beast. My second guess would be after the beast found the blood crystal, it was compelled to this area. Something was telling it there was something powerful inside and it didn't know how to use it. At the same time, it couldn't leave this place due to its curiosity of power. Both things sounded possible. What Quinn didn't want it to be was some ancient powerful vampire that had decided to go to sleep on another planet somewhere. At least there was no chance for Quinn to wake it up. He was human and he was his own family member. His blood couldn't be used to wake up any vampire. With this, Quinn decided to carry on forward. If this was a grave, then maybe just like pharaohs did of the past, they would bury themselves with their treasures. Excited by this prospect, he started to jog after Fex, who had gone quite a way ahead. After they both followed the torches down the path, it eventually led them to a large staircase leading upward. If these stairs lead all the way to the top, then it's going to be a painful walk all the way up, Fex said. They had no choice and started their climb. It wasn't as hard as Quinn initially thought. The stairs were many, and if it was Quinn before he had turned into a vampire, he would have had to take several breaks. The two of them powered through the many stairs and didn't really feel tired, however. They did feel like the stairs would go on forever and were wondering when they would end. Finally, the stairs had leveled out onto a platform and another large door could be seen. It was the same size as the one at the entrance, only this one didn't have a strange lock-like mechanism. Up ahead, after the platform, were even more stairs leading up, suggesting they hadn't reached the top yet. Maybe we should check it out before we continue going upward? Quinn suggested. Wouldn't want to miss out on anything. Agreed, Fex replied. With a strong push, the doors opened. They were heavy, but with the two of them, they were able to swing the door open. Just like when they opened the door below. Torches around the room suddenly lit up. Instead of lighting up a path, this time the whole room was lit up. It was a fairly large square room, but at the same time, it was nearly completely bare. There was nothing inside the room apart from 5 podiums in the center of the room. Each podium had an item on them. They were pieces of armor, a chest piece, a leg piece, an arm piece, and a helmet. Lastly, on the final podium was a ring. The armor had a strange medieval design to it, and didn't look like any of the beast gear Quinn had ever seen. It looked almost like knightly armor, only with points and such at the end, while red in color. If dragons existed, this is what Quinn would imagine armor being made from a red dragon would look like. I can't believe it, Fex said. This is really ancient old vampire combat armor. I've only seen these things in books. Not even our castle has a set like this. Fex slowly walked over to the items, afraid that there might be traps around the room. While heading over to the podium, he carefully placed each foot, but found no such thing. The first podium he arrived at wasn't any of the pieces of armor. Instead, it was the ring. This looks like the one I'm wearing, but slightly different. Maybe you can wear this, Fex said as he picked up the ring of the podium. In an instant, the room felt like it was starting to shake. What did you do? Quinn complained. Nothing, I just picked up the ring. I was sure there were no traps. When Fex finished saying those words, a strange circular cylinder-like shape lifted up from the podium and covered each of the items. The cylinder went all the way up to the ceiling of the room they were in. Once the cylinders were formed, the vibrations had stopped, and it didn't seem like anything else was going to happen. Looking at the strange metal cylinder, Fex gave it a knock a few times. Damn it, there's no way we can get that equipment now. This material is the same thing the door down below is made from. Seeing what had just happened, Quinn could only assume the other items were locked away once Fex had picked up the ring. Perhaps the same thing would have happened after touching any of the items. Maybe the vampire who slept here was giving them a choice. A reward for discovering the place, but rather than give them everything, he gifted them a single piece of his treasure. Here, Fex said as he threw the ring over to Quinn. He caught the ring in the air and took a look at it. It's yours, Fex said. I already have one, and I feel like an idiot for touching the ring before making sure everything was okay. If we were only allowed to take one item, then I might have just picked the suckiest out of them all. Inspect. A king tier blocking ring. When used on a vampire, it will completely block the effects of sunlight, as long as the ring is worn. Seeing the description of the ring, Quinn realized Fex must have made a mistake thinking the ring was the same because it wasn't. Fex's ring was an advanced level ring that was able to block out the sunlight for 3 hours at a time, and he would have to go back inside to allow it to recharge. But this ring had no such effect. It would allow Quinn to stay in the sun without getting any of the bad side effects as long as it was worn. There was no time limit. With this ring, the one weakness Quinn possessed had disappeared. A huge smile went over his face as he quickly placed the ring on. "I wonder what else is in this tower?" he thought. Turning his head back and looking down the tunnel from where they had come from, Logan could see that the others had chosen not to follow him. His plan that he made with his quick thinking had obviously worked. Even with Peter on his shoulder, he never slowed down. He continued to run down the tunnel until they had eventually reached an open space that had a lot of different paths and tunnels for them to choose from. It was similar to one of the areas where they just came from. The only difference with this open space was that there weren't any dead students littered about. "Let go of me!" Peter shouted with his eyes now fully red, glowing in the dark. His mouth opened wide, revealing his teeth, which had grown sharper and larger. Feeling the weight on his shoulder shifting about, Logan could tell that something was up and immediately threw Peter off his shoulder and slammed him onto the ground. The impact was rough as Logan didn't manage to hold himself back. This was because he could feel the strength of Peter and he knew that he couldn't hold back any of his power. If the two were to get into a scuffle over strength, Logan was sure he wouldn't win. Lifting his head from the ground, Peter managed to get a glimpse of Logan, who now had his blaster held out pointing it towards him. In return, Peter gave out a type of snarl and deep angry growl. "You're still in there, right, Peter?" said Logan. Hearing his own name coming out of Logan's mouth seemed to have calmed him down a little. But Peter suddenly started to seize. His body furiously shook as he trashed around on the floor. While doing so, the glow in his eyes seemed to have significantly dimmed. Seeing Peter hurt himself like this, Logan couldn't help but feel sad. It was clear that Peter didn't enjoy this and didn't want to eat him. Instead, he was desperately fighting that primal urge. He was starting to wonder if he had made a mistake and should have allowed Peter to eat that girl they had first met. Looking for some kind of a solution, Logan picked out and held out his altered hand scanner. He had made his own personal alterations to the scanner given by the school. The one he had was able to cover a wider range, and it was what led him to find the underground town in the first place. If it just worked, then he would be able to scan the tunnels and find out where the other deceased students were located. Instead of walking through blindly and playing their chances, they would at least have some benchmark as to where they should go. But for some reason, ever since coming down underground, the scanner was useless. "Why won't you work?" Logan said, and Peter was now standing in front of him with his head facing down towards the ground. It was unknown whether he had recovered his sanity or if he was already taken over by his hunger and primal urge. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Quinn and Fex realized that there was nothing the two of them could do to retrieve their items, they decided to cut their losses and leave the room. They had tried attacking the strange cylinder and even tried to dig underneath the ground. However, the black substance that made up the whole tower was also incredibly strong, just as strong as Gatherum. It would take nearly their entire strength just to break apart small pieces of the tower, and understandably, it would take them a few days to make the slightest progress. If one day, they discovered a way to easily break the metal cylinder or the black substance that surrounded the tower, then he could always return and grab the pieces of armor. As they left the room, they continued to ascend the stairs upwards, and at the same time Fex couldn't stop apologizing to Quinn for being rash and picking up the ring, which caused them to lose their chances of retrieving the other items. He was actually unaware of how much of a good mood Quinn was in right now for receiving the ring. He no longer would have to look strange carrying an umbrella around with him beneath the scorching sun. Also, when fighting, he no longer needed to rely on the suit. But of course, Quinn was happy he had the suit. Now, it was being used more on when he wanted to fight using it and hiding his abilities, rather than a device to block out the sun. Finally, after a long walk up, they had reached a platform. It was the final platform, as they also noticed the ceiling above. The ceiling also had several pieces of the blue crystals sticking from underneath. When seeing the crystals, Quinn's greed wanted him to take all the crystals and sell them when he got back. But it would have been difficult anyway, unless he could fly to reach and pull out the crystals. It would also waste an incredible amount of time for him. On the final platform was another large, arch-shaped double door like the one before. It also had no lock, and all the two needed to do was push it open with their two hands. Just like every room they had entered before, the lights started to light up one by one, revealing what the room looked like. From the door to the center room was a large red carpet. It reached the center where there was a very large circle on the ground. The pattern on the circle was similar to that on the door they had first seen. Only there didn't seem to be anywhere for the blood crystal to be put in. Past this was more red carpet on the other end of the circle, which continued forward until it eventually reached a large chair. "Who the hell was this vampire?" Fex said. "It seems like he might have had a little of an ego. Did he think he was a king or something?" There was only one vampire king or queen, so Fex found it strange that a vampire, that perhaps a remainder from the 13 families, or was stationed here, would create such a room. When looking at the large chair or throne, it looked like only a person of significance would be allowed to sit on such a place. That was when Quinn spotted something while looking at the throne. Everything in the room was a disappointment so far, since there seemed to be nothing there of use. But just behind the chair, a little bit above behind it, looked like a clear glass pane, and inside was a large sword-like weapon. The sword didn't look regular, for even though it was locked away behind a glass casing, it seemed to have several black chains wrapped around it, from the hilt all the way up to the tip of the blade. Why would a sword need to be chained up when it isn't being held by anyone? Fex too had seen the sword and started to rush forward excitedly. After a few steps he stopped himself as he was reminded about what had happened in the room before. "Quinn, how about you go for this one?" he said, smiling nervously. Quinn did just that and walked straight past the throne chair and continued to the glass encasement. While looking at the blade closer, he could tell it was a beast blade rather than just a regular sword. The handguard seemed to be quite scaly and rocky, red in color and pattern, which matched the armor seen earlier. Between the handguard and the bladed part was a red gem. It looked very similar to the crystal that Quinn had obtained after defeating the king tier beast. From the crystal, inside the sword, a single red line ran up the blade until the tip. It looked like a bar of some sort, but both the crystal and the red line running up the sword seemed to be void of any power. Placing his clawed gauntlet fingertips on the glass pane covering it, he started to use all his strength, hoping to make a scratch or an indentation. Just like with all of the materials they had discovered before in the tower, it was almost unbreakable to him. "I was going to tell you, but I thought you got the gist by now," Fex said, seeing Quinn attempt to break the glass. After giving up on the idea of getting the sword, Quinn was about to search the room to see if there was anything he had missed. He took a step back, and once again, the room seemed to slightly vibrate. In front of the sword, podium started to rise. It wasn't large, and it rose up until about waist height to where Quinn was standing. The vibration stopped in the room, and so did the podium. On top was a diamond-like shape hole. Quinn turned to look at Fex to see if he had any clue what was going on. "Don't look at me," Fex replied. "I've been long lost about this place ever since entering this tower." He was right. Quinn actually knew more about this tower than Fex, and that was only because the system had informed him that this was a vampire tomb. Still, Quinn had yet to see a casket. The tower didn't have many rooms. There was only the starting floor, the middle-level floor, and here the top floor. It was impossible for them to miss anything, so just where was the vampire being kept? Right now, though, Quinn was more concerned about the podium in front of him. As he gently ran his fingers over the top of the podium, another message appeared. "Would you like to insert your blood crystal? Once inserted, the blood crystal may not be removed." "Yes." "No." "If I select yes, will it allow me to obtain the sword?" While Quinn was in deep thought about the message he had just received, standing by his side, Fex was now starting to act a little strange. He had now had the time to properly analyze the weapon in front of him. "Have I seen something like this before?" Fex said out loud. "Maybe the first leader had something like this, but if that's true, what the hell is something like that doing here?" "You know what type of weapon this is then?" Quinn asked. "Maybe, honestly I'm not sure. I think I saw one of the other vampire families carry around something like this, but often the families kept secrets from each other. Everyone would hide their power, and then when the king relinquished their seat, that was the time when everyone revealed their cards. Maybe one of the other leaders knows something more about this weapon, but at least out of all the kids around my age, I have never seen anything like this. Quinn was hoping he could get more information about the weapon in front of him. It seemed pretty obvious that it wanted him to place the red blood crystal into the podium in front of him. Most likely that would lower down the barrier blocking the sword. The problem was the system had declared once the blood crystal was inserted, it would no longer be able to be removed like before. The AI voice before had said that the stone was a precious item. What exactly can a blood crystal be used for? Quinn asked the system in his head. I suppose I should tell you, you will have a tough decision ahead of you, the system said. The blood crystal can be used just like a beast crystal. They are used to either create armor or weapons. For certain reasons, these crystals are a lot rarer than beast crystals. Are they stronger than beast weapons? Quinn asked as he was starting to get a little excited. It's hard to say honestly. The unique thing about a blood weapon is it has the ability to evolve and grow stronger. However, depending on the crystal used, there is a limit to its growth and also its starting point. What you have right now is your hand is the lowest tier of blood crystals. An evolving weapon didn't sound too bad to Quinn. While others might be put off wanting a straight-up powerful weapon, he didn't find it too troubling as it was similar to the situation he himself was already in. The idea of his weapon growing stronger while he did as well sounded nice. What put him off, though, was knowing that the crystal he held was the lowest type. He looked at the weapon behind the glass case once again, and it really was like nothing he had seen before. He didn't need to ask this as he was sure of the answer but asked just in case. Is that a blood weapon? Yes. The system replied. How powerful it is from looks alone, I cannot say. Quinn had two choices: to hand in the crystal, or use it to create his own weapon. After thinking about it for a while, he had made his decision. There was another major problem if he was to keep the blood crystal, and that was finding someone to create a blood weapon for him. Someone he could trust to keep the secret and someone who knew how to forge with the crystals. Envisioning problems for the future, Quinn decided to hand in the crystal and take the sword instead. Small blood crystal has been inserted. The room started to shake slightly once again, and the podium along with the crystal started to sink into the ground slowly. Eventually, the whole podium was back into the floor and the vibrations had stopped. Quest: explore the tower complete. There was no reward for completing the quest, but he couldn't be upset about that for long as he felt like he was about to get the best reward for coming to this place. A large smile appeared on Quinn's face as he rubbed his hands together waiting to try out his new weapon. After standing there for a few moments, he quickly realized that nothing was happening. The glass covering the sword was still there. Hey, I think you just got scammed out of your crystal, Fex said, looking at Quinn by his side. His face dropped after hearing those words. As Quinn was starting to think the same thing, he started to bang on the glass frame, pounding his fist against it. Hey, give me the sword. I gave you what you want, now it's my turn. But there was no reply and the room continued to remain stagnant. Did it really do nothing? Did I just lose my chance to create something great? After saying those words, Quinn released something that was different. The whole energy and the place around them had changed. Somewhere else, underground at the same time, Logan was steadily backing away, holding out his blaster at Peter. He hadn't made any moves yet, but he could see his body slowly breathing in and out, not moving a step from his position. While continuing to back away at a snail's pace, a sudden sound was heard. Ding ding. The sound had indicated from around Logan's waist. Without having the need to look, he knew where it had come from. It was his scanner. Using one of his hands, he picked up the scanner and immediately turned it on. And just like he thought, it was a success. For some reason, the scanner had returned back online. After quickly scanning the tunnels around them, Logan had found what he was looking for. In one of the tunnels to his right side, not too far from here, were the bodies of some students, who had met an unfortunate end after falling down from above. Yes, Peter, I think I can solve your problem. In Logan's excitement, he had placed both eyes on the scan only for a brief second. Now when he locked up, Peter was no longer standing where he was directly in front of him. Back in the strange tower, Quinn was starting to realize what the change was that he was feeling. After inserting the blood crystal into the podium, it seemed like whatever was blocking out his senses before was no longer there. He could now clearly sense Peter. With this, shock had entered his heart. Sensing Peter now, he could feel a mix of emotions and feelings rush over his mind and body. Damn it! Is this because of the fight from before? Quinn said. We have to hurry and get back to the others. The tower had been fully explored, and it didn't look like Quinn was going to get his weapon. With Peter the way he was bound to be dangerous, so he had made the decision to leave the tower, and Fex had no problem following. After the two exited from the tower and started to head out of the town, Fex turned around and looked at the tower one last time. Bye-bye tower, I guess there was nothing that special in there after all. I wonder what is behind my family doors then as well. I hope it's not the same boring stuff we found here. When the blood crystal was inserted into the podium and went back into the floor, a process had begun. Slowly, strange mechanisms were at work behind the eyes of the two boys. The crystal was being heated to an incredible degree and was starting to be melted down. This process took some time, but when the right heat had been reached, a red blood liquid was formed and slowly starting to filter down. The liquid flowed in one direction, downward through a tube-like shape, continued to go down until eventually it reached its destination. Like a sand timer, it started to drip down, and the sound of it hitting something could be heard. Once all of the blood liquid had dripped out, something started to change. In the top room tower, the large circular pattern on the floor started to shift. The outer ring moved to the right fist, while the inner ring moved to the left. The rings continued to move in different directions, each time with a clicking sound. With one click, the outer circle ring would stop. With another, the inner circle would stop. This continued until eventually it reached the large circle in the center. The center circle started to rise up from the floor, and it finally stopped when it reached a height a little larger than an average human. A few seconds later, and the metal circle cylinder dropped quickly back down into the ground, and left in its place was a human figure. It was a handsome male figure, with pale white skin and dark black hair, that seemed to go all the way down to the person's waist. The facial features were quite feminine, but what stood out most of all was the fact that he had no clothes on whatsoever, and he continued to stand in the room completely naked. Slowly his eyes opened and a red glow could be seen. I wonder how long I've been asleep, the man said. He turned his head to look to see if there were others around, but he could see no one in the room. I wonder who woke me up? That's a shame. I would have perhaps given him something as a reward. Holding out his hand with his hand open, he faced it towards the weapon behind the glass. The weapon started to vibrate slightly, and soon the vibrations grew stronger. A strange force compelled it towards the man, and the weapon smashed through the glass and into the man's hand. Let's see if anything has changed in the outside world, the man said. Just a second ago, Peter was there right in front of Logan. It was only a brief moment, but after checking his scanner and allowing his eyes to gaze down, he looked back, and in front of him no one was there. He had disappeared entirely. Seeing something so dangerous potentially be anywhere in the room with him was starting to make even Logan nervous. He no longer had any sticky light balls to shoot out, and his suit only produced enough light for him to be able to see a few meters in front of him. Peter could see as clear as day down here. They were unfavorable odds, and Logan started to curse himself, thinking about how he ever got himself in this type of situation. Before he nearly did anything in the past, he always thought of the probability of something happening, the risk he would put himself in before taking action. If the odds seemed against him, he would never take the risk. But when seeing Peter writhing in pain and the others there, Logan had reacted on instinct, moving him out of the area. A sharp, sudden sound was heard to his right, and a blast was shot from his blaster in an instant. The explosion had only managed to hit the strange black material, which was as strong as always, causing no rubble or stone to break off but leaving a peculiar smell from the blaster. I don't want to hurt you, Peter. Suppose I hit you now before you've eaten anything. There's a good chance you can't heal, Logan said calmly. His voice was full of confidence, but inside his mind were starting to panic a little. Although Logan's reaction time wasn't beyond that of what a human being was capable of, he was still quite confident in his skills to hit something before it was able to move. Nearly all the students at the school, apart from those with either high-level beast gear or speed-related abilities, Logan was pretty confident he would be able to hit them with his blaster. But the attack he just fired right now, he couldn't even see Peter or even an after image. I guess you really do suit an assassin, but it isn't the time to test it on me, Logan said. As he said those words, groans could be heard once again in a specific direction. When Logan looked at where they were coming from, he could see Peter knelt down on the floor holding his stomach. Logan, just leave me. I don't think it's safe. Just go now, Peter shouted. Ever since Peter had evolved into a white, his whole demeanor and attitude had changed. The others thought the old Peter was completely gone. Lost, but that wasn't true at all. Peter still had feelings, he still had worries, and inside he was still scared as always. There were times when these old feelings and demeanor would show more than others, and one of these times was when he spent time with Logan. He didn't know why, but the others seemed to treat the new Peter different compared to Logan. It felt like Logan didn't care what he was and never found it strange the way the new Peter acted. While with the others, he could always feel they felt different. Like the Peter they were talking to wasn't the same before. It hurt Peter inside, especially since he knew he was still the same person. One of these people who he could tell felt this way was Quinn, someone who he considered close. He could see every time Quinn looked at him. It was different from the way he looked at Peter before. It wasn't a bad way, but it was one of sadness. Will I never be good enough? Peter thought he wasn't back then and he wasn't now. The only person who he was good enough for was Logan, and even now Logan had tried to help him multiple times. If there was one person he would do everything in his power to not to eat or hurt, it was Logan. For a moment, Peter was able to fight back his hunger, but in return, he could feel all the painful pangs in his body. As he looked up at where Logan was before, he could see he had already run off. Good. You listened, Peter said. He wasn't hurt this time, seeing Logan run off to save himself. He had already done enough. The pain continued, and Peter honestly wondered if he was going to die. Although he could have let the hunger take over and his body run wild, he wanted to remain in control of his body for as long as possible. Then the sound of footsteps was heard, echoing through as if someone was running towards them through one of the tunnels. No, if it's another person, I'll attack them as soon as I see them, said Peter. Stay away, turn back, Peter shouted down the tunnel. But the footsteps only grew louder as the person was getting closer. Then in the darkness, a strange, relatively large object was seen flying through the air coming towards him. While it was hard to see what it was, Peter knew. Or more to the point, his body knew as he leapt through the air, and opened his jaw wide, grabbing the flying object with his mouth. He immediately started to rip it apart with his two front teeth and claws, pinning it to the floor. Out from the tunnel, Logan had appeared with a student on his back. He placed it on the floor and took a few steps back. I know this might be disrespectful, but you are already dead. I promise I will find out who your family are and treat them well. They will live a life of happiness due to your help for as long as I am alive. The two boys continued to run through the town at breaking speed. On the way to the tower, they hadn't seen any high-level beasts. Quinn was now sure of it. There was nothing left underground that was stronger than the king-tier beast. With this thought in his head, he was able to freely run as fast as he could towards Peter. He was worried about what could happen, mostly since he was with the others, and worried about what would happen if the travelers were to find out and get involved. Following closely behind, Fex was struggling to keep up. I was right. He really has grown stronger and at a crazy pace. He's a lot faster than me, and I can barely keep up anymore. But how? Nothing I can think of can make sense anymore. If I want to find out the truth, there's only one thing I can do, ask. This time, though, I won't ask for someone else. Fex was always hesitant to ask Quinn this question, and before he didn't know why, but now he did. It was because he felt guilty. When thinking about asking the question, in the back of his head, he knew he had an ulterior motive. As if he was trying to find out some secret information to bring back to his family. Now, he no longer cared and had decided no matter what, he wouldn't reveal to anyone about Quinn. Right now, he wanted to find out for himself, for his own curiosity. Once they were out of this place, Fex wanted to find out the secrets about Quinn. Suddenly, Quinn stopped in his tracks. He had completely slowed down and was no longer running at full speed. "What's wrong?" Fex asked. Truthfully, Fex was out of breath. But seeing Quinn was fine, he tried his best to hide he was tired. As soon as Quinn turned away, he would start panting. He still had his pride and didn't want to show he was now weaker than his friend. There were actually two reasons why Quinn had stopped. The first was Quinn felt that Peter was no longer hungry. The pain he was feeling up to this point had disappeared. Quinn found it hard to believe that Peter would have been able to eat someone in front of the travelers. He could tell they were strong. "Thank you, Logan," Quinn said under his breath. He didn't know why, but he had a hunch if anyone could solve the problem, it would have been him. The second reason for stopping was because Quinn could sense and smell a familiar presence. It didn't take long, and soon Fex could smell who it was as well. "You seem to always be in the most interesting, Quinn. I think I should start putting a tracker on you and just follow you around everywhere." Out from one of the buildings, a slightly older bald man came out with his trusty blade by his side. "Ah, it's the teacher," Fex said and pointed. "You should show some respect, young boy. Right now, I'm more than just your teacher, but your commanding officer," Leo said. "But I'm happy you're safe. I'm here to search for the remaining students. Your friends who were with you have already been escorted outside to the surface. They returned to the shelter with the rest of the students, and they informed me of this place." Just then, Leo stopped mid-sentence. It was strange, and the other two were wondering what happened. Not only had he stopped mid-sentence, but Leo was utterly frozen. It was as if he wasn't even breathing anymore. "Quickly," Leo shouted. "We must get out of here and run." "What's wrong?" Quinn asked, genuinely concerned. His teacher had always been so composed. Even when going up against the Dalki, he never once ran away, but Quinn was sure of it. Leo had said "we," which included himself. "There is something down here, something incredibly powerful. I can sense its aura. We have to leave now." "Something powerful?" Quinn thought. They had already killed the king-tier beast, so Leo couldn't be talking about that, and while exploring the whole place they had found nothing, and Quinn was unable to sense nothing. So just what was this powerful being or thing Leo talking about? Leo didn't need to ask the students twice. They both quickly followed Leo closely behind as the three of them ran out of the town and into the tunnel, not once looking back. But his strange actions were starting to make Quinn think. It was a first for him, the first time he had ever seen his teacher running away from a confrontation. Up to this point in his eyes, his teacher had always been someone that seemed unreachable. A force too strong to even begin to imagine the real strength of. Even when facing the Dalki, he had never acted like this. Whatever it was that was frightening him or making him act like this, it had to be strong. But if something was that powerful down here, then why hadn't Quinn or the others come across it? After thinking about all the possibilities of what could have happened, one thing was stuck in his mind. "No, it can't be." We looked around the whole tower. The tower they had just left was known as a vampire's tomb. And judging by the site of the building and what was left behind, it was a powerful one. "Didn't you say a vampire would need the blood of one of its family members? It's impossible for it to wake up, right?" Quinn asked the system, but it had chosen to remain silent. "Answer me," Quinn snapped in his mind. This time he was insistent and wanted an answer. "Sorry," the system replied. "I was just thinking about the possibilities. But perhaps there was a chance we really did wake it up." "But how?" Quinn replied. "The only thing I can think of is the blood crystal from before. Remember how I said a blood crystal was quite rare? Well, that's because a blood crystal is harvested from a vampire's body itself. Just like how the beasts contain a crystal inside their bodies, vampires do too. Creating weapons from these things became a taboo. It was a practice that quickly became outlawed. The blood crystals themselves weren't illegal, but intentionally harvesting one form a body was. Of course, we don't entirely know what is inside the blood crystal, but when using it as a raw material to create a weapon, the first part of the process is melting the crystal down. At just the right temperature, the crystal will start to melt and turn into a blood-like substance. I'm afraid there is a chance that when you inserted the crystal into the podium, It might have started that process and woken up whatever vampire was deep in its sleep. "Why didn't you say something earlier then?" Quinn complained. "I thought the same as you at the time, that the crystal would be used to help you get the weapon. You see, when a vampire goes into eternal slumber, it does so out of its own choice. In a way, it is a vampire saying it is done with the current world and is moving on. However, their bodies are usually kept at their family, base, or castle. This way, if they ever needed to call on those desperately in times of need, they could do. When I saw that there were no vampires in this area or even any inside the tower, I assumed that the vampire must have chosen to pass on. Some tombs often set trials for their family members, with traps and tasks. Once these were completed, they would pass on their treasures to the next generation. I thought that this person was just doing the same. The three of them had finally left the town. They had gone through one of the tunnels into an open area with several different pathways. The look on Leo's face looked a lot better. Once he had traveled through the tunnel, he could no longer sense the strang force that well. This was because of his ability. It was strong, but he could only see the area he was in. As soon as he entered the town, his view had widened, and he could see anything. There was one thing that was troubling him greatly, though. The aura that he had sensed was the same color as both Quinn and Fex. Still, Leo didn't want to take any chances finding out whether this person was friendly or not. Just because they had the same aura as the two students didn't mean they were close. It was easy for Leo to select the path back, as he remembered well which direction he had entered from, and he started to lead the two students out. Finally, they were about to leave the strange city and everything that had been found behind. While traveling through the tunnel, it started to slightly tilt upward with no end in sight, and they were unsure how long it would take them to get out. While traveling together, Quinn was still trying to digest everything he had been told earlier about the blood crystals, and now he had a few strange questions on his mind. If a family member is unable to kill its own member, how would someone obtain a blood crystal in the first place? Quinn asked. That is an excellent question. Even though vampires and subspecies are unable to go against their creator, that still doesn't mean they are unable to break the rules. Just like with every family, they had their fair share of troublemakers. One could always ask another family to do the job for them, but it would leave a sour taste in the mouth and would often cause grudges between friends and such if this was to happen. As such, a special group was created, one outside the 13 families. These were called the Punishers. Their duty was strictly to uphold the vampire laws that were created by the 13 vampire leaders and the king. They were separated from the others. They didn't make friends with any of the 13 and didn't interact with them other than to bring down harsh punishments. These Punishers, they must have been quite strong then, if they had to force these vampire families to follow the laws, Quinn said. Yes, very strong. When the system spoke these words, he seemed to drift off a little. Are they still around? Quinn asked, noticing the system acting strangely when speaking about them. Unfortunately, that is for you to find out at another time. Quinn had tried pressing further as he did before. If the system gave in once, maybe it could give in again and tell him more information, but he was unsuccessful. The vampire world seemed complicated and strange. It also seemed to have a very long history that he knew nothing about. The system tried to reassure Quinn that it was unlikely the blood crystal had woken up the vampire from its slumber. Some of the events just didn't make sense. Why hand over a blood crystal to a beast if they planned to wake up at a later time? Were they just leaving everything to chance? Although what the system had said seemed possible, Quinn had a strange feeling that they had woken up the vampire. He knew Leo wasn't acting that way for no reason. This time, rather than wanting to find out about it, Quinn just wanted to get away from this place as soon as possible. Finally, the end of the tunnel could be seen, and daylight was shining through. Both Quinn and Fex never thought they would be happy to see the sun, but they truly were. As they both stepped outside, they lifted their arms up, covering their eyes from the sensitivity, but also had a huge smile on their face. Quinn seemed even happier than Fex as he started to jump up and down on the spot. Are you that happy to be free? Leo asked, hearing the sound of Quinn jumping up and down. Embarrassed and a face flushed with red cheeks, Quinn replied, Yeah, It's just nice to see the sun again. The reason why Quinn was more overjoyed than usual was because for the first time in a while, when stepping into the sun, he didn't feel sick. He didn't feel groggy or weak, and there was no system message. The ring had worked, and now Quinn could live the life he once had without any restrictions. The two boys continued to follow Leo back through the jungle. There were many beasts still in the jungle, but thanks to Leo's ability, they were able to avoid all of them and select the safest path heading back to the shelter. Eventually, they had arrived where all the remaining students were. They were staying out the shelter in the large open space on the ground, getting taken care of by the other military staff. "Quinn!" Layla shouted as she got up and started running towards him. As soon as she reached him, she gave a big old bear hug, squeezing him tightly. "I thought you might have died. I told you, you had nothing to worry about," Vorden said, walking closely behind Layla. As she let Quinn go, Vorden proceeded to give Quinn a fist bump and also a pat on the shoulder. Looking around, Quinn was also happy to see that everyone in their team was alive, and it looked like Peter was okay. When his eyes met up with Logan's, a big thumbs up was given in his direction. "We need to do something about CIA later," Vorden whispered as they both noticed she was continually looking in their group's direction, refusing to join them and staying close to the other students. "All right, everyone," a soldier shouted. "It's time to gather up. Your Sergeant Leo has an important announcement to make." All the students had gathered in the open field on the shelter. The rest of the soldiers carried on doing what they were doing, but they seemed to be busier than ever before. A lot more than when the students had first come here, as if they were in a rush for something. When looking around, there were many students who were no longer with them, that had either died from the strange plants and underneath in the underground tunnels, or from the advanced tier beast from before. The look on the students' faces were horrified, and some of them didn't even know how to feel. Stood at the front of them all was both Leo and Faye. Leo walked forward first. "Everyone listen carefully, for we have some important news to tell you all." A while before Fex and Quinn had arrived at the shelter, all the students from the other classes had been told to return to the shelter as well. This was an order issued by Faye. Frequently, both Faye and Leo were being called out to help the other groups. It was clear that this wasn't a green portal planet, or at least not one that the first-year students could handle. After Leo had gone after Dell's class and took longer than usual to return, Faye had decided to make the executive decision to call back all of the students to the shelter. The mission was an important one, and she knew her superiors wouldn't accept this as an excuse, especially after just one day. Instead, to minimize the risk, the plan was to go as one large group while both Faye and Leo would guide them, rather than split them up via their homeroom classes. They would cover less ground this way, and the expedition would be a lot slower, but it also would be safer this way. Some of the students, when returning, were annoyed. Sure, they had run into trouble now and again, but in the end, no students had died. Only the weak ones had been injured. They felt like it was better to get rid of the baggage they were carrying. Why not just allow the vulnerable students to return while the stronger ones continued to hunt? All the other classes had now returned apart from Dell's, and Faye was starting to worry. "Where are you, Leo? If it's something you can't even handle, then we really need to get off this place as soon as possible." "Hey, I see someone moving," a student shouted. A person had stepped through the jungle like trees, and were now standing on the open dark soil of the shelter. The first person to arrive was Leo, and behind him all of the students started to follow. As the other group saw Dell's group, sounds of gasps and words of concern were heard. "What happened to them? Do you think they ran into an advanced beast or something?" "Yeah, right, if they did it would be a lot worse than this. You have to remember Dell's class is one of the weakest class out of them all." What the students said wasn't wrong. Dell's class was considered the weakest. With Aaron gone and the only strong one left being Vorden, it was hard for them to place the class above any of the others. Vorden's ability would only allow him to copy the strongest of another class. In the students' eyes, that only made them even, and they still had plenty of other strong students in their classes apart from one person. Of course, they thought like this because they didn't know how Vorden's ability really worked. Soon, the students regretted saying those words as the others started to realize something. At first, they thought that Dell's class had just been more injured than theirs. If they had encountered intermediate beasts and it took Leo a long time to get there, then it would make sense. But a little while after, they noticed that no more students were coming out from the jungle. The current size of the class that appeared was a little less than half. "Where is everyone? What happened?" the students said, concerned. Not for the other missing students, but they were more worried that if something got to them, then they could be next. The students from Dell's class were taken in for further healing as well as to make an official report, while Faye and Leo were to discuss what was to happen next. "What happened to them?" Faye asked. "It looks like they went off-trail due to an advanced tier beast," Leo explained. The look of horror appeared on Faye's face as her fears were confirmed. "Don't worry. I already dealt with it before even meeting up with the class." As for the remaining students, according to the teacher Dell, they were all eaten, and there was no chance the students survived. The two of them looked over at where Dell was. He was currently barging his way through the injured students and going to the front of the queue. "Out of the way, don't you guys know how to respect your superiors and elders? It was only because of me you guys managed to live in the first place, and this is how you treat me." Although Leo couldn't really see Dell's actions, hearing his words made him feel sick. "That man doesn't deserve to be a teacher," Leo said as he clenched his fist. "This should be fun," Faye thought. She mainly knew Leo due to his feats during the war, but hadn't seen him in combat much. After hearing how easily he dealt with the Dalki, she knew the rumors had to be true. Any chance to watch someone so significant in combat was a good opportunity for her to learn, especially since she also primarily used a sword as her weapon. As Leo took another step forward, he suddenly stopped. Before anyone else, he could hear the sound of the leaves ruffling from behind. "Looks like we finally made it," Andy said as he appeared out of the jungle. The group of travelers had arrived, but they weren't alone, for they had also brought back Vorden, CIA, Layla, Peter, and Logan. Inside the tunnels, Logan had managed to regroup quickly with the travelers once his scanner was working. As an excuse for why Logan had done his actions, he simply said that he was too afraid after seeing the students dead and thought that a beast was inside with them. Although Andre didn't quite buy it, he decided to let it slide. The students were the military's problem, not his. "Looks like some more of Dell's class has arrived. Maybe they aren't dead after all and were just split up." Faye and Leo hadn't quite told the students what had happened to Dell's class. The students who had survived were still busy being interviewed and were away from the other students, so they still had yet to hear from the other students what happened. After the travelers and students had walked out from the trees and vines, what followed next started to cause alarm in the camp. For the large lion-like beast came out as well. "Beast! Beast!" Students shouted as they recognized the beast was a powerful-looking one, perhaps at the advanced level. "Calm down," one of the commanders who was looking after the students shouted. "That beast will do us no harm. It belongs to the Bree family." After hearing that name, the students quickly began to calm down. By hearing the name, they felt safe, as the Brees were one of the big fours and their powers were known quite wide. The ability to control beasts. Seeing the stripes on both Faye and Leo's side, Andre knew straight away who were the highest commanding officers in this shelter. He approached the two of them and saluted at them out of respect. Faye did the same back, but Leo had chosen not to do anything. "Leo, I know you can't see, but this is someone from the Bree family, and they just saluted you," Faye whispered. "Oh, I know, but one must earn respect. I do not know who this man is. I see no reason to show respect to someone just because they carry a certain name." Leo replied loudly, knowing that he could be heard. "I agree wholeheartedly," Andre replied, "which is why I chose to keep my name a secret from most. Unfortunately, my ability is a dead giveaway. Anyway, I believe these students are yours," Andre said as he opened up his palm, telling the students to go over to the other side. CIA had the biggest smile on her face as she ran forward, towards the shelter and the other students, while the others decided to remain, hoping to hear the conversation between these two powerhouses. "Thank you," Leo replied. "Would you mind telling me where you found them? Perhaps I will be able to search for others near the same area." "You have done enough, so there is no need for you to go out of your way," Leo said. Andre and Andy both looked at each other. They had suspected bringing back the students that something like this would happen. In the end, they had already made their decision when coming here. Actually, there is something we must inform you about, Andy said as he stepped forward and handed over a scanner to Faye. They revealed information that they had kept secret from the military. The fact that they had discovered an underground town. Not only that, but it seemed like it was made from Dalki structure. They made excuses while explaining, stating that they knew the place was abandoned and had been taken over by beasts, which is why they decided not to inform or trouble the military with this information just yet. But both Faye and Leo knew they must have been a deeper reason for doing something like this. Leo, both Quinn and Fex. They're still down there, Vorden said. Logan then handed over the altered scanner he had created to Faye as well, displaying the information he had found. Most of the students who were taken by the plants seemed to have passed away. There is still a chance that there are others, but I'm sure both Quinn and Fex are still alive, Logan explained. Standing by Leo's side, slowly Faye was boiling up at what she had just heard from the travelers. You, I can't believe you were hiding this from us. Do you know if you had given this information to us beforehand, the students would have never been sent to a planet like this in the first place? Because of you, students died. Before she even knew it, her fist was already flying towards Andy's face. At the same time, she felt a slash going towards her arm. Images of her arm being sliced off were seen. Quickly pulling it back, she looked at her hand and could see it was still intact. A vision, she said. Don't be too rash, Leo said. But at the same time, he too had his hand on the hilt of his sword. Vorden and the others were prepared for a clash between the travelers and the sergeants. They were ready to help out Leo wherever they could. Other than helping them find an exit, the travelers hadn't really done much to help them. In the end, Quinn was the one who had killed the beast. Also, they still remembered how much in debt they were to Leo for saving them from the Dalki. Every one of the students from the sideline, including the other soldiers, silently watched from the sideline. They were too afraid to get involved. If they did, it could cause trouble due to the relations the one of the Big Four had with the military. The pressure emitting from the two groups was immense. That even one wrong word or act might make the already fearsome looming presence break out and swallow them whole. In the case for someone like Peter and Vorden, they were able to handle such a pressure that coiled. However, for Layla and even Logan, it felt like they were about to be consumed by the dangerous energy that was swirling around. It was only waiting to be unleashed. Are they really going to clash? The students on the side asked one another. Some of them began to get anxious of a fight breaking out. It would be silly if they did. Another student sneered, shaking their head. After all, this is such a small thing. No one would be willing to start a war between a few missing students. However, they were unaware of how Leo thought. He was a simple man. Rather than thinking about the bigger picture of what his actions would lead to, he thought it was best to do what was right in the current situation. As things came to him later, he would continue to deal with it. This was how he always was and continued to be. Right now, the people in front of him had put the students he was responsible for in danger. In the past, Leo was a different man and he did think about things, perhaps thought about them too much, to the point where those around them suffered because of it. I won't let that happen again, Leo thought. Although the others thought Leo wouldn't do something, Vorden managed to catch a glimpse of Leo's thoughts. He could see his fingers twitching slightly as he held the hilt. He's ready to attack at any moment. After sharing Leo's powers and interacting him with theory time he did with Quinn, Vorden felt like he could understand him a bit more. He tried thinking of a way to perhaps calm Leo down. The world didn't need a civil war right now. In the past, there were several civil wars before True Dream came along. There were rumors that the Dalki were keeping an eye on the humans, ready to attack at their weakest point, if something similar were to happen again. Perhaps the Dalki would attack even sooner than they predicted. Leo, when we were down there, there was an incredibly strong beast. For now, I think Quinn and Fex are safe, but I don't know how long they will survive. They need help now, Vorden said. After hearing these words, Leo's grip around his hilt weakened. It seemed to have worked. He stood up straight and carried on walking past the group. As he walked, he purposely barged into Andre's shoulder. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Can you at least show some respect? We saved your students. We didn't have to do that, and we could have kept the whole thing a secret. Andy shouted. Leo then pointed towards his own eyes and opened them up. Where the pupils should have been black, it looked as if his entire eyeball was a tint of gray. There was no color. I'm sorry, but I'm blind, you see. I didn't know he was standing there. Faye, I will leave it up to you to do what you want with these visitors of ours. Whatever you choose, I will back it up when we return to the base. With that, Leo continued to walk into the jungle, while also carefully stepping his foot over a large root going across the floor. Nearly tripped over that one, he said, whistling away into the jungle. Blind my ass, Andy muttered under his breath. By this point, Faye had already calmed down from her anger before. Doing or saying anything would just be a waste of breath. So she decided to take the political stance instead, doing what was best for both pirates. Thank you for informing us of this information. Please in the future do inform us sooner. This way we can avoid any future problems. Andre bowed down to her, before leaving with his group, with a sour taste in their mouth of what they had just experienced. While Vorden and the others were revealed, all they needed to do now was wait, hope Fex and Quinn could return safely. While walking back to the others, Vorden started to think about what just happened. When he first joined the military, it seemed like they didn't care about what happened to the weaker students. They allowed fights to go on without intervening, and it was almost as if the fights were encouraged to happen. Even with the whole Duke and Peter situation, it seemed like they were purposely trying to cause friction and division between those that were weaker and stronger in the school. This did happen in the outside world naturally, and in school before it, however, the divide never seemed to be as big as it was in the military school. After hearing not only Leo's reaction, but Faye's reaction as well to the students in distress and him thinking, perhaps it wasn't the whole military that was like this, or there was also the option that it was more because of the ones that were in charge. Their connections seemed oddly close with the True Dream family, more than they should have been. After waiting for an hour, finally, Leo had returned, and this time he wasn't alone. By his side was both Fex and Quinn. Layla had run up to greet them, and the others were happy to see them as well. By now, all of the students from Dell's class had been checked up on. They were now allowed to spend time with the other classes, but news of what really happened to the class while they were out started to spread, and the tension was felt in the air. The reality of how dangerous this expedition was finally was starting to hit them. Friends and students they had only talked to a few hours ago in the morning were nowhere to be seen, and they would ever be able to talk to them again. Leo and Faye were busy discussing what to do next. Although they were of the same rank, Faye never felt that way, and she decided she would agree with whatever Leo had decided. I have made my decision, Leo said. I'm going to cancel the expedition and return to the academy. Are you sure? Faye replied. It's only been one day and not much ground has been covered. Paul won't be happy with the decision. Can't we just travel as one group and protect the kids? Judging from what the travelers told us, the Dalkey settlement seems to be abandoned. No, Leo replied immediately. When I went down there I could sense it. There is definitely still something there, and it's at least at the power of a 4-spike Dalkey. Hearing this, Faye's eyes nearly popped out from her skull. A shiver was sent down her whole spine, and her hairs were left standing on top of her arm. We would need at least one of the generals here to try to deal with something like that, and even then I don't think they would be much of a match, Leo explained. I understand. If we explain this to Paul, they should understand. They might even remove every one of the planets and classify it as a red portal planet until further notice. Faye replied. She had actually misinterpreted Leo's words. For Leo had said there was something down there that had the same power as a 4-spike Dalkey. But she had taken this to mean there was a 4-spike Dalkey. Only Leo knew the truth, that the energy that was emitting from the being was one that was similar to both Fex and Quinn. As Leo looked over at the two students, a thought soon planted itself in his head. Is there an actual threat right underneath our noses that is probably far larger than the Dalkey? All the students had been covered, on the muddy open soil area of the shelter which stood just before the jungle. Leo had told all of them there would be an announcement to be made. I'm sure by now you have all heard of the news that has happened to Dell's class. Because of this, we have decided to cancel the expedition and head back to the school, said Leo. After hearing the news, some of the students felt a weight lift off their shoulders. No longer were they in danger and had the thoughts of meeting such things. The ones that were part of Dell's class were even more overjoyed. Still, this feeling of relief wasn't shared at all by everyone in the crowd. Those who had done well on the test so far and had run into no troubles started to voice their concern. What? A student complained as they looked around for support. But it's only been one day. That doesn't make any sense. Why should they go back? Stop being so selfish, another shouted back at them. It seemed like two camps had emerged of those that wanted to leave and those that wanted to stay. Enough! Leo shouted in a loud booming voice. His voice had projected so loudly that some of the students felt like their eardrums would shatter. They wondered how a man so small was able to produce such a loud sound. The chatter had stopped, but a single student still had his hand remained up. Yes, young one, Leo said. I don't mind having to go back early, but I do have a question. What does this mean for our assessment? Who got the top grade, and how will our scores be divided? The student asked politely. Your grades will be decided by how well you have done so far. In the past, usually those that perform well on the first day, then would continue to perform well through the test. I know this might not be really fair, but we will take this into consideration based on your performance on future assessments and adjust your result accordingly. As for Dell's class, they will have an exemption due to the special circumstances they faced and will be tested at some other time. Now the winners, I suppose at these types of events we always like to promote those that did best so the other students know who to look up to as role models. I shall decide the winners right now then. After hearing Leo say this, many of the students that had done well on the assessment so far were starting to get excited. They would straighten out their clothes and make sure their hair was ready as they were to be called up to the front. Faye walked over to where Leo was standing and tried to hand him over a clipboard with the scores of all the students' points that had been received from the scanner. Instead of taking the clipboard, Leo pushed it away and shook his head. There is no need, Leo said and glanced towards the crowd of awaiting students. The winners are as follows, so will these following students please come to the front? Vorden Blade, Layla Munro, CIA Green, P.O. Blank, Fexeg, Logan Richardson, and finally, Quinn Talon. As soon as the names were called out and announced, an uproar began to erupt among the students. Why hadn't they been the ones called? The names were so unfamiliar to them. Apart from Vorden, the rest of the names that had been read out were a complete mystery to the other students. Although Logan was a high-level user, he rarely ever visited the classes, so there weren't many that knew what he looked like apart from the ones that were in his class. But even the ones that were in Logan's team were confused as to why his name was called out and not theirs, especially since Logan had gone missing for most of the expedition. However, the students weren't the only ones that seemed to be confused by their names that had been called out, but so were Quinn and the others. They hardly had the time to scan anything, and even when Peter was underground he didn't use the scanner because it didn't work while they were down there. How did they get the top marks? Our group managed to scan around 15 different plants and 3 new beasts. Are they saying they scanned more than that? A student complained with a frown. They must have done that, otherwise why were they called up? Another replied. But for the students that were part of Dell's class, they knew that Quinn and the others didn't have much of an opportunity to do anything. Still, they decided to remain quiet. Many of them remembered Quinn's brave actions in saving some of the students from the advanced tier beasts and bringing them to their side. Even though there weren't any points awarded for this, they felt like whatever reward his group was going to get, they deserved it. However, there was one person in Dell's class that didn't feel the same way, and that was the teacher Dell himself. He still felt a grudge towards these two, and especially after what had happened while they were out. Dell was even surprised that the two of them were still alive. That's impossible. There must be some type of mistake or some cheating going on, Dell remarked loudly. Those students, I checked the scores on their scanner, and not only that, they had 50 points deducted from their team due to an incident that involved breaking one of my other pupils' arms. Dell then quickly looked around for the student who had suffered the arm break, but when looking he was nowhere to be seen. He quickly realized that the student was one of the ones that had been killed on the expedition. Still, His words were just enough for the students to rile up their anger once again. "Hey, I think I recognize him. I always see him in Leo's class. They often spar with each other," the student said. Another student blinked and frowned. "Wait, so are you saying that guy's like a teacher's pet? A suck-up. This is so unfair. There's no other way to explain this. It has to be favoritism." The group of students that were voicing their concerns started to grow, and now the ones that supported Quinn and the others were starting to take a step back as they quickly became the minority. "Enough!" Leo slammed his sheathed blade into the ground, and a small little vibration was felt on the ground. "The students that have been called, please come to the front. If I hear another word from anyone—" Leo didn't finish his sentence, but they knew he didn't have to. The students had been called and arrived at the front, but instead of looks of admiration and jealousy, they were all stared down with looks of hatred. CIA, who still didn't really feel part of the group, was hating every bit of it. The only plus side of the whole thing was they would come out of this assessment with a top grade, which would do well for her future. Seeing that the students' anger still hadn't been quelled, Faye herself decided to take some action based on some information she found out earlier. "Listen up, all of you. There's a reason why these students here have been selected as the winner of today's event." From the crate for scanners that had been collected behind them, she looked until she pulled out one in particular. "This scanner here is from the student Logan. At the time, each of these students had discovered something that was worth a lot more points than any beast or plant would ever be." After pressing a button on the scanner, a 3D-like holographic model appeared from the scanner. It showed a recreation of the town that Logan had managed to get on his scanner, the one he had made before entering the tunnels below. "As you can all see, this right here is a Dalki base. It looks like they had arrived on this planet before us. This is the real reason why we are leaving. Not just because there are some powerful beasts on this planet." With that, everyone understood. No longer did the students who were opposed to leaving were complaining. They too wanted to get off this planet as soon as possible. Memories and thoughts went back to situations they would often hear on the TV and internet. Cases of humans and Dalki interactions on other planets. When this happens, a fight would break out and one side would be obliterated. The problem was a single planet was never enough for either side to reignite the war once again. So one side would have to just grit their teeth and bear it. If it wasn't for these students discovering such a place, then perhaps none of us would be left standing, Leo said. With no more complaints, the students willingly grabbed their belongings and were prepared to head back to the school once again. It now made sense to the students why the shelter seemed to be on such high alert. It was because the soldiers were getting ready to move out. After all their belongings had been gathered, several portals had been pulled out and placed on the ground. While looking around, Quinn noticed that the soldiers were busy gathering their things. The same couldn't be said for the civilians who lived in their treetop homes. They stood there with worried looks on their faces peeking from above. "Why aren't they packing their things?" Quinn asked. "What do you mean? These people have nowhere to go." Layla replied. "They probably spent all the money they had to move here. Even if the military did allow them to use the teleporters and head back to Earth, they would only be made homeless with no shelter or way to earn credits. But if the soldiers leave this place, then there will be no one to protect them from beast attacks," Quinn replied. Layla remained silent when Quinn said this, and Vorden simply placed his hand on his shoulder. They were both aware of the fate of these people. While Quinn was a little naive, the government had helped him when his parents disappeared. So why couldn't they help them as well? He thought. He was starting to think his situation was stranger and stranger, but more than anything he was deeply concerned for the people above. Not only were there adults present but also children. While the students walked through the teleporters, a young little girl who looked only around the age of 5 started to wave her hand goodbye to the students, unaware of what was happening. This world needs to change. The people at the top need to come crumbling down, and when I'm strong enough, I'll come back for you, Quinn said, although he was aware by that time it would probably be too late. Deep underground at the abandoned town, a strange man was still standing on the top floor completely naked. He had been standing there for a while now as he waited for his body to wake up. He was unaware of how long he had been out for. Still, It would take some time for his body's function to return to what it once was. I don't know why it's a vampire's tradition to put one in one of those cylinders completely naked, when one is to go into eternal sleep. They could at least allow for a set of clothes to be left behind. The man said as he seemed deeply concerned by this matter. I can't just go out and greet the people outside like this. They'll think I've gone mad. Or madder might be the correct term. He said as he started to laugh out loud at his own words. Ah! Didn't I leave some basic treasure of mine behind? I believe it was a set or armor. Although, whoever entered the tower might have taken a vital piece. I did leave it there as a reward. Let's just hope they didn't choose the area that covers the crown jewels. As the naked man walked down the spiraling staircase, he continued to pace himself sloppily while holding his chained sword in his right hand. Eventually he had reached the platform where another room was located in the center part of the tower. When entering the room, he immediately could see that 5 metallic cylinders were present. Looks like someone did take an item. Well, that's fine. They did wake me up after all. As the man walked over to the podium which wasn't encased in a metallic cylinder. As he looked down he blinked and raised a brow. Now, out of all the items available for them to get, why on earth would they choose to take the ring? The man thought to himself, rather confused. Inside the dimly lit room, with the torches of flames flickering, the man stood there wondering about why would anyone choose to take the ring? Out of all the items that he had left behind, it seemed strange. Any experienced vampire at first glance could tell that it was the weakest of the items that had been left and even the least valuable. Maybe it had been a mistake. The man thought. Whatever it was, for now the man was thankful for he needed a new set of clothing. Once he changed and found the person who had woken him up, he would allow whoever had the ring to exchange it for something else, he thought. He then walked over to the other 5 podiums that were covered in the strange metal casing. As he placed his fingertips on the cold outside, in an instant, they seemed to react and started to vibrate. Each one of them went back into the ground, revealing the pieces of armor that were once there. After strapping all the armor on, he was no longer naked. Although through the gaps between certain parts, bare white skin could still be seen, as he was still wearing nothing underneath. The helmet allowed for most of his face to be seen. It had 2 spiraling red horns on the top, with a thin piece of metal that went down to the nose. This will have to do for now. Let's just hope I wasn't woken up in the middle of a war. Perhaps that's why the person had left in a hurry after waking me up. The man thought. He continued to go down the spiraling staircase, but he found everything a bit strange. If war really was going on, why wasn't he hearing anything outside? Soon though he had his answer. When stepping outside, he had expected one of 2 things. A parade of people to be there to welcome him back or a big fight to be taking place. But he saw neither of those things. Instead, all that was left was an abandoned town. When stepping out, he could feel that there was no sign of any others like him in the area. Just beasts. He didn't give up, though. Maybe my senses have yet to wake up, he told himself as he continued to look around at the buildings nearby. He searched and searched, but there was nothing. A few beasts that sensed he was near scurried away, not wanting anything to do with the new presence. Finally, he came across something that looked a little interesting. It was a strange human-sized beast that looked like it had been killed not too long ago. The reason why he found it interesting, though, was because he could sense strange energy from it similar to his own. Now, why would a blood crystal have been left behind with a beast? Seeing this and feeling the same energy of the beast, he started to think maybe his awakening was an accident. Somehow the blood crystal he had left behind with one of his family members had ended up in the hands of this beast. From the looks of the area, it had been abandoned long ago, but he still had no clue how long he had been asleep for. It was quite possible that someone had killed the beast, taken the crystal, and then entered the tower unaware of everything that was happening. That would also explain why they would choose to take the ring if they had no clue what the other items did. Perhaps my stinginess paid off in the end, he said, laughing to himself. Before going into eternal sleep, his closest aide, Stephen, had asked him to leave behind certain treasures. They had also asked him to set up trials in the tower, but the man was too lazy for that. When picking out items, He chose the ones that he felt were the easiest to replace. Stephen was confused by his actions. If he was going into eternal sleep anyway, it would be best to leave his best equipment for those of the next generation, but once a cheapskate, always a cheapskate. It was impossible for Stephen to change his nature. Thinking back at how it might be possible, there was also the chance that someone not a part of his family or a different species had obtained the blood crystal. He was now glad he didn't leave out powerful items. Otherwise, it could have caused trouble for the outside. Well, no use thinking about it now, the man said as he stretched his arms. Before I choose to go back to sleep, I'm quite curious about what happened to everyone here, and I guess there's only one way to find out. The man continued to walk out of the town into the tunnels. The sword was now wrapped around his back, using the chains to hold it onto his chest piece of armor. It seemed like he had picked a tunnel at random when walking. Still, after choosing one path, it carried on for a while until eventually sunlight could be seen at the end. A step was taken out of the tunnel and into the sunlight. The man was surrounded by jungle nature, and the rays of sunlight shot through the trees and leaves. They were touching both the skin on his hands and the open area on his face. However, unlike with Quinn and Fex, there was no reaction for the man. My skin's a little itchy. It would have been nice to have that ring. Otherwise, I might develop a rash of some sort. He complained as he scratched the front of his hand. "Oh!" A scream was suddenly heard coming from his right. Immediately, without thinking about it, he started to dash in the direction of the scream. Moving at an incredible speed, he was able to maneuver around, avoiding the trees and hitting away the branches and vines that would block his path. Eventually, he could see a little girl just by a river, but she wasn't alone. A large snake, nearly 4 times the size of the girl, was up on its body with its head held high looking at her. The girl tried to back away, but there was nowhere left for her to go, as the river was behind her and the large black snake in front. The snake dashed forward with its head leading forward. With nothing else to do, the girl closed her eyes and screamed once more as she felt like her life was over. When no pain was felt, she decided to open her eyes again. The snake was no longer there. It had disappeared entirely, and instead stood in its place was a man in strange red armor. Seeing the snake had gone, she collapsed onto the floor with her knees hitting the stony hard ground. "I thought I was going to die," she said, crying. "It's okay," the man said. "The big snake is gone and won't bother you anymore." When looking at the girl, he noticed that there were a few cuts on her body. The worst wound was one on her knee. It was severely scraped and blood was being drawn from it. The man grabbed her leg and looked at it carefully. "It looks quite bad, but I should be able to help you with that." He then spat on both of his hands and started to rub them together. The girl started to cry even louder, seeing the man do these strange actions. "You're a weirdo. I'm going to be killed by a weirdo," she cried. No, don't worry. I'm not trying to do anything strange," he replied. "Trust me. My spit is like magic." He then placed his spit-covered hands on top of the knee, holding it down. The girl felt no pain and waited a few moments, still unsure whether to trust the stranger or not. When the man let go of her knee, the wound had completely disappeared. Looking at it, she was amazed. "Thank you, sir. You must have the ability to heal," she said. "Ability?" the man replied back, confused. "What's your name?" she asked. "You can call me Arthur." Just then, the smile that was on the girl's face only seconds ago dropped. She started pulling on Arthur's arm hard. "Arthur, me and you are friends, right?" Arthur nodded in response. "Then please, you have to help me, my family, everyone there in trouble. The soldiers, they went away, I don't know why, but they left us all here, and shortly after, there was an attack. At first, we managed to stop them, but after killing the first beasts, more started to come." As she spoke these words, she was struggling to breathe, gasping for air in between. Arthur could see this was tough for her. She looked extremely young, barely older than 5. He then picked her up with one hand and brought her close to his chest. "Just tell me where to go." The girl pointed in a direction, and Arthur immediately moved. It wasn't as quick as before. However, the girl could still feel how fast he was moving, as a breeze similar to when one was riding a bike fast was felt on her face. Every so often, Arthur would stop and ask the girl for directions. She knew roughly where the area was but wasn't sure as she had been running away from the beast and had gotten slightly lost. "I'm so sorry, Arthur," the girl said. Sniffing his nose into the air, he could smell it. "Don't worry, I know where they are." A sweet smell entered his nose, a scent he remembered vividly, the smell of blood. Heading towards the direction of the sweat smell, it didn't take long for Arthur to finally reach the shelter. He paused for a second to assess the chaotic situation that was in front of his eyes. A sight he had seen too often, but was hoping not to see when he first had woken up. There were multiple advanced tier dinosaur plant beasts. They were the same ones that the group of students had encountered and had so much trouble dealing with. 3 in total, and all were using their vines, grabbing and pulling the humans off from the platforms and bridges in the large trees above. They were making an effort fending off the vines with the little beast equipment they had, and some were even using their weak abilities. But the group of humans were spread thin. There were around 200 of them in total, living in the trees. While the bulk was dealing with the vines, the others were dealing with snakes, wasp-like creatures, and even a few giant spiders. Many people had already died, and soon it looked like they would all perish. "Stay here," Arthur said as he placed the girl down on the floor just behind a large tree. Before leaving, he touched the ground just underneath her feet. "Don't worry. You will be safe if anything comes after you." Dashing forward, he clenched his hand into a fist. "You guys aren't worth using my sword on," Arthur said. At the same time, Arthur was relatively low on blood, so he didn't want to use any of his blood skills, so he opted to use his brute strength. Not once did he slow down, and now he was right next to the beast's back leg. Using the momentum, he threw his fist, slamming it into the creature's back right foot. A loud shockwave sound was heard, and an indent was made. The humans were above, fighting on the bridges and platform. They were only able to see the upper bodies of the large giant dinosaur-like beasts. Then abruptly, in the middle of their fighting, a loud bang was heard. A few seconds later, one of the beasts toppled over onto its side, and its enormous body was slammed onto the ground. The weight of 90 tons hitting the ground was felt even high up in the trees as the leaves shook and fell. "What happened?" a woman shouted who had a bandana across her forehead. She had been leading the group for a while now. It was really only because of her quick decision-making the group of people were able to last as long as they had done. "I don't know, one of the beasts suddenly fell over. Whatever it is, it has to be good news, right, Ruby?" A man replied as he knocked a vine away coming from another beast, not too far away from the first one. "Not necessarily, maybe it's something even stronger. A beast more powerful taking them out. I'm starting to wonder just why the soldiers went up and left like that," Ruby replied. It was only seconds after the first large beasts had been taken down, but the same thing happened again to the next one, and shortly after the third beast had fallen as well. Ruby quickly went over to the edge of the platform and peeked her head over. Not only had the beasts fallen, but they weren't even moving anymore. On closer inspection, she noticed she could see the smallest of wounds, one the size of a fist in a part of its neck. "Isn't that where the beast crystal is located?" she thought. If the beast crystal was removed, it wouldn't always result in the instant death of a beast. Still, it would get rid of the majority of its powers and eventually lead it to die. They had never themselves encountered this type of creature before, so they had no clue where the crystal was located. But it was a good idea to target the crystal to weaken it. The strange thing about this type of action was it was unusual for a beast to do this type of thing. Ruby looked and looked to see if she could see what had defeated them, whether they were friend or foe, but she could see no one and nothing. Having given up on finding what had possibly saved them, she decided to turn her attention to the rest of the platform and other areas that were still being attacked. When she turned her head, she could see that most of the beasts had gone and been dealt with. A group of people had gathered around a single man and were gossiping and talking, no longer fighting. "What happened?" she asked as she walked over to the group of people. "This man, you won't believe it, but he saved us all," a man shouted with excitement as he called Ruby over. Ruby gulped as she was afraid that the others might be befriending someone they soon might have to fight. When the crowd of people moved to allow Ruby to meet the man, she could finally see what had saved them. However, what she was looking at was nothing like she thought it would be. She could only think one thing: handsome. At this point, Arthur had already killed the 3 advanced tier beasts along with the majority of the intermediate tier beasts on the platform and bridges. It didn't take long for the rest of the beasts to know they were outmatched and started to run away. Right now, Arthur no longer had his helmet on. He had gotten a little hot from fighting and running about due to the helmet and decided to take it off for now and held by his side. When the others saw his face, they thought it was one of a hero. How could someone this handsome exist and be this perfect? The world was cruel for giving those already with good looks, strong abilities and powers the others thought. He wished to talk to the people, hoping to find some answers from them about just what had happened on this planet. But he knew they had just come out of a challenging situation and it would be a while before they could answer properly. His questions could wait. He was used to waiting. He had all the time in the world, but it wasn't the same for humans. Their time was limited. "Thank you for helping us. We are in your debt," Ruby said as she bowed down. "Ruby! Ruby!" An old woman came running out from one of the wooden houses on the platform. She had a worried look on her face as she called out to her. "What's wrong, Mother?" Ruby asked. "I'm sorry. It's Minnie. I don't know where she is. I looked everywhere for her," the old woman replied. "No, Minnie," Ruby said quietly, as it looked like she was about to collapse. But one of the men standing by her side managed to catch her just in time. "Don't worry. We will find her. She's a clever girl and strong just like her mother," said the man. When hearing these words, Arthur realized the girl he had met earlier looked quite similar to the older girl in front of him. Was this a little girl around the age of 6? She had curly black hair. "That's right," Ruby said. Arthur then pointed to the muddy ground below. Cindy had come out from the trees once the beasts had disappeared. "I'm down here, guys," she said with a big smile on her face waving above. "Minnie, watch out," Ruby screamed at the top of her lungs. One of the beasts had still yet to leave the area. It was a human-sized black and yellow wasp-like creature, and it had set its sight on the little girl. Hovering from above it came nose-diving down. The people and Ruby felt lost and hopeless. They were just way too far away to do anything, and none of them had the power to stop what was just about to happen. The only one that didn't look worried though was Arthur. As the wasp creature got closer to Minnie, just underneath her foot, the shadows started to move like an ocean. Then when the wasp was inches away, a gigantic hand appeared from Minnie's shadows and grabbed the wasp, stopping it in its tracks. Arthur then held out his hand and said 2 words. "Shadow lock." The shadow dissipated and with it, the wasp did too. As usual, the head General Puel had left on one of his expeditions. This meant that the 3 other generals were left to run the military base, including the school while the others were away. Mike, the oldest and most experienced of the generals, was mainly in charge of running the base and other soldiers when this happened. This was a task usually for the head general, but because he was often away on other work, Mike would be put in charge. What this meant was the remaining 2 generals, Nathan, head of first years, and Duke, head of second years, were in charge of running the school. Inside his office, Nathan had his feet up on his desk and was laid back in his chair. It was the first time he felt like this in a while. With the first years on the outing, there wasn't much for him to do at the moment, and for the first time he could finally take a break. "I wish I had this much free time every day," Nathan said. Although he was still concerned for the students, the fact that Leo would be with them eased him a little. He was one of the very few people who actually knew Leo's real strength. The probability of the students being on a high-risk planet was low, but even if they were, he was sure Leo could deal with it. Just then, a loud knock was heard on his door. "Come in," Nathan shouted. The soldier quickly opened the door and had a panicked look all over his face. "Sir, it's Sergeant Leo. He has sent a message informing us that he will be coming back soon." "What?" Nathan said, jumping out of his chair. "It's only been 1 day." The man gulped before passing on the next bit of information. "That's not all, sir. I think you better take a look at the report he sent. It seems like the whole shelter will be evacuating from the place. Quickly, Nathan read the detailed report that had been written out, and his eyes opened up wide. If what was in the report was true, he couldn't fault Leo's decision-making. Inside the portal room in the school, multiple medical staff and military personnel were there waiting on standby due to Nathan's orders. The information from the integration at the shelter had been passed on. Most of the students had already been healed at the shelter, but this was just a precautionary measure. Nathan was also standing in the room, nervously tapping his foot away until finally, the portal started to flicker. First to come through the portal was Leo, and eventually all the students began to follow from behind. The students were led to their class groups, where their teachers would round them and wait for further instructions. When the last student had exited the portal, and everyone there had been confirmed present, Nathan gave the command. "Cut the link," Nathan ordered. 2 soldiers immediately ran up to the portal and pressed 2 buttons on either side of the portal. A few seconds later, and the orange wavy-like color had disappeared. Now, when looking at the portal through the circle, the other end of the wall could be seen. This was a necessary step to make sure that no beasts or other things would be able to follow them from behind and enter the base. The portal was then quickly taken away, off to the side. It wouldn't be used for student activity and would only be used once again when the portal color had been changed to red, and for stronger soldiers to enter. The students didn't know what was going on as they waited in the room for the next command. While doing so, Vorden had a heavy thought on his mind as he looked over in the direction of CIA. "Hey Quinn, we need to do something about CIA," Vorden whispered. "She saw your abilities, and not only that, but she also saw Fex transform into that thing. I don't know why she hasn't told anyone yet, but it's too risky for her to know." Hearing this, Quinn couldn't agree more. It didn't matter why CIA was keeping it a secret. Unlike the others before, she wasn't a friend. "Before you go," Vorden said, as he placed his hand outward and handed something over to Quinn. When looking at what he had just been given, Quinn noticed it looked identical to the earring that Fex was wearing. Black in color and a rectangular shape. "It's that flying bull. It told me to hand it back to Fex. While you're talking to him, you can hand it back." Quinn looked at the item, and found it interesting that the bull was able to transform into a small piece of jewelry like this. It really made him wonder if he would be able to get something like this. As he walked over to Fex and handed over the earring, he leaned over and started to whisper. "Hey Fex, we were just speaking, but do you think you could use your skills on CIA to make her forget about the whole situation?" Quinn asked. "I don't think it will be a problem, but I'll be honest with you. It's a lot of information and a lot of things happened. It will be hard to fill in the blanks in her head if I do this. It might even cause her brain to be slightly damaged, removing so many events." Quinn didn't like the sound of that. He hated the thought that perhaps he would have to hurt people related to his matter just to keep a secret. Just because she had the fate of joining Quinn's team, it was possible she would now suffer for it. When someone did something wrong to him, like the time in the desert, he had no problems, but CIA hadn't directly tried to hurt him. "What do you think?" Quinn asked, hoping for some guidance. "If it was down to me, I would have removed her memories already. It's just too risky, Quinn. I know you by now, and maybe you feel bad for her. But if humans find out about us, then that means the vampires will find out about us, and I'm more worried about them. They will kill and slaughter every person that knows of this secret to keep it hidden." What Fex said had hit Quinn quite hard. Not only would they go after him, but Vorden, Peter, Layla, Aaron, Leo. It would affect multiple people who had only helped him so far. "Sometimes we have to sacrifice a few to save the many," Quinn mumbled, as he clenched his fist. He hated saying these words, but he needed to convince himself. It felt like what he was about to do right now was no different from what the military was doing. They hadn't even tried to save the people at the shelter they were just at. But they had a choice, while Quinn felt like he did not. "Go ahead," Quinn said as he gave the nod. Right now, CIA had departed from the others. She had agreed to herself that she would keep the others secret, but honestly, the main reason was she didn't want to even get involved with people like that. A group of students who had way too many secrets, it just smelt like trouble. She herself didn't like the military that much in the first place. so getting on their good side didn't mean much for her. If she could go through her life without ever having to interact with the others again, then she would be happy. The problem was she couldn't. While deep in thought about what her next move would be, she felt someone walking up from behind. "You," she said, a little startled as she moved back a bit. Still in her head were images of what the student had turned into. Although she was terrified, she quickly took a deep breath and calmed herself down. There was a high chance that Fex just had a transform ability that changed him into a type of muscular creature. Still, she remembered the power and loss of control Fex had back then, and it seemed like the bloodsucker was a lot more frightening than even the king-tier beast they had faced. "Don't worry, you won't be afraid of me anymore," Fex said as his eyes started to glow red. It was the usual thing and something Fex had done plenty of times while in school. He just needed to wait for the typical response as her eyes would start to grow dull and glow a slight red in return. CIA, seeing Fex's eyes slightly change, stepped back. "Hey, what are you trying to do to me?" she shouted. As she said this, a few of the students nearby had turned their head to look at what was going on. "Huh, why isn't it working? Am I too tired? No, it can't be that," Fex thought. Is her mind strong? He didn't quite clock on to what was happening at first, since it was a feeling he wasn't used to. But it was clear that she was able to resist his powers. Seeing that now others were paying attention to them, Fex quickly turned around. "Sorry, just forget about it," he said as he walked off back to the others. "Did you do it?" Quinn asked, unsure what had just happened. "No," Fex replied. "She resisted against it. It's the first time something like this has happened." Isn't she only a level 4 ability user, Quinn thought. The influence skill relied on one's charm skill. Up to this point, Fex's charm had always been higher and stronger than Quinn's. Fex had used his ability on several students before, and that included level 4 ability users. He never thought of the possibility of his influence not working. The problem was, it didn't matter how strong the individual was with their abilities. It was all about how strong their mind was. There were some people Quinn could imagine the influence skill never working on, such as Logan, Vorden, and Leo. These people were just too strong-willed. However, when looking at CIA, he didn't feel the same way. Wasn't she just an ordinary student? So why didn't Fex's influence skill work on her? Hearing the shocking news that Fex had just failed, Quinn was busy pondering what to do. There was always the chance that something like this might happen. Perhaps a high level would see them, and they would be unable to deal with it in the usual way. This thought was always on the back of Quinn's mind. When he thought about it again and again, the ending that played out in his head was always the same. He would have to kill them. It was too risky to leave something open, and while he was still in military school, there was no chance to run away or escape. While looking at CIA, images started to flash through Quinn's mind of the possible ways he could do this, and a certain disturbing image entered his head. One of him holding CIA in both hands with blood dripping from his mouth. And by her neck were 2 puncture wounds. "Hey, why don't you try to clear her memory?" Fex said. This suggestion might have seemed out of the blue before, but right now not so much. Fex had his reasons. After witnessing Quinn fight against the king-tier beast, he knew that his speed was already of that of a vampire noble. Fex wasn't sure if Quinn had evolved and gone to the stage of vampire noble just yet, but there was still a chance his charm was stronger than his. Coincidentally, when Fex had made this suggestion, Quinn thought the same thing. Were his current charm points higher than Fex's? He felt a great increase in speed once his points had reached above 30. If his charm skills didn't work currently against CIA, there was actually a good chance that it could still work once his charm skills had reached above 30. It could work. But if it doesn't? Before he could even make a decision, Nathan had already started to make an announcement. "Listen up, everyone," Nathan said as he raised his hand in the air. "There is no need for the students to stay here any longer. Feel free to head back to your rooms, and in the morning we shall inform you of your schedule next week. We might even send a message out tonight, so keep an eye out for it on your wristwatch. As for all homeroom teachers, I would like you to stay behind for now." As soon as Nathan said those words, the doors to the portal hall were opened wide, and the students already started heading back to their dorm rooms. They were tired, defeated, and just wanted to forget about the experience they had gone through. When looking around, CIA had already gone. It was now nighttime, and the curfew for the students to stay in their rooms was just about to pass. For now, he would have to trust Layla to keep an eye on her, until he met up with her the next day. All the students promptly left the room, and the teachers remained along with the sergeants and Nathan. First, I would like to tell you the whole planet has been evacuated of military personnel for now. We will no longer be required to explore the planet, and a special ops unit will be sent in the future to figure out whether the Dalki already has inhabited the place or not. Nathan explained. Wait, I don't understand? Del said, a little frustrated. I thought we all left because we knew the Dalki were there? Our information sources say they might have been chased away or even something else. The reason why I am saying this is due to their base still being full of blue crystals. If the Dalki really had taken over the planet already, they would have taken all the crystals with them already. Although Del didn't have any wishes to continue the mission alone, he thought they might still have a chance to complete it with Leo and Faye by his side. He knew what the military was like. He had been with them long enough. Because this expedition had been cancelled early, they would soon ask them to go on another one. If they had finished this one, they might have been good for a whole year. This information would have been passed on to you all later on anyway, Nathan explained. The real reason why I asked you to stay behind is due to the upcoming intermilitary base event in 2 weeks. What does that have to do with us? A female teacher asked. Usually, all the second years take all the places, right? Yes, usually that is the case, but this year they have decided to do something different. Apparently, there are a few strong first-year students from the other military bases that wish to take part in the event. So this year, they have decided that each class must select at least one student for the 3 main events: Ranged Ability Tournament, Fighting Tournament, and the Crafting Tournament. You all should have a list ready for me by the end of the week of who you think will participate. Paul has stated that this intermilitary tournament is an important event, so you must select your best. If your students do well, this will reflect on you, and you shall be rewarded for it. Not all of our positions are based on strength, and soon one of our oldest sergeants will be retiring. Does anyone have a list of the current ranking of students? Hearing what Nathan had just said, Del started to have a slightly worried look on his face. Not only did the students think Del's class was one of the weakest ones, but the teachers did as well, and Del was aware of this. In his head, he was trying to think just who to pick for the event. A soldier from the side walked up to Nathan and handed him over a tablet. On the tablet was a list of every first-year student with a score beside their name. Well, this is a surprise, Nathan said. It seems like Del's class has the most top-ranked students currently. Hearing this, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. How could it be, he thought, then suddenly. He started to remember what had just happened. Leo had awarded the group with the most points for the outing. That group belonged to his class. Not only that, but in the last assessment, Quinn and his group didn't do too bad either, scoring around the mid-level. With top scores in one and middle scores in the other, it positioned Quinn's group and teammates relatively high on the current ranking. I shall be expecting some good things from you, Nathan said as he looked at Delaware. Now go get some rest, everyone. I will update you with what is to happen tomorrow. At another military base, it seemed like the group of teachers were having a similar meeting. However, this one was a lot more formal. All the teachers had gathered in a meeting room. There were a total of 10 teachers, including the sergeant that sat at the head of the table. One of the teachers was sat upright, stiff and still listening keenly to every word being said. Does everyone understand? A relatively large fat man said at the front. Yes, sir. Silver replied the quickest and was most responsive. Why can't you guys be more like her? The man said. Not only does she always look stunning in the morning, but she works hard and is responsive, and she's the new one. Keep this up. The man then turned off the presentation as he left the meeting room. The other teachers followed, leaving the room one by one. When a male student named Justin noticed that Silver still hadn't left from her seat. She had been in the same position the whole meeting, and even with it having ended, she stayed there firm. Hey, Silver, the meeting's over, are you coming back? Justin asked. Silver turned her head, and her silver hair with strands of black as tossed across her face. As Justin saw this, he felt like he was watching one of those shampoo commercials in slow motion. Everything seemed to slow down as he appreciated her beauty. "I'm sorry, my mind was on something else," Silver said as she stood up from her seat and walked straight past Justin out of the door, ignoring him. "Wait," Justin called out. "Maybe I can help? Do you need anything?" Silver lifted her hand and wafted it about in the air. "I don't think I would even ask for your help with boiling an egg. Just stick to teaching." As she walked off, her head was still filled with one thought. In the meeting they had mentioned the torment was coming up. Their every single base would travel to Base 1 to participate. The largest military base of them all. Here, she would finally meet the person she was looking for. "I can almost smell you, Fex," she said as she licked her lips. The students had a better sleep they did when comparing to the whole time they had spent at school. They were exhausted from the trip and more than they realized, both mentally as well as physically. Although a lot of them didn't like the military school, they had to admit it was nice to be back here. In terms of danger, it's one of the safest places they could be right now. Late last night, a message was sent out to all of the students stating that their morning classes had been canceled. At the same time, in the afternoon, they would be required to return to their homeroom classes. Before anything else, Quinn decided to make a stop just outside the girls' dorm and was currently standing outside Layla's room. He had traveled there the early morning the second he was able to leave his room. It seemed like no one else had woken up yet. A knock was made, and he patiently waited until a drowsy-looking Layla had answered the door. She was standing there by the doorway, rubbing her eyes with her short pink pajama bottoms and a shirt that didn't have the top 3 buttons done up. It looked as if the shirt was barely hanging onto her, as the top of her shoulders could be seen. "Who's here so early in the morning?" she said as she finally stopped rubbing her eyes. "Quinn." "Wait, Quinn," she shouted. Quickly, Layla grabbed her shirt, doing her buttons up as her face had gone bright red. If she knew who was coming to the door, she would have been better dressed than this. But it was too late, and Quinn had already seen her. Regaining her composure, she wanted to redirect the attention back towards Quinn. "Do you need something? It must be important if you came this early?" When asking the question, she took a look at his face. Noticing that while she was flustered and worried about the situation, it hadn't affected Quinn at all. He didn't feel embarrassed by what he had just seen, and the situation seemed to only be awkward for her. "I didn't realize I was that unattractive," she thought, although that wasn't the case at all. When Quinn had first seen her at the door, the first thing he thought was she had quite a nice body, showing more skin than he should have been able to have seen. The problem was, ever since turning into a full vampire, even though the feelings were there, it was as if they felt suppressed. They didn't show out on the surface. There were a few times this happened to him before, such as when he was scared. For certain situations, he thought it was quite helpful. When going through the whole ordeal with Peter, and seeing him eat the human flesh, he believed it was the only thing that had gotten him through it. Otherwise, he might have never been able to sleep again. The other situation where it had helped was during fights. Before, when fighting as a human, the adrenaline would get to him. His hands and body would start trembling before the fight had even begun. Still, just as some feelings were suppressed, others seemed to be amplified, and one of these feelings was anger. There were a few occasions when he felt like this feeling had wholly consumed him and taken over. Of course, he had this happen as a human. When one was so angry, they didn't even know what they were doing, and their body acted before they did. Only now these angry episodes seemed to be happening more often. Things that wouldn't have bothered him so much was starting to grate on him, like the shopkeeper, and when CIA had stabbed him with her spirit spear. Peeking his head slightly through the door, he started to look around if he could see CIA. In the room, he could see a bundle of quilts all rolled up and a person inside fast asleep. "Did she do anything to you last night?" Quinn whispered. Layla then walked forward and closed the door slightly behind her as she shook her head. "We didn't speak much before she was a team member. Honestly, it's pretty much the same as she said before. We still talked to each other casually, but didn't say anything about what happened on the trip at all." Hearing this, Quinn didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. Was she just trying to pretend everything didn't happen? If you don't mind, Quinn asked, would you be able to get her to come here now? Say I need to speak to her about something. I can try, Layla said. Layla walked up to CIA's bed and planned to try to gently wake her up by rolling her backwards and forwards. But when she was just a few steps away from the bed, CIA said, I'm awake. You don't have to wake me up. She took the quilt off and sat upright. Unlike Layla, she was already in her military uniform rather than her pajamas. She then looked Layla in the eyes. It's one of your friends, right? She said. I'll speak to them, but please, come with me. When saying these words, Layla could feel they were genuine, and there was a slight fear in them. It was a normal reaction after what she had seen. When getting off the bed and walking towards the door, without asking, she forcefully grabbed Layla's hand. She practically dragged her with her to the door. Quinn could see the two of them holding hands and didn't know quite what to make of it. I was wondering which one of you they would send to come to talk to me, CIA said. But I guess it would make sense for the so-called leader they all follow to come to speak to me. Leader, Quinn replied strangely. He never saw himself as the leader of the group. That position he felt like belonged more to either Vorden or Logan. They were the ones making the decisions most of the time. The reason why CIA had come to this conclusion was it seemed like whenever they were planning stuff or talking, everyone in the group would always naturally ask Quinn for confirmation. It was as if Quinn didn't agree with it, then they wouldn't go through with it. Even if he didn't feel that way, it was clear he was the natural leader of their group. Ignoring what had just been said, Quinn decided to continue with what he wanted to do. He wasted no time and immediately activated his influence skill. Once again, CIA could see the person's eyes in front of her glow red. Only this time, something was drawing her in as her mind seemed to drift away. Noticing what was happening, she clenched her left fist hard and was free while the other hand was holding onto Layla. While Quinn was in the middle of using his skill, he could suddenly smell something sweet. Is that blood? The drifting feeling was no longer felt, and CIA's mind was back where it was once again. When looking towards the direction of the smell, Quinn noticed that CIA's hand was dripping blood. She had managed to dig her own fingernails into the palm of her hand to cause an immense amount of pain, redirecting her mind somewhere else, causing his skill to fail. The action didn't go unnoticed, and even Layla was impressed. One would have to have an extreme willpower to be able to hurt themselves to the point where they would bleed. The normal reaction for a human was to not hurt itself. Even the agents at Pure would struggle to do something like this. Again, you guys tried doing something to me, she said as she backed away, now clenching Layla's hand even tighter. Look, if it's about what I saw, I won't say anything. I don't know why you are hiding your abilities and your power. The only thing I will say to you is, don't threaten me. I don't know who you think I am, but I'm not like people you have met before. Remember, I'm keeping your secret. So if I need a favor from you guys, I'll be coming to you. With that, CIA slammed the door shut and Quinn was unable to get the last word in. Maybe it didn't work now, but I felt something, he said. Quinn could feel that it started to work, but her mind was just a little too strong as she was able to resist his charm skills. If he was to get his charm points over 30, he was confident he could remove her memory. CIA hadn't told their secret so far, even though there were plenty of opportunities. For now, he would just have to keep an eye on her and trust Layla to make sure she didn't say anything. Still, he would prepare himself for a plan B. Inside the room, CIA's heart was beating at an incredible rate, and Layla could feel and see this too. She was wondering why it seemed like CIA trusted her so much. She was just a part of Quinn's group as much as anyone else. CIA then looked over at Layla and gave a big smile. Do you not even think of me as part of Quinn's team? Layla thought. With the first job on Quinn's list done, there were a few more things he wanted to take a look at. In his hand right now was the blue crystal that he had obtained from the tunnel from below. He was sure Logan would be interested in such a thing, but there was a second reason he wanted to visit Logan as well. To see and test out the detail of the new skill he had obtained, Shadow Eater. A knock was heard on one of the doors in the VIP dorm area, and while waiting for Logan to answer, Quinn started to look around the place. The area around them covered the same size as the area of the boys' dorms just underneath. Roughly 250 students were living below. So it made Quinn start to wonder just how many VIP students were possibly at the school. The rooms were far larger, but still, whenever Quinn came up here, he never saw anyone come out from their rooms. It made him think that maybe most of the rooms were empty or they just liked staying indoors all the time like Logan. Maybe there were some students they still hadn't seen or met that were just as strong as Logan and Vorden. While in the middle of his thought, Logan had opened the door and immediately pulled Quinn in by the sleeve before shutting the door behind them. To his surprise, Peter was already in the room as well. "I don't sleep, remember?" Peter said, seeing that Quinn looked confused. "Don't mind him," Logan said. "He was just helping me along with my research." When looking at Peter, it seemed like he was more being used as a human vending machine. In his arms, he held multiple sandwiches and drinks and was just standing there in one place. If he didn't know any better, he would have thought Peter's master had been Logan rather than himself. When did the two of them get so close? Although this wasn't a bad thing. It was good if Peter could listen to others without the need for Quinn to use his blood or force command on Peter. Logan had quickly gone to one of his workbenches, where it looked like he was analyzing something. He placed a strange-looking digital monocle on one eye and had his tool glove on the other. "So, what did you want?" Logan asked. "I actually came to give you a gift." As Quinn said those words, he stopped midway. When walking over to the bench, he had spotted that Logan already had what Quinn was about to give him. Currently, on the workbench was the blue crystal. It looked identical to the one Quinn was just about to give. The crystal was placed in a strange device and had multiple wires and crocodile clips attached. Information was being processed from the crystal to the computer. After placing the crystal down by Logan's side, he let out a big sigh. "I should have known you would have taken one already," Quinn remarked and proceeded to ask, "Well, what is it? Have you figured it out already?" Logan spun around in his chair and lifted his monocle from his left eye. It was slightly red, as if he hadn't blinked for a long time while inspecting the crystal. "I'm not 100% sure, but I can tell you one thing. These crystals radiate and give the same energy as a beast crystal," Logan explained. "What? But there were thousands of them underneath the planet. Is this the first time something like this has been discovered?" Quinn asked. Logan then proceeded to pick up the crystal. Quinn handed him and replaced it with the other crystal. After confirming that both of the crystals were indeed the same type, he began his explanation. "I don't think so. I have a little theory of mine, you see. I always found it odd that the military was so concerned about conquering the beast planets before the Dalki did. It didn't really make any sense to me. Sure, the beasts could be used to make better weapons, but why the need to beat the Dalki to the punch? I think that the military doesn't just want these planets for the beasts, but quite possible for these crystals we found as well. Maybe these crystals are also the answer to where do the magical beasts come from in the first place. They don't mate like normal mammals. We have confirmed that much," Logan explained. "You said the crystals were like beast crystals? Do you know what they do?" Quinn asked. "That will be part of my next phase. When I find out more information, I'll come tell you. Thanks for the second crystal. Honestly, I was afraid of melting the only crystal I had down. So this will be a big help to my research. Oh, by the way, did you find anything in the tower that might be interesting?" Logan asked. Since coming back from the portal outing, Quinn had never mentioned he had gone to the tower. He was always amazed how Logan was able to guess things, and after lying to him before, it felt a little harder to lie to him again. He looked down at his hand and saw the ring. In truth, the only thing he had obtained from the tower was the ring. There were other items, but he didn't get any of the others. "I only got this beast ring," Quinn said. "There was other stuff there, even a strong-looking sword, but we were unable to get it." Quinn went on to explain further about specific details to Logan. He didn't say it was a vampire tomb, but did talk about the blood crystal he had in his hand and how it got taken away. "It's a shame about that blood crystal. That might have also helped us out with these blue crystals as well," Logan said as he went back to inspecting the blue crystals. Looking around the room, Quinn spotted the VR machine. He hadn't used the one in Logan's room for a while now, especially since Logan gave him the stick that allowed him to connect to the private servers from any of the VR capsules. "Hey, you don't mind if I use that, do you?" Quinn asked. Logan wafted his hand in the air, not even saying a word. There was no need to ask Logan anymore if he could use it. There was now quite a bond of trust between everyone in the group. They had experienced a life-threatening event together, and that always seemed to bring people closer together. After entering the VR pod, Quinn logged into the private server and was now in the white training space. System skill: Shadow Eater. Info: unknown. For the first time, when unlocking a skill, there was no information on what the skill could do or its effect. When trying to use the skill, it was the same result. Before, he could use the system to activate the shadow skills, and this was the same with his blood skills. He would only have to think of the skill before using it, and his body would slightly start to react on its own. After repeating this a few times, Quinn got used to the feeling of each action, and eventually was able to perform them on his own, without the system's guidance. This made the timing of the skills a lot faster and the flow better. There were some skills that took more time to do that with, such as the daze and influence skill, which he still relied on the system for its help. So when he had unlocked the Shadow Eater skill, he had assumed the same. Only this time, when trying to use it, nothing would happen at all, and with no description of what the skill did, he was at a loss. Inside the game and room, he repeatedly tried everything he could with the shadow, imagining in his head what the skill would be and would try to initiate it using the shadow. After a couple of hours of trying though, he felt like giving up. System: why can't I activate this skill? It's unlocked, right? Once again, I don't really know. Remember, I wasn't the one that created the system. I only helped design it, the system said. However, I do think there is a way you can still learn it. The only thing I can think of is to find a teacher, another person who uses the shadow. Although, there might not even be anyone that knows how to use the shadow skill that is alive. Other than skill books, this was another way one would be able to pass down skills to others, by teaching and showing them how to use it. Family members and originals would often do this. What do you mean by that? Quinn asked. Once again, the system had decided to remain silent about his second question. Isn't the shadow an ability only compatible with vampires, though? Where the hell would I find a teacher for that? Especially if you're telling me they're all dead. Does that mean I will never be able to use this skill? Quinn was a little frustrated at the situation he was in. The skill had cost him one of the rewards he had obtained for completing the quest. Also, by being the most expensive shadow skill to unlock in his system, he thought that it would be something amazing. Something that might even greatly increase his power for the next outing, or even if unknowns were able to come after him. Who knows? The system replied. I said there might not be anyone alive. That doesn't mean there isn't anyone there. Somewhere out on one of the beast planets. Arthur was walking by Ruby's side, when suddenly his nose felt itchy, and a big sneeze came out. Whoa! Someone must be talking about me, Arthur remarked. Inside one of the homeroom classes at the front of the class was a single person sitting at his desk. A holographic display was in front of him with the list of all the students' names in the class. Both of his hands were up by the side of his head. Any second now he felt like he would pull his hair apart. Why the hell do the school care about this crappy event so much? Dell complained. Right now, he was trying to decide who to select for the 3 events that every class had to participate in. There were more events than these, but those positions were usually taken by the second-year students, and Dell thought the same would happen this year, but it didn't seem to be the case. At first, he had sorted the list by power levels. Noticing that there weren't many and the highest power level in their class was Vorden at level 5. While right at the bottom was Quinn with the ability level of 1. Why did I have to be given a class with such weak students? He thought. He knew there was a low chance of his class performing well, and rather than that being a reflection of himself, he felt like fate had just given him a bad hand. Next, he decided to sort the list by where the student's current ranking was via points. This was based on the 2 assessments that had been done so far. The list drastically changed after that, shifting Quinn, who was right at the bottom, to near the top of the list with the rest of his teammates. A part of him wanted to select Quinn for the fighting event to see how far he would go, and hopefully would learn his place, but he knew the management team would think he was crazy for selecting a level 1 student to fight. A thought then came to his head, an idea that the upper management couldn't disagree with. Not only did Dell have to pick 3 participants, but he also needed to decide 3 substitute places for the event. As long as he had some type of reasoning, then it would be fine. Just then, the classroom door opened, as the students started to filter in. It had just passed midday and the morning off the students were able to enjoy had come to an end as they were told to head to their homeroom classes. When everyone sat in theater was a heavy atmosphere. When looking around, they noticed that many seats were left empty formed those who had died. Dell quickly closed the hologram. The teachers were allowed to know the rank of everyone in the class, but the students were not. Although many of them already had an idea as they could see how well others had performed. Once everyone was seated in their seats, Dell stood up from his desk and started the class. All right, everyone, there are no lessons for today, but the reason why you have all been called in is due to the upcoming event. Not all of you will be taking part in it, but there will be duties given to each student to prepare support for your school and military base. Dell then started to read groups of names in the class, telling them each what their duty would be for the event. Some were in charge of creating decorations and banners to support their base while in the crowds. Others were in charge of helping with supplies and bringing food to the event, and there were even more roles given to the others. No one was really interested in this, as everyone was wondering just who in their class would be selected for the 3 upcoming events. And finally, it was a tough decision. But now I will announce who will be participating in the upcoming 3 events. Excitement was filled in the room. A lot of the students had an idea of who would get selected for the fighting tournament, but for the other 2 events they had no idea. First off, for the fighting tournament, I have decided to select the highest ability level and also one of the top-ranked students. Vorden Blade. As his name was called, Vorden stood up so everyone was able to see who had been called and selected. There were no complaints from the other students as they felt like this was the expected result. Other than Aaron, there really wasn't anyone as skillful as Vorden. They had all seen him that day in the hall fight his way out of a tough situation, only using Layla's ability. Next up, for the ranged event I have decided to select Layla Monroe. After hearing her name, she didn't immediately stand up. She thought there must have been some type of mistake. Yes, her main weapon was a bow, but there were others in the classes that were more skilled than her. Unlike when Vorden was picked, some whispers were going around the room, as they weren't quite sure why Dell had decided this. I can see there is some confusion. The reason Layla has been selected is because of her ability. It matches well with her weapon. As you may know, the event differs slightly every year. I believe her versatile skills with using the bow will come in handy. Not only that, but she is currently one of the top students out of the first years in terms of points. This could only be possible for those that had at least some skill. Dell explained. Although there were quite a few students who still disagreed with Delaware. They did feel like his reasoning made sense. Still, several of the students who contained ranged abilities were looking in her direction. They couldn't help but feel for some reason a certain group of students were getting special treatment. After getting the most points for the portal outing, and now even taking 2 of the places in class. Finally, for the crafting tournament. I believe there is only 1 student in our class that is currently in the crafting club. Correct? Benny Lee shall be the one who will take part in the crafting tournament. The crafting tournament was for those who mainly planned to become a blacksmith or a type of tailor in the future. Their abilities usually complemented them in the forging process of creating great weapons and clothes. It was rare to have an ability that would match this, so they were quite hard to come by and highly sought out by not only different factions but the military as well. Quinn was lucky that he had found Logan to create the suit for him. Otherwise, he would have had to go off and search for a forger like Benny. Eventually, though, he knew he would have to search for one of these people in the future, if he wanted to carry on getting stronger. For him, he could rely on the shop for now, but the top equipment in the world needed to be created by top-class forgers. Quinn was a little upset that he was unable to participate in the event. He remembered Nate, who he had met in the VR game, had mentioned it multiple times. Quinn was also interested in facing him and other strong opponents. They had the plan with Vorden if anyone was ever to find out Quinn used shadow abilities. So there was a chance he could have participated in the tournament. Still, there was also the chance that there might be other vampires there who would see his ability. Day by day, Quinn could feel himself getting stronger, and it was only a matter of time before he would be able to protect himself from the threats around him. The problem was his friends. He needed to get even stronger so he could protect them as well. Now that all of the participants have been announced for the event, it's time for me to announce the substitutes. In case any of the participants get seriously injured before the event, or back out and go missing, these students shall take their place. Dell explained. For the ranged event, Silly Dundee. For the fighting event we shall have Quinn Talon, and lastly for the crafting event, Sissy Rondo. The conversation between the students really started to heat up now, as one of the names mentioned was someone who was well known in the class for being a level 1. Recently he had been getting a lot of attention as well. Excuse me, sir, but why Quinn? Isn't he the weakest in our class? A student asked. Dell surprisingly came out with a response Quinn didn't expect. Do you really think so? If we were to go by ability level, then perhaps you could say he is the weakest, but there have been reports that he has learnt the martial arts taught by Leo quite well, and you all saw what happened when that advanced beast attacked us. Quinn was the only one brave enough to go in and try rescuing those students. Besides, it's only a substitute. Rarely has a substitute ever been called in to take part or fight in the tournament. Even though Dell seemed to be praising Quinn and giving him compliments, Quinn didn't like it one bit. He had seen Dell's strange character actions during the class's crises, and it didn't make sense for him to say these types of things. If there are no more questions, then you are free to spend time as you wish for the rest of the day, Dell said as he went up and left the classroom. All of the classes currently were doing the same thing as Dell's class, selecting students for the upcoming events and giving them each a role. While everyone was busy, inside the portal room, one of the green's portal energy started to flicker and warp. 2 guards were stationed outside by the door, while 2 guards were also stationed inside to keep a watch. They noticed the strange reaction of the portal. When something like this was happening, it meant someone was coming through from the other side. Both of them took a step back and got into a fighting position, while one of them pressed his hand up against his ear. Report, something is coming through one of the green portals. Still unidentified. Will inform you immediately of what it is. Stepping out from the green portal was a human figure. It was a teenage boy wrapped up in a hooded cloak. He looked dirty and beat, and his skin had been darkened from the sun. The boy started to look around the room. Finally, I'm back. I can't believe it. Hey, you. Who are you? State your name. One of the guards shouted. The boy held up both of his hands to try to prove that he was innocent. Wait, I'm a student here. Check your records. The boy then took down his hood, revealing his face. See, my name's P.O. Blank. The last thing she remembered seeing before entering the portal was her wristwatch being chucked out in the distance. She made sure to keep an eye on it, seeing that it had landed just before the cliffside. It was the only thing that she had left that would allow her to keep in contact with the others. It was starting to make her really realize what a desperate situation she was in. There was no choice now. There was no turning back for Erin. A target was set on her back by one of the most powerful humans in the world, and if she wanted protection from him, there were only a few people who could offer that, and one of them were the Pure Group. The man had grabbed her wrist and pulled her into the portal before she could even brace herself for what was to come. Holding on tightly, the 2 of them continued traveling through the portal. The man had a strong grip and made sure that Erin wasn't going to let go. The 2 of them needed to end up in the same area. However, Erin didn't try to resist. If she did, who knows where she would end up. They were now heading to the Pure Base, an unknown location that hadn't been tracked down by any of the big families or the military. A few moments later, and the teleportation had finished. When the 2 of them had reached the other side, and she started to open her eyes, there was only one thing she could see: white. She looked around, and both her and the man seemed to be in a completely solid white room. The floor was white, The ceiling was white and even the walls, making it hard for her to tell how big the room was. There seemed to be no exit or entrance either, and while standing there, the room started to freak her out a little. "Welcome. I hope James wasn't too rough on you," a female voice said through a speaker, although the sound from the speakers sounded strange. Usually in a room like this one, the sound would echo as it bounced through the walls. Instead, it was as if the sound was being directed straight to her eardrums. She felt like she could hear the person who was speaking as clear as if she was wearing headphones. When looking around, Erin was unable to even see any speakers. Assuming that the man who was with her was James, the person on the speaker was talking about, she tried to look at him to see if he had any answers. She then noticed that he was already walking forward towards one of the white walls. As soon as Erin took a step forward to follow him, James immediately swiveled around and drew his sword, pointing it at her neck. The tip of the giant blade was only centimeters away from her throat. "I'm afraid you will need to stay in the room for now," the speaker said. "Although one of our agents recommended you over, there is still a chance that you might be a spy, you see. So we need to be absolutely positive before proceeding any further. After all, once you step outside from this room, Pure will be on the other side. I hope you understand." The voice seemed like it was trying hard to sound soft and sweet to reason with her. But Erin could tell that behind these words were threats, and James, pointing his blade towards herself, made it more apparent. Taking a step back, Erin then proceeded to sit on the floor. "I understand. Whatever you need from me," she replied. "Excellent. Just stay in here for now, and someone will be here in a moment." In front of one of the white walls, James was standing there patiently. It seemed like it automatically drew to the side and opened. He then left the room while Erin was left to be there all by herself. She waited patiently, at first sitting down, expecting someone to come back soon. She didn't know how much time had passed. While sitting down, she had managed to count to 1,000 out of boredom, and she had even waited for more before starting to do that. There was nothing in the room at all, and no sound could be heard. It was deadly quiet that she could listen to her organs swirling and making noises as everything moved all over inside her body. Slowly, the room was starting to get to her. It felt like the walls were beginning to come closer and closer, but she felt like it must have been in her head. Outside of the room, two people were watching inside the white room. They were looking through what looked like a double-sided glass window. It was digitally created and projected a white wall appearance on the outside to match the room. While the two people could see Erin clearly, she could not see them. One of the ones watching Erin was James, the person who had escorted her here, while the other was a slightly older woman who looked to be in her late 30s. She had a short brown haircut, and her hands were behind her back while watching Erin carefully. "How long do you think she'll last in there?" James asked. The older woman looked at Erin carefully. Right now, she was still sitting on the floor with her eyes closed as if to give off a relaxed look. However, if one was to look at her face closely, they could see she was in great pain. Her eyes were twitching, and the goosebumps on her arms were already starting to show. The longest someone has ever lasted in the anechoic chamber was 1 hour. She has done well to last half an hour already. She seems to be a strong-willed person. The woman replied. The anechoic chamber was a soundproof room that actually went into the negatives when it came to decibels. When inside long enough, one's senses start to get disorientated. The sound of your heartbeat gets clearer, the feeling of the blood rushing around your body is heard, and one doesn't know what is real from fake. Every new member of Pure must first go through this trial. The idea was for it to test one's mental power and state. It gave them an idea of how much potential a candidate had in the future of the organization. Specific tasks would require one for a strong mind, such as infiltration and so on. The two continued to look at Erin while the timer above them continued. It had now been 40 minutes since Erin had entered the room. Her eyes and body continued to twitch. Is this some type of test? It's clear this isn't an ordinary room, and they haven't come to get me out of here yet. The thought in her mind went back to seeing how mighty James was with his sword and how he was able to kill the beast with a single swing. There were some strong people at Pure, that was clear. If she wanted to get stronger, then the best way was climbing to the top as quick as she could. Finally, She started to realize that closing her eyes and trying to focus the strange thought away wasn't working. In fact, it was just making it worse. Instead, she decided she would stand up and start to practice some martial arts. She practiced every day anyway, and sometimes it was the best thing to keep her mind off things. When trying to stand up, her feet gave in, and she immediately fell to the floor. What's wrong with my body? Everything was disorientated in her mind and sound, that she was no longer able to recognize her senses. As she couldn't stand up, instead she started to think back to why she was here in the first place. Anger was always another good fuel for her to fight through the pain. She thought of True Dream. She then started to think of the Dalki. How both of these things had taken everything away from her. Erin started to scream as she grabbed her head, and it seemed like she was going mad. 45 minutes. The old woman said with a smile on her face. Looks like we have a new prodigy in our hands. James immediately rushed into the room as soon as he had heard the scream, but when reaching Erin's body, it looked like she had already passed out. Sweat was dripping from her forehead, and droplets of water were heavy around her body. Brushing her hair back, James took a closer look at her face that still looked to be in pain. You did well, he whispered. Hurry up, James, the woman said on the speaker. We must take her to the next area. More tests await her. When Erin had finally woken up, rather than her being in a white room, right now she was in a pitch-black room and couldn't see anything. A soft fabric was felt covering her eyes, so she assumed she was blindfolded. Looks like you're awake, a male voice said from behind. The sound was different from when they were in the white room, so she could assume she had been moved. She also recognized the voice, although the man didn't speak much. She could tell it was the same man who was with her before, James. The soft fabric that was covering her face had been removed. Still, her eyesight remained almost pitch black. Whatever room they were in, there wasn't a single spark of light. It was clear they were either testing her or still didn't trust her. There were always rumors going around about how crazy members of Pure were, although Erin didn't outright believe them as the news reports would be clearly biased. But after a few first impressions of arriving at the base, she was beginning to agree with what she had heard. The only thing that was keeping her going was the fact that Layla, who was also a member of Pure, was such a kind-hearted person. Did she go through the same thing? Erin thought. The last room Erin was in, it was torture for her. After spending just 20 minutes, she could feel her mind starting to crumble, but she held on for as long as she could. The room was there for a reason, and it was clear it wasn't made just for her. It might have even been used for training their own members. If Layla too had gone through something like that, Erin was starting to change her opinion of Layla being weak. She could imagine a regular person only lasting about 15 minutes. However, truthfully, she had no clue how long she had spent in there. When in the room, a second felt like a minute. Although she couldn't see anything, she felt that her arms seemed to be strapped down and her back was upright. She was sitting on some kind of chair. The sound of James shuffling around and moving could be heard, and he seemed to be sticking on a sticky substance over different parts of her body. Don't worry too much. This is a normal procedure for everyone who comes to us for the first time, James said. As long as you tell us the truth, you will be all okay. The sound of another chair shuffling forwards was heard, and James was now sitting directly opposite Erin in the dark room. I just need you to answer me some simple questions. All you need to say is yes or no. Understand? James asked. Clearly, Erin was in no position to give snappy answers, so rather than snap back like she usually would, she complied. Yes, Erin replied. Ding. The sound of a machine to her right made a bell-like sound. You are Erin Haley, correct? James asked. Yes. Once again, the ding sound was heard. 18 years old. No. Ding. Female. Before answering this time, Erin paused slightly. No. Ding, ding. This time the machine had rung twice instead of once. When answering the question, Erin had answered falsely on purpose as she had a suspicion what the machine was, and now she had confirmed it. It was a lie detector. Usually, one would have an ability user come over and check if they were telling the truth. Since Pure didn't have many ability users, it made sense for them to use technology instead. "Oh, so we have a smart one," James said. "It wasn't like we were trying to hide it, otherwise we would have muted the rings. But if we catch you in a lie, remember this will be bad for you, very bad." James then went on to ask Erin more questions. Most of them were very basic questions at first, mainly there to confirm she was who she said she was. Pure had done their research as soon as Layla asked for her friend to be taken in. They looked into the details and could tell her parents had died. The next set of questions went on to confirm that she had just lost her abilities in the True Dream incident. So far it seemed like everything was going well and she indeed wasn't a spy. All the information was currently being recorded and being sent over to the older women who stood outside the dark room. "Are you the only one that knows about Layla's true identity as a member of Pure?" James asked. So far, Erin had almost been answering instantly at every question that had come at her. For this one, she paused. If they were asking something like this meant that Pure clearly didn't want others to know Layla was there. However, her hands were tied. Even if she lied, they would know. The problem was she thought about who would get the blame. Would it be Layla, or the others that knew about her? "No," Erin replied. At this moment, she wished she could see the expression on James's face. Perhaps it would have told her something about what they were planning to do to the others. Instead, she started to feel the fabric folded over her face once again. When she was able to see again, this time she seemed to finally be in a room with some sort of color for once. The room was small, and she was currently sitting at a desk. When looking around, it looked like she was in some type of classroom that was filled with around 30 students. The others sitting at their desks were of all different ages, but most of them were younger than Erin and looked like they would be in primary or elementary school. Just at the back of the room, James and a few other adults were present in the room as well. When observing the room closely, she noticed that there were no windows, and it looked like the entire place was made of a metal-like material. "Are we underground? Or maybe another planet where the outside isn't safe?" she thought. While thinking of ways to escape or where they possibly were, a person stood in front and soon started to talk. He didn't say much and quickly turned on a video. At first, Erin was quite interested in the video, but soon she realized what it was trying to do. The footage showed several reports that were never shown on TV. The bad side of the current system and how it was affecting people all over. Videos of shelters that had been abandoned, families killed. Videos of higher-ups torturing those of lower levels, while the higher levels enjoyed a life of luxury. She had to admit, it really did show the current situation of the world in a bad light, but Erin knew there were always two sides to everything, especially as someone who lived on the other side. Most of the people around here probably only had a painful life as a low level or being poor. In contrast, Erin was someone who had quite a luxurious life before. Not everyone was like what they were showing in the videos. Her family was a great example of that. They had stayed behind and done everything they could to protect the citizens from a Dalki attack. Of course, Pure didn't show those types of videos. Inside the Pure base, a meeting had been called. In a sizable dome-like room was a long table with several seats. At the head of the table, there were 5 seats each with a number on the back of the chair. 4 of them were currently empty, while the only one that was filled was number 5. In the seat sat a woman. It was the same person who had been watching Erin this whole time with James complete her tasks. Spread around the room were several other seats. They too had numbers on them going from 6 to 20. Nearly all of them were filled apart from a small few. In one of the seats was James, who had the number 15. The female in number 5 stood up, and at the same time the rest of them stood up as well. "Please, there is no need," the women said. "You know I don't like any of that stuff. The whole point of our organization is to make everyone feel as if they are equal. Please sit down," she said. The others sat down as ordered, but still, the mood in the room was quite serious. "As you know, I'm the only single digit here, so I am currently in charge of the base. Today's meeting is a special one, as we have been given a special task. Soon the inter-military base tournament will be upon us. It's one of the only few times when all of the military base leaders gather. This will be our chance to strike," the women said. The two soldiers guarding the portal entrance continued keeping their hands directed towards the student. Even though he had already stated his own identity as P.O. Blank, they were soldiers and not the school's employees. Backup was called. A few moments later, Haley, alongside 3 additional soldiers by her side, entered the room. P.O.'s hands were still remained up above his head. They were visibly shaking. This was not the welcome he had expected. After being missing for a month or so, he thought his return would be welcomed. Perhaps he would be treated like a king for a few days. But reality hit him hard and showed him it wasn't the case at all. "Will you guys drop it already? Can't you see that you're scaring him?" Haley spoke. She knew that, on the other side of the portal, they would have strict protocols before sending someone over back to the base. On the way here, she heard some information that the person who entered the portal was claiming to be a student. If he was to show his student military ID, then they would have allowed him to pass over. The only thing was, this turned out to be quite unexpected. When she entered the room, she was half expecting for the person who just returned to be someone from the Orange Portal expedition. Maybe perhaps a student who had been left behind, but instead, it was actually someone from the original Green Portal planet from the first expedition. The only person who was confirmed to be missing, rather than dead, was P.O. However, he already returned and even had his student ID with him. As she pondered over this matter, she moved in closer towards the student and was now at a distance where she could clearly see the young boy's face. Although he was covered with what looked to be mud and sweat, she realized that something was strange. When the thought finally clicked in her head, she almost dropped the tablet in her hand. "P.O. Blank?" Haley asked with a puzzled tone. "That's right, but how do you know my name? I didn't think that you kept that much attention on me." P.O. responded with a slight blush on his face. Haley was a beautiful teacher and she was the only doctor for the first-year students. Even though she saw a lot of students, she didn't really directly teach any of them. Out of the 500 names around the campus, he was rather surprised that she remembered his. This caused him to misunderstand and feel special about this encounter. Is this student the fake one? Or is the impersonator the one inside our base? Haley gulped at this thought. She reasoned out that the one currently at the school was most likely the fake student. If someone was to try and infiltrate the base, then the second one who turned up a month later would most likely be deemed the real one. Still, as a precautionary measure, the student was cuffed with his hands behind his back. A soldier escorted him off for interrogation. "Wait, I promise you, I'm really me. You can check my I.D card." P.O. started screaming. "You can see that it's me on the files, right? You guys already have my picture. Why are you doing this?" He continued crying out. "That's the problem." Haley muttered to herself, "There's someone who looks exactly like you." In the meantime, Haley immediately went to inform Nathan and called an emergency meeting. Being cuffed up wasn't a nice feeling at all. P.O. started wondering what on earth had happened while he was away. Had the world suddenly turned into a dictatorship during his absence? Was the whole place taken over by the Dalki already? However, both of these couldn't be the case at all. Otherwise, he would have heard all about it back on planet Caldi. "I think I would have rather continued spending all that time in the desert than be treated like this," P.O. regretfully complained in his mind. What soon came after made him change his thoughts. As soon as the doors to the supposed interrogation room were opened up, he was greeted with a full meal, desserts, and even a luxury bed in one location. He didn't know that the school had such a place. P.O.'s eyes were fixated on the food. He hadn't eaten a proper meal in days while he was traveling through the desert. Luckily for him, when he came to, he ventured off in a certain direction, and just when he thought he was about to pass out and starve from hunger, he came across a group of travelers. They escorted him to a shelter nearby. However, the bad news was the shelter wasn't owned by the military, but a faction instead. After the travelers kindly took care and fed him for a single night, P.O. was left to survive all on his own. He worked hard during his time at the shelter and gathered up as many credits as he could. Eventually, he was able to buy a map. This was the moment more bad news came. The distance between the shelter he was currently at and the place he had to go was quite far. If he was on his own, he still wasn't sure he could face the beasts he would meet on his way. This was why he continued working hard and earning even more credits. Luckily for him, his ability for being able to duplicate any type of beast weapon came in quite handy. It allowed him to earn the required credits and eventually hire an escort team quicker than normal people. Now, he finally made it back. But still, during that whole time he never splurged his credits on a good meal. Drool kept falling from his mouth as he stared at the food before him. "You can uncuff him now," a deep voice reverberated in the room. After hearing the sound of another person in this place, his eyes gradually averted from the food as his head turned to another direction. He was now staring at the second-year general, Duke. "What? Why isn't it Nathan?" Pio thought. Usually, as a first year, all matters related would be assigned to him. "Now, before we let you tuck yourself into this nice meal, I need you to tell me everything that happened," Duke asked. Duke had eyes and ears all around the school. It also included having some soldiers grab information from here and there. The incident of what happened in the portal room had reached him, although Haley had already instructed that no one was to leak any of this information to the students. The information may have not leaked outside, but it still managed to reach Duke. For some reason, his hunch was telling him that something wasn't right about this situation. This was why he had an unusual amount of interest in this. Perhaps the infiltrator was related to Pure. Ever since they angered True Dream, Duke had gotten the heat for that situation. He had a huge grudge with Pure now. The female who wore white robes from before entered the room and did her usual job. While questioning, she should be able to tell if Pio was lying or not. After about 30 minutes of non-stop barrage of queries, Pio's mouth turned dry from recounting everything that happened to him the last month. Every single word he said so far had been the truth. They even managed to confirm that he was the real student. However, there was still one thing that bothered Duke. "So you're saying that you never saw the Dalki? Are you really positive about that?" Duke asked. "My memory is kind of a blur, honestly speaking, but I would have definitely remembered a Dalki attack." "So no, I didn't see the Dalki," Pio responded. The reports that were mentioned back then didn't match up. Originally, they assumed that the Dalki had completely killed Ben's group of 5. 2 of the bodies were found nearby each other, and later on 2 more bodies were discovered. Although they were far apart from the rest of the group, Pio was presumed dead at this point. The original speculation was that the 3 out of the 5 escaped the Dalki, and that's why their bodies had quite some distance between them. Despite their efforts, they were still killed. However, now that Duke thought about it more, the distance between where the bodies were found didn't make sense. The Dalki should have been able to kill both of those students in an instant. If that happened, then Pio would have remembered such an event for sure. Perhaps the deaths of the other 2 people weren't related to the Dalki at all? "Thank you, you may now enjoy your meal. Feel free to get comfortable in this room, you'll be here a while," Duke said as he stood up from his seat, left the room and closed the door. "Wait, did he say I'd be here a while?" Once Pio mouthed these words, 2 soldiers stood in front of the door and blocked the exit. The selection process for deciding which students would take part in the intermilitary event had been decided. In Logan's class, they had just finished selecting the roles. Logan himself had been selected for the crafting event. Since there were no known crafters in his class, he openly volunteered for the role. There were a few people who thought that he should have taken part in the fighting tournament instead, but he refused them, saying that fighting didn't interest him. Just as the class was about to be dismissed, 4 soldiers suddenly entered the room. "We are here to collect the student known as Pio Blank," one of them announced as they scanned the area. After spotting the target, the soldiers were already moving to where Pio was. There wasn't any time to react, and Peter didn't know what to do. "Just follow along for now," Logan whispered to him. The soldiers immediately placed both of Peter's hands behind his back before cuffing him. 2 of the soldiers held Peter by the arm as they guided him out of the room. Just as they were about to leave, Logan reached out and grabbed Peter. "Where are you taking him? And for what reason? He's done nothing wrong," Logan exclaimed. "Let go of him. Or should I make you let go, brat?" The soldier answered him. "This is a direct order from General Duke. If you decide to obstruct our duties, then we have permission to punish you." Logan hesitantly released his grip, but not before allowing one of his spiders to climb into Peter's sleeve. As Logan watched Peter walk away with the soldiers, he had one thought in his mind. He's been caught. The little mechanical spider was neatly tucked just underneath Peter's shirt collar. It climbed up from below his sleeve and was now in the prime position for it to listen and hear everything around. Although the spider acted as a microphone and at times a small speaker, it was unable to be used in transmitting any video footage. The other problem was that the situation which just occurred was unexpected for Logan. He was completely unprepared and never thought that something like this might have happened. While the sound recorded by the spider was sent to the computer in his room, he could listen to it at a later time. However, that wasn't good enough. He needed to be aware of what was currently happening. Luckily for him, the soldiers who came to grab Peter did so just when classes ended for the day. This gave Logan the opportunity to head back to his room as fast as possible. As he was returning, he placed his other hand on the watch on his wrist and sent out a message. "This is an emergency. Everyone is to gather right now. Peter has been caught. I repeat, Peter has been caught. Everyone meet me in my room ASAP." When the message was sent out, all of their group's watches started to light up. After what happened with True Dream, Logan made sure that the adjustments he made on everyone's watches were permanent. The messages he sent were encrypted. In addition, all of their whereabouts were also sent to Logan's computer in real time. Once they saw the message, a devastated look could be seen on their faces. If they found Peter, then it was only a matter of time before their involvement would be discovered as well. In an instant, they all quickly rushed towards the same location. When Logan entered his room, he immediately ran towards the computer and listened to the spider's transmission. However, there was barely any sound so far. The soldiers were only silently escorting Peter. All the while they did this, they didn't say a word to each other. "That's good, Peter. We still aren't aware how much they know yet," Logan muttered out. The next thing he had to do was check where they had taken him. If things went bad, then they would perhaps be able to come up with a similar plan with the one they did with True Dream. After checking the information and looking at Peter's trail, Logan slightly raised his eyebrow. "Now, why are they taking you there?" he thought. Peter's tracks led directly to the second-year building. The school campus was mainly composed of 3 main buildings with several smaller ones around it, almost similar to the martial arts hall. It consisted of the first-year building, the second-year building, and finally a separate building for the teachers and soldiers who worked as guards. These people would often rotate in and out with the others from the military base. In fact, this building was also the location where important meetings would be held. Just as Logan was busy thinking about the possibilities, people started entering his room, the first one being Quinn. The door snapped open as he shot inside at a nearly incredible speed. "Can you close the door?" Logan asked. "Oh, my bad," Quinn flusteredly said. When returning to close the door, a few more people entered the room. Unlike Quinn, they were sweating since they rushed over as quickly as they could. Eventually, everyone who knew about Peter was present. This also included Fex. "It's good that you're all here. I won't have to explain myself over and over again," Logan announced. "I was there in the classroom when the soldiers suddenly took him. I don't know what for, but I think we already know what it should be about. It's obvious why they would do this without any warning. One of my spiders is currently attached to him. However, we don't have any new information yet. There is one thing I find strange though. They're currently heading for the second-year building." Both Vorden and Quinn reacted at the same time. They said one name, Duke. "What do we do?" Layla asked. "We have to get him out of there, right?" "Let's observe for now," Logan responded to her question. "There are many things that they could be accusing Peter for. We might have just jumped the gun on this one." Everyone was now patiently waiting in silence for any new information that might come from Logan's computer. "I see you made it, Pio," Duke's voice rang out. "Please sit." Before he took a seat, Pio glanced around the room to see how many people there were. This was perhaps in preparation that he could find a chance to escape at one point. But rather than finding any possible weak links, he instead realized that he was in a rather luxurious room. It was somewhere he didn't even know that existed on campus. When Peter finally sat down, Duke mirrored him across the long table. They looked into each other's eyes without saying anything. Both men didn't stop gazing into each other for even a second. "You're a strange one." Duke's words broke the sudden tension. "You didn't bat your eyes away from me. It seems like you're not scared of me at all, unlike the others. You seem to have similar traits to that of a trained terrorist." He now had a large grin on his face. The old Peter would have been shaking in his boots. His heart would have also beat so loud that he couldn't even hear his own thoughts. However, right now he felt none of it. The only thing he was aware of were the suppressed emotions of fear in his mind. He knew that he was in trouble, but his body and face weren't showing any signs of it. "Let me ask you this. What's your date of birth?" Duke started asking questions. Because it was a simple question, Peter responded instantly. Duke then continued asking similar questions like these. For query, Peter would perfectly answer back like a machine. "Hey, he got all those questions correctly," Fex spoke. "It means we're in the clear, right?" When Fex looked around the room, he was confused as to why everyone's face seemed to be even more concerned than before. The problem here was how quickly and perfectly he answered every question. Even to them, it almost sounded like Peter was some trained spy asked to infiltrate the school. "Well, if you say you're P.O." Duke snapped his fingers as a signal. A guard went outside of the room. A few moments later, another student was brought in. Then who is this? The man who was brought in was the real P.O. When the real P.O. saw a doppelganger of himself, he immediately shielded his eyes. "No, don't let me see it. Are you trying to kill me?" P.O. yelled out while continuing to cover his eyes. "What's wrong with you?" the guard said, gripping his arm even tighter. They had been rough with him for the last few hours and still didn't treat him like a student. Instead, they handled him more like a captured intruder. "Don't you know that if you see your own doppelganger you'll die in real life?" Duke let out a sigh before continuing. "As you can see, the jig is up. We already know that you're not the real P.O. You're most likely a spy since you've chosen to hide your identity like this. My best hunch is that you're using a transformation skill. We have the perfect person for people like you." After waiting for a while, Nathan was finally brought into the room. He had an ugly expression on his face. "What are you doing, Duke?" Nathan stormed in while stomping down his feet hard. "The first-year students are my duty, not yours. I believe this matter will concern me a lot more than you." Duke coolly talked back. Nathan stopped walking and listened to him. Usually Duke would bluff, however. He felt like the man had some weight behind his words. "Why don't you just use your ability and find out?" Nathan looked at the two students standing next to each other. They looked almost exactly like identical twins. Although their body shapes were slightly different, but it was barely noticeable. Nathan was briefed of what happened so far. If he wasn't aware of things, then he would have guessed that they were actually twins. After lifting up his arm and pointing it between the two students, Nathan asked Duke, "The left one, or right?" "The one on the left," Duke said. A large bubble-like shape started appearing from Nathan's hand. It moved and slowly started covering Peter's body from head to toe. From another point of view, it looked as if the bubble was slowly eating him alive. When Peter was completely sealed in the bubble, he started feeling a strange energy from inside his body. It made him feel as if he was being drained. In just a moment, he fell to the ground. Although he didn't feel any pain, Peter felt like he had just gone through a huge battle and had completely used up all his MC points. When he managed to lift his body off the ground, the others could finally see his face. "I knew it!" Duke exclaimed. Both Duke and Nathan knew exactly who the student before them was. They had already ordered other soldiers to put up search posters just in case they escaped from campus. "Peter Chuck? But how? You were with Pure and... your ability. It was an Earth one, not something like transformation." Nathan gasped in shock. "This makes no sense." The group had been listening on to everything that was happening so far, but not a single one of them moved from their spots apart from Layla. "What are we doing right now? They already know he isn't P.O. We have to get him out of there." Layla grumbled. "But how?" Logan replied. "I hate to say it, but for once, I have no idea how we can get out of the current situation. With True Dream, Peter hadn't been caught and we knew that he was coming beforehand. This situation is something we can't control. They already know his identity, and if we try to help him, we would only expose ourselves. After listening to Logan's words, Quinn clenched his hand into a fist. Vorden, who was right by his side, saw this. He's right. There's nothing we can do. Back in the room, Peter was still trapped in the bubble, drained of his energy. Keeping in mind that there were multiple soldiers and 2 generals around him, he processed multiple scenarios in his head. After looking at things, he finally knew that there was no chance he was getting out of this. Finally, Duke had a grin on his face. Mr. Jack Truedream will be very happy. He said to inform him if we found one of you. We'll await for any further instructions. The last words from Duke's mouth had been heard clearly by everyone. By now, even Layla stopped complaining and every single one of them remained motionless in the room. They received confirmation that one of them was caught. There was always the possibility of something like this happening. However, before getting caught by the military, Quinn always thought that another student would have at least got them first. He prepared for such a scenario, but he wasn't ready for this one. Fight them. Get him out of there. A voice seemed to be resounding at the back of his mind. However, he kept his rationality in proper order. Quinn didn't have the power to fight against the military just for one person. Currently, Peter was left in the room. He was sitting down on a chair at the table. His hands were still cuffed behind his back. Nathan and 4 other soldiers were in there with him. However, Duke was no longer in the room and went somewhere else. The room was silent. In the meantime, Nathan was busying himself with going through some films of Peter in the past. He wanted to make sure that he didn't misread the information he had. In fact, he was extremely sure that Peter didn't have an ability in the first place, and had later been given the Earth ability. But when Nathan used his own ability to drain away Peter's MC cells, he realized that the latter was actually using a transformation ability. As he was still in the chair, handcuffed, Peter continued looking around the room to find an opportunity of a way out. Despite a small bubble being left over around his hands, the energy he recently lost was already starting to recover. It was for this reason that a part of his body continued feeling incredibly weak. Thankfully, it seemed like they underestimated Peter's true strength. In just a short amount of time, he would soon be strong enough, even with the bubble on him, to break free from the handcuffs. Peter glanced at the guard closest to his right side. Once he broke the cuffs, if he reacted quick enough, he should be able to kill him in one blow. Even if he was attacked by the others, his body would be able to withstand or heal any of their hits. Peter also had another trick up his sleeves. He had the ability to turn 2 people into lesser whites. If he was to use this now, then there was a higher chance he would be able to get out of this situation. However, despite this plan in his head, there was one more person he had to take in mind of. Nathan was still here. He was unsure of exactly how strong Nathan was and what his ability did. And with Nathan being a general at the military base, Peter was sure that he was strong. But he had no choices left. This was a risk he had to take. A portion of his energy had now come back, and with a slight tug, he tested the cuffs restraining him. "Wait!" A small voice directly resounded in his ear. "Don't do anything yet, Peter. We still don't know what will happen to you. Just remain calm." These instructions were being transmitted by the small spider Logan had placed on him before. Peter hesitated for a moment, trying to decide whether he should listen to Logan or not. However, he felt like he could trust him and canceled whatever plans he just thought up. Since they got me and Aaron out of something like this before, they can surely do it again. Peter reassured himself with these thoughts. Unaware of what was currently happening inside the room, no one had a clue what to do next. "We have to start thinking about leaving the military base." Vorden broke the silence. "With Peter or without?" Layla shot back with a question. "Without, of course. There's a high chance that they will soon start interrogating him. By then, they'll link him to everything that has happened so far and find out we were all involved." "I think we're safe from anything like that happening," Quinn quickly responded. "I know Peter won't sell us out of his own accord, and even if they did get that girl to question him, it still wouldn't work." "How would you know that?" Vorden asked. "Fex will back me up on this. Peter is different now. One of the things that's different about him is that certain abilities no longer work on him, Quinn explained. Fex nodded in agreement while adding in his own words. He's right. A white is unaffected by abilities that target the mind or body in some type of way. They are also immune to poison, they don't sleep, and they don't register a heartbeat. A white will never give up his master either. If you're worried about them linking him to us, the only connection you guys have is being his past teammates. Even so, that still doesn't solve our original problem, Layla continued speaking. They're going to do something to Peter and we'll eventually find out he's different. Don't you think that they're already wondering why he has a different ability now? If they find out about his healing capabilities, he'll be used as a lab experiment for the rest of his life. What Layla just said was one of Quinn's true fears. It was why he was extremely intent on hiding his secret in the first place. The fear that he would be locked up in a lab somewhere and be tested on. If that ever happens, then everyone would say it was just fine because it was for the sake of humanity, to help them defeat the Dalki. There are a few possibilities. Luckily for us, this world still has an order of civilization. I still don't know how far that will get us. Logan started speaking. Even if Peter is to be moved to a research lab or such, or maybe even treated as a terrorist who works for Pure, he will still first have to undergo a trial. I'm pretty sure that this so-called trial would only be for show. The generals and True Dream have their own ways to speed up the process and put the judge in their pockets. What this does, however, will give us a little bit more time. I guess that before Peter attends the trial, an investigation will continue in public or behind the scenes. He'll probably be temporarily placed in the underground dungeons. We aren't sure how heavily guarded it is for now, or if we have the capabilities in breaking him out, but we can use this opening to save him. Just let this one go, Quinn. Vorden's words sounded like an ultimatum. You already saved him once before. Forcing a rescue operation would get us all killed. I'm sorry to say this, but if you decide to go through with it, I won't be helping you. The room fell silent once more after Vorden spoke. The reason being was that the others kind of agreed with what he was saying. The dungeon was a place where they kept undisciplined students and soldiers. There was a higher chance it was heavily guarded because of this. Whatever you do, Quinn, I'll be there with you, Fex said as he slapped him on the back. When looking around the room, Quinn could see the expressions on their faces. No one else volunteered to help, even Layla, who really wanted to participate in the operation, didn't do so due to the simple reason that she felt she was too weak. She herself knew that by forcing herself to do it, she would only hinder them. It's okay, Quinn responded back. I've decided. It's best not to save Peter right now. It's too risky and is none of your responsibilities. While saying these words, something in Quinn's mind tugged at him, telling him to try and save Peter. Despite deciding not to go through with the plan, it still kept reminding him. Is this connection from before? It seems like I can fight it a bit now. Even though Quinn had now grown stronger, it seemed like he wasn't going to let his emotions get the better of him. It might have also been the fact that Peter wasn't in immediate danger right now. He knew that the military would most likely not kill him, but instead, perhaps torture him. He had convinced himself that Peter wasn't going to die anytime soon, and this was how he stopped himself from trying to save Peter. That's the right choice. Vorden agreed with him. Was it really, though? Quinn's mind asked this question. For some reason, he had this huge feeling of guilt looming over his head. If he knew he made the right choice, he shouldn't be feeling like this. But right now, he felt nothing but miserable. Just then, another sound emerged from the computer. It was a low and familiar tone. Duke was talking. It looks like True Dream made a decision on what to do with you. Duke had left the room, leaving both Nathan and Peter together. Although the two generals didn't get along, they knew they were both working for the same side. Duke wasn't oblivious to Nathan's real strength and how he had gotten to his position in the army. If it was just restraining a single student, he could trust him. The reason for leaving the room was to contact True Dream himself. Below the special VIP room, there was the Duke's office. After popping inside, he immediately opened up his communicator and started a video call. An electronic display hovered in the air, and the lines at the bottom were showing that a connection was trying to be made. "What is it, General Duke?" Jack Truedream said. "I told you only to call me if you found those two kids." In the video call, Jack was sitting in his chair, and in the backdrop, the whole city that was directly under his control could be seen, showing through the glass windows in his skyrise building. "Now, you know me better than that," Duke replied with a smile. Suddenly something grabbed Jack's attention. Ever since leaving the military base, he hadn't forgotten what had happened at the school, how the Pierce group had made him look like an idiot. Not only that, but he remembered the fear he had in that room. For some reason, the sleeping ability from one of his trusted guards didn't work. It had put him in an unfavorable position, and there was the chance he could have died that day. Before, Jack wasn't too bothered by Pure and the politics between the military and them. Now, he had a significant interest in getting rid of them. "We have found the boy known as Peter. He was one of the students that Pure said they had safely in their hands. It turns out he never left the academy and was using a disguise ability," Duke explained. "Excellent. And what about the girl?" Jack asked. "We have reason to believe Pure might have genuinely taken her. My theory is that the student known as Peter was initially working for Pure all along. They must have hidden that he had the disguise ability waiting for the perfect opportunity to use it. It would then make sense why the sleeping agent didn't work on him if they managed to prepare something beforehand. I have to add, though, this is all just speculation. We are unable to confirm anything. For some reason, it seems our truth seeker is unable to use her ability on him. Perhaps Pure is advancing quicker than we think and have been able to find something to stop abilities. The military knew Pure's goal, so they gathered that they must be working on some serum or vaccination that would target the MC cells. So far, there had been no sign of a result. Duke's line of thought was that if they couldn't take away or get rid of their abilities, maybe they could create or alter a person who was able to block them. "Have you reported this to Paul yet?" Jack asked. "No, I did as you asked and spoke to you first." "Good. If Paul were to find out about this, he would want the student to go through the court process. If that happens, he might eventually shift them to the research department, and from there, he will be out of my hands," Jack said. "I believe the punishment that will be given to the student will be too light. I have an idea that will not only be a fair punishment for Peter but will perhaps allow us to punish those Pure members." Jack went on the details of the plan and recounted the outline to Duke. The two of them needed to be on the same page. After all, technically, Duke worked for the head General Paul. Doing this would mean he was not doing his duty as a soldier and had decided to help out an outsider like Truedream, who technically didn't work for the military but only closely cooperated with them. "Excellent," Jack said with cheer in his voice. "Then we shall meet at the inter-military tournament." The tough decision was for Quinn and others to leave Peter behind, and two members of the group were struggling with this significantly. In Logan's room, they continued to track Peter's movements, and it was as they expected. Someone had taken Peter to the underground dungeon. Or at least that's what they suspected, as the spider's signal was lost, and the area last seen was the dungeon entrance. The next day had arrived, and there seemed to be two members of the group struggling with Peter's disappearance the most. One of them being Quinn. He still felt a little responsible for what was happening to Peter, although the system had reassured him that Peter was fine, taking that if Peter was hurt or in trouble, due to the current distance between the two of them, Quinn would be able to feel it if Peter was being tortured or hurt. However, Logan's was a different case. He was in his room working on one of his gadgets at his workbench. He had been working through the whole night, and usually he worked late, but this was later than usual and he didn't even take a break. It was as if he was trying to get his mind off something. Finally, after hours of work on some gadgets, he decided to take a break, lifting his robotic molecule and leaning back in his chair. "Oh, that was hard, Peter. Would you pass me a sandwich?" Logan asked with his hand held out, but he felt nothing in his hand after waiting a while. He turned around in his chair and looked at the spot Peter would usually stand at. He hardly ever moved from there other than to bring him tools and play the VR game once in a while. "There has to be information on that dungeon," Logan said as he hopped onto his computer and started to type away. Back in school, lessons had resumed as usual. Quinn didn't know why, but he seemed to be avoiding the others and was starting to hang around with Vex more often. Even in his room, The conversation with Vorden felt a little awkward. Vorden had helped him out wherever possible, and it was the first time he had decided not to. It wasn't his fault, but Quinn didn't know how to deal with it. Besides, he had his problems he was trying to solve. The voice in the back of his head was starting to get louder as more time passed. The voice kept telling him to go against the school and fight them. Try to get Peter out of there. He continued to ignore this and went by his days as usual. However, Fex noticed this strange behavior. He would often, at times, suddenly stop while walking, grabbing his head. By now, Fex had already figured that Quinn was the one who turned Peter and assumed that the pains must be from whatever the school was doing to Peter in the dungeon. For some reason, Fex didn't quite believe that though. The evening had come and the lessons were over. Some students were still outside the school during this time, while others decided to relax in their dorm room. Quinn had stated that he was going to play the game for a bit to practice. Hearing this, Fex agreed to come with him. "Hey, I'll come with you. I haven't played myself in a while." "Oh, darn," Quinn replied. "I just remembered I promised Vorden I would do something with him tonight. Maybe next time." "That's okay," Fex said as he watched Quinn walk off. He knew something was up. It was clear Quinn had said that to get rid of him. These strange actions led Fex to act. Whatever Quinn was doing, it was clear he didn't want others to see. Once the two of them were a great distance away, Fex decided to follow him. The distance between the two was quite large, and the reason for this was because of the smell. Another vampire was able to smell another. They had a stronger sense of smell and could tell the difference between them too. Still, their eyesight was far better than their sense of smell, so although Fex stayed a distance away, he could still see Quinn. While following Quinn, it had led him down a hallway, where he could see him talking to a student he had never seen before. "I didn't know he had other friends besides those weirdos," Fex thought. Quickly, the two of them left the corridors and started to head outside. Finding this all too strange, Fex continued to follow the two of them. Eventually, they left the school grounds and entered the woods by the park nearby. Fex quickly realized what was going on by the strange movements the student was taking. He was under the influence of Quinn. Finally, when they reached a secluded spot, Quinn looked around to see if there was anyone he could spot. However, Fex was well trained in the arts of spying and following someone. The experience and training he had were levels above Quinn's, even if Quinn was technically stronger right now. Raising his claw-like hand, Quinn slit a part of the student's forearm and started drinking away. What is he doing? He has Layla that he can ask for blood anytime he wants, right? So why go through all this trouble to get a stranger's blood? Fex thought. What am I doing? Quinn thought in his head as he looked at the student opposite to him. The sounds in his head that kept telling him to fight back were getting louder throughout the whole day. It took him a whole day to figure out what the voice was after realizing it was his consciousness. It was his true feelings about what he wanted to do. Quinn didn't want just to let Peter rot down in the cellar on his own. He wanted to fight and get him back. He didn't know how much of his decisions were being influenced by his strange vampire powers. It might have been the connection between the two of them, or whether or not it was his own decision. In the end, he felt like it was a bit of both. He hadn't given up on Peter like he had told the others. He was planning to get him back. To be able to fight back, there was something important that Quinn needed to do, which was to get stronger. Luckily for Quinn, there was a quick way to do that. It was consuming as many different types of human blood as possible. It took a while for Quinn to find somebody, as he had to make sure that they met certain conditions. The student would have to be on their own and at nighttime. It was so nobody could see what he was doing, and when taking the student out of campus, there was less chance of someone spotting him. The second condition was Quinn's influence skill needed to work on them. There were a few high levels and even some low levels that had a strong-willed mind. Thankfully, Quinn's charm points had increased, giving him even more options than before. However, it was still incredibly hard to find students due to the conditions mentioned above that needed to be met. Using his inspect skill, Quinn knew what stat he would get beforehand. However, he could not pick and choose as freely as he wanted to, due to the small section of students viable. He had selected his first target carefully. After making a small cut on the forearm and taking in the blood, the system granted him with a familiar message. O plus blood type consumed. 1 free stat point earned. Quinn decided to put the stat point into his charm without thinking about it, raising the total to 23 points. The reason for doing this was because the stronger his charm skill became, the more people he could use his influence skill on. What Quinn released after the fight with the King Tier Beast was, even with his strength stat being high, that power meant nothing if he didn't have the equipment to back it up. It was nearly impossible for him to put a scratch on the beast with only his intermediate gauntlets. He couldn't keep relying on the Bloodhammer strike, it took too long to use, and what would he do if the attack didn't work one day? With no way of getting any new equipment for now, this was the only thing he could do to get stronger. After fully consuming the student's blood, he commanded the student to head back to his dorm room and forget about everything once he returned. Fex had already left the scene by now, as seeing everything answered his curiosity, although it only made him question why the need to do this. For now, he would put a pin in it and keep it in his mind. Come on, Fex, what are you worrying about? Is it really strange for a vampire to be sucking the blood of a human? Maybe he and his little girlfriend just got into an argument, Fex thought while heading back. While Quinn was busy outside, it left Vorden in his dorm room on his own. He wasn't his usual calm and chilled-out self, and instead was continually pacing himself up and down the place in one area. If Syl finds out that I went against Quinn, do you think he'll try to take over? Vorden asked. Hey, can you just stop mentioning it? Look, it's not like you two broke up or something, Ratton whispered angrily, making sure Syl wouldn't be able to hear. Besides, if you didn't say it, I would have tried to take over you myself and stopped you. No suicide missions. Anyway, about the tournament, are you going to let me fight or what? Your weak ass would just make us look weak. You know my answer, why even bother asking? Vorden replied. We have to lose on purpose. Many people will be watching this fight, and if we display anything out of the ordinary, then a lot of attention will be on us. It might even cause the family to get involved. Ratton laughed nervously after hearing the words, family. It sent a shiver down his spine, and his heart felt like it had sunken in place. Good point. The next few days leading up to the inter-tournament, everyone was off doing their own thing. Layla continued to keep an eye on CIA, and it seemed like she had held to her word, not reporting to any of the teachers or higher-ups about the incident. In fact, CIA seemed even to be talking to Layla more than before. Layla welcomed this. There was an empty feeling in her mind and body after Aaron left, and although it still didn't feel quite the same, CIA seemed to be filling up the place a little. Vorden was often called off by Dell to practice fighting against certain students for the upcoming tournament with the other students, and Logan continued to try to find any information about the dungeon, all resulting in a failure. This left Quinn and Fex to their own devices, but Quinn continued to be distant with Fex, and Fex decided to go along. He continued to follow Quinn at night, and it was the same as before, only slightly different. Each night, a completely different student would be selected. It was never the same student. It was now the third night in a row that Quinn had led a student into the forest to consume their blood. This is strange, even for someone infatuated by the taste of blood? Fex knew some vampires were obsessed with blood. However, how they acted and how Quinn acted were quite different. When consuming blood, Quinn would take a minimal amount. This would make sense if he were trying to test out the taste of the blood. But if they found one they would like, they would often store it in a flask-like container. Not only that, but they were picky. If it were blood they didn't like, they would spit it out in disgust. The other thing was, Quinn was quite a young vampire. Usually, their sense of taste for blood was quite basic. It was only the older vampires who, after hundreds of years of tasting different blood types, started to get obsessed with. So everything he was doing didn't make any sense. Speaking of which, I wonder where my other flask is. Maybe I left it on that planet. Fex thought. When Quinn had finished consuming the female student blood, he once again had gained an extra stat point, this time in stamina. Yesterday his results yielded another O-type blood, and he placed it into charm again. 24 charm points. 19 stamina points. Return to your dorm room and go to sleep. You will forget about everything that happened here tonight. Quinn said to the girl. The girl started to walk off out of the woods and back towards the school. Quinn would often wait a while for the girl to return first before moving from his spot, just in case anyone spotted him. He could always say he just went for a walk through the woods. People would look at him weirdly, but it was nothing to be suspicious about. After some time passed, just as he was about to leave, he heard the sound of something landing behind him and the leaves on the floor crunching from the impact. "Fex," he said as he turned his head. "How long has he been here? Did he see me with the student before? Well, it's not too strange, right? Hey, don't look so worried, man. Whatever you do in the woods with a girl is your secret," Fex said with a wink. Fex's jokey nature always seemed to calm down Quinn a bit, even if he did sometimes say it at the wrong time. "What are you doing here?" Quinn asked. "I was actually worried about you," Fex replied. "Look, whatever you've been doing these past few days is up to you. You're not exactly doing anything wrong, and you've been careful. Other than me, I don't think anyone has found out about this. Please think of me as your second pair of eyes. The reason I decided to revolve myself, though, is that I am a little worried about you." "Worried? About what?" "I still don't know who your master is, and don't worry. I am not going to pry about it or anything. I think you would have told me by now if you could. But the problem is, it seems like he hasn't been teaching you properly. I am serious now, Quinn. You have to be careful. If you keep consuming blood every day like you have been doing, you're going to become addicted." Hearing these words come out of Fex's mouth caused nearly every blood vessel in Quinn's body to freeze. He couldn't help but utter, "What did you say? I guess you really didn't know, huh?" Fex replied, scratching his head, knowing that this was going to be a tough one to explain. "Think about it, right? Sometimes when we drink blood, there's this rush that comes over our bodies. There have been studies where it was observed that it increases a vampire's strength by about 10%. That's why I always carry a flask around, not just for healing. The problem is, blood is like a double-edged sword for us. The more often we consume it, the more we crave it. From an early age, vampires who had close ties to the head of families were taught to resist blood. At first, maybe we can't go on for more than 2 days without blood, but eventually we can build up a resistance to it. The vampires who have been alive for hundreds of years have gone through this process strictly, and now some of them don't even require blood anymore. However, there are occasions where when they go into battle, they will consume some, and make a note that not all vampires chose to go down this path. If one does drink blood after resisting it for a long time, it will only cause a small setback before they are back to normal again. Still, the same can also happen the opposite way if you keep drinking blood like this for pleasure. Eventually, you will become an addict, craving blood, and not even be able to quench your thirst. To put it in simple terms for you to understand, you would become a conscious bloodsucker. The explanation had Quinn slightly worried. He had been drinking blood quite regularly to increase his strength. In fact, if there was an opportunity to consume blood, he would take it because it allowed him to grow stronger. When Quinn first got his vampire powers, he decided to only consume Layla's blood as and when needed, even though he enjoyed the taste. He was afraid of this very thing from happening. However, once he had obtained the system AI, his original fears started to lessen. Whenever he had a question about vampire matters or when something might do him harm, the system would step in to stop and explain things to him. Undoubtedly, the system AI knew what would happen to Quinn if he was to continue, so then why didn't it try to stop him? The only thing he could do was ask. "Did you know about this? Is what he's saying true?" Quinn asked. The system had a long pause, and Fex wasn't saying much either. Fex thought that Quinn might have been consuming even more blood whenever they weren't together, such as during training sessions and in the classroom. Perhaps he was having a hard time taking in this possibility. Enjoying the taste of blood was fine, but no one wanted to be a living conscious bloodsucker. While thinking about this, Fex started to touch his beautiful gel-backed black hair on the top of his head. "I never want to transform again. Maybe one day, my hair will completely disappear and not grow back if I do that again," Fex thought. The system had taken such a long time to reply that Quinn had thought it had gone silent and chosen not to answer him. "What Fex says is true, and I'm afraid, even with the system, you will be affected by this." "What?" Quinn shouted in his head but was also cautious about making sure Fex was unable to hear him. Although he was able to keep his thoughts in his head, his body slightly jolted with anger, which didn't go unnoticed. Why? Didn't you say anything? Just when I keep thinking I could trust you. You pull some crap like this. First of all, the word you used, trust, I find it strange. In the first place, I am nothing but a system who chose to help you. Not once have I ever told you a lie. I may have hidden some things from you, but without me, you would be more or less in the same situation anyway. The system replied, now with alteration in his voice, showing that he was annoyed at Quinn's words. Hearing the system speak like this made it feel even more human. Or at least not a robot. To be honest, without me, you would be far worse than you are right now. I never told you or suggested that you go out and consume the blood of your classmates. That was all on you. You wished to grow stronger, and I chose not to get in the way of that. The system was right. He had never told Quinn to do this. Due to his desire to get stronger, he had resorted to this without bothering to determine if there were any consequences. He had been relying on the system too much when he should have stuck to his research. Hey, don't worry about it too much. It is not too late, and that's why I chose to warn you, Fex said, trying to break the weird atmosphere. All you need to do is stop drinking blood until you feel that thirst again. Then stretch that limit until you can't give in. Do this repeatedly, and each time you should be able to resist a little longer. Simple, right? Fex did make it sound simple, and although the process of restoring blood was simple for any vampire, hardly any were able to last longer than a week without feeding, while Fex could last 2 weeks at such a young age. Most vampires weren't able to extend their times between feeding because of the excruciating pain and willpower needed for it. To put it into human perspectives, it would be similar to starving someone of food who was as addictive as a drug. It would be hard for him to concentrate. As the time between recovers grew longer, so did the pain. There was a point which certain top-tier vampires would pass where the pain no longer bothered them, which was why they no longer needed blood. If Quinn was to do this, though, he thought perhaps he would have an advantage. The system would inform him when he was hungry enough and allow him to be careful not just to pass the point where he would turn into a bloodsucker. Things that others had to perfectly time and feel, Quinn would be able to cheat it. Don't drink blood for a couple of days and see what happens. That way you'll know how far you have gone. I can help you if you like, Fex offered. But Quinn was perplexed with what to do. He didn't have a couple of days. Soon the inter-base event would start, and they would be away from the base for a week. Could Peter last that long? If he was to do as Fex asked and waited a couple of days, then this meant he wouldn't continue to grow. I'll think about it, Quinn said as he walked off, not wanting to think about the situation anymore. It was giving him a huge headache. That wasn't the answer I wanted to hear, Fex whispered, looking at his back. If he answered like this, then most likely, it meant Quinn had decided to continue on the path he had chosen. The next day had arrived, and everything went on as usual. There were now only 2 more days until the inter-tournament. More so than before, Quinn wanted to get his charm stats even higher and later tested on a soldier. If he could get to the point where his influence skill could work on an adult, then maybe he would be able to infiltrate the dungeon unseen and free Peter from captivity. Where to or what to do next, he hadn't quite figured out this part yet. As usual, he did his regular routine. Only this time, he was pickier about who to select as his target, carefully searching for an O blood type so he could increase his charm. Eventually, after a long time searching the school grounds, he found one who met his conditions. The 2 of them headed into the woods and were in the usual spot. Fex had also decided to follow once again. Quinn, did you not listen to my warning? If you get addicted and need blood more often, I can only help you this much if you reveal yourself to the outside world. When they come, even I will have to go into hiding, Fex thought, looking at the scene. Just as Quinn was about to cut the student to absorb some blood, a message appeared. Your hunger starts to grow. You must consume blood within 24 hours. Every hour 1 HP will be lost until blood is consumed. It had only been a little over the 24-hour mark, and he received a message. Something that would have usually taken 2 days in the past. The drop of blood was already on Quinn's finger, but after seeing the message, he hesitated to consume it. It had only been a little after 24 hours, and his HP would now start to decrease if he didn't drink any more blood. Is this what Fex was talking about? Have I already started to become an addict? Quinn thought. He started to wonder if he continued to go down this path, how sooner would he need blood later? Will it get to the point where blood would need to be consumed every hour? In a way, he was lucky that he had caught it now. It was only because of Fex's message he had decided to be even pickier with his victims. He was trying to select an O blood group person who also met the condition of being a student and alone. This caused him to select someone a little later than usual. If he had taken the blood at his regular time, he would have never received the message and would have continued onward until the tournament. He started to stare at the blood seeping from the cut on the student's arm, trying to think if there was any way for him to get around this problem. Storing blood was a challenging task even if he wanted to keep it for later. It was why he was so thankful for the blood bank. Unfortunately, the blood bank worked in a way where he would have to overconsume on blood. Only when his HP was full would blood from the victim would go into his blood bank, which meant he would have to consume the blood in the first place, which wouldn't help him at all. Go back to your dorm room and forget about everything that happened tonight, Quinn said quickly in an annoyed voice. He decided not to consume the blood. Right now, a day or two wouldn't be a problem, but if he continued down this path and something happened like before where he was separated from the others, it would be disastrous. He didn't know how much time would shorten every time he consumed blood, but it was a risk he wasn't willing to take. With his head looking down to the floor, Quinn clenched his fist tightly. Peter, I'm sorry, but I won't be able to save you this time. I'm not strong enough. Not yet. Seeing Quinn's actions had put a smile on Fex's face. Many vampires didn't heed this warning and continued to consume blood. Eventually, the Punishers needed to step in and deal with the problem. Thinking about that particular group of vampires, better known as Punishers, started to give Fex a tingling feeling. He had never seen a Punisher himself but had heard the dreaded stories about them. Instead of consuming blood from his blood bank or relying on Layla for blood, Quinn decided to allow his HP to continue to decrease every hour, hoping to build up his resistance. It wasn't very pleasant for him, as he wished he would have known about this sooner. Right now he had 95 points of HP, which meant it would take 95 hours before his HP would reach near to zero. When he was a lower level, building up a resistance wouldn't have been much of a problem. Over the next 2 days, Quinn no longer did his nighttime task. He still had hope, since the soldiers still hadn't done anything drastic to Peter. It didn't even seem like they were torturing him. This was all because Quinn could still feel connected with Peter, but he didn't seem to be in pain or distress. After hours of searching, Logan could find near to no information about the dungeons underneath the military bases. Not only at their military base but even the others. In truth, this scared Logan from trying to help Peter even more. He was the type of person who did everything with a plan in his head. Every action had a chance for an outcome. With no information, he felt like a blind man walking through a maze. He continued to search, hoping to crack something. However, they had run out of time. It was now time for the inter-military base tournament. Each class first appeared in their homerooms, making sure they had everything they needed. Inside of Quinn's backpack was the flash that had been given by Fex. He had tried to return it, but Fex refused. Inside the flask was Layla's blood with a single drop of blood from the O blood type. Although he wasn't able to consume the blood that day, he had placed some of it in the flask. 4095's HP. His HP continued to decrease, and once it was low enough, Quinn would be able to drink it and gain the stat point. The flask held 200 milliliters of blood, the same amount as his level 2 blood bank, giving him a total of 400 milliliters of blood to regenerate from. However, there was no need for it for the event since he wouldn't be taking part. It was always best to be careful just in case. After all the students had finished packing their belongings, they followed their homeroom teacher outside in front of the school gates. All of the students were lined up in a single file with their homeroom teacher out at the front. On the right side of the front entrance were the first-year students, and in front of them was General Nathan. On the left side, in front of the gate, were all of the second-year students, and in front of them was General Duke. By both of the general's side were the sergeants. Standing in the center of the two groups was General Mike, who would lead the students during this event. He had an ultimate say. Paul, the head general, would stay behind just like the other head generals. They were to remain at the base with the other soldiers. If an attack was to occur for whatever reason military personnel were needed, it was essential to leave somebody in charge and someone strong enough to defend the base. "All right," Mike yelled in a loud booming voice. Somehow his voice was loud enough to carry outside and be heard from the very last of the crowd. "Your teachers will now be calling out the following students who will be participating in the events. Please come up to the front once your name has been called. Everyone else, remember you are to support these people. Cheer at the top of your lungs," Mike shouted, banging his chest. There was silence among the students. "I said cheer," Mike yelled again, and the students responded, shouting back. First, all of the second-year students who were participating in events were called up. There were a lot of events to go through since the event was similar to the old Olympics. There were even some that banned on the use of abilities. After all the students for the regular events were called up, students for the 3 primary events were called up. A single student from each homeroom group would be selected for the main events. In front of them, 10 second-year students were to participate in the fighting tournament. Quinn was around the middle of his line. Still, his eyesight was great, and he was able to see that every single one of the students selected was level 8. The ability system only went up to level 8. There was a good chance some of the students who stood up there had abilities that went beyond their grades. Now that all the second-year students had finished being called out, it was time for the first-year students. 3 students from each class were selected for the 3 events and walked up to the front. Finally, it was time for Dell's class. He started by calling up the students for the crafting event and then moved on to the others. For the ranged event, Layla Monroe. She walked slowly to the front but was prepared. When walking past, she made sure to keep her head down, avoiding eye contact with those in her class. However, this didn't stop her from hearing the cruel remarks. "How much do you want to bet on her elimination in the first round?" The student said. "First round? I think she'll forfeit before it even starts. It should be me up there. I think I would do a better job, and I don't even use a ranged weapon." Just then, a voice came, "Layla, do your best." She looked up to see who had said those words. To her surprise, they came from Vorden. She smiled at him before hurrying it up to the front. And finally, for the fighting tournament, Vorden, who was near the front of the line, had already started moving before hearing his name being called out. But after a few steps, he suddenly froze, hearing Dell's last words. "Student, Peter Chuck." When he called out Peter's name, everyone who belonged to Dell's class started to look at each other in confusion, while Quinn and his friends just stood there stunned. Due to Peter's shocking incidents, many knew who he was, especially after he was suspected of working with Pure. However, the other classes were unaware of why Dell's class were gossiping and making an uproar. "Is that the same Peter as before?" the student said. "I thought he was a member of Pure? Maybe he wasn't, and they just found him?" The speculation surrounding Peter grew as to why he hadn't appeared. If he was there in front of them, it meant the military must have cleared him as innocent. Still, after the students stopped wondering why Peter was there, a bigger question popped in their mind. Why did he get selected as a replacement for Vorden in the fighting tournament? Peter was well known for being a level 1 weak Earth user for most of his school days. It was only later on that he had improved and managed to get himself up to level 4. The students weren't the only ones questioning their motive, though. So were Quinn and the others. Out of thin air, a light circle started to light up at the front, next to where the other students stood. A few moments later, the light had dissipated, and in its place stood a soldier, and in front of him was Peter. When seeing Peter in front of their eyes, their hearts and minds started to settle slightly. Everyone there felt a little guilty for deciding not to rescue Peter. Seeing him up on the stage without a single scratch on his body allowed their minds to be at ease. It looks like the connections were right after all, Quinn thought. They haven't been hurting him in the dungeon, but why have him participate in the tournament? It makes no sense. However, Logan, who had been busy coming up with multiple outcomes, had thought about this possibility as well. It was just one of the lower-chanced ones. At this point, the military most likely already considered Peter as a member of Pure. Not only had a video been made confirming this detail, but the fact that he reinfiltrated using a transformation skill was like a double confirmation in their eyes. The only reason why they would want Peter to be in this fight was if they thought Pure was watching. If they cared about Peter that much to save him from the clutches of True Dream, then perhaps they would do the same again at the interbase tournament. The problem was, it wasn't Pure who had saved him last time. They didn't care about Peter at all. What this also meant was Peter wasn't out of the woods yet. The fighting tournament would be the stage to show all of the Pure members what they were doing to their colleagues. After all the participants were called out, the contenders were all shipped off together and headed out first. Following General Mike, Layla decided to stay close to Peter. She didn't know any of the others and wanted to learn more about what was in the dungeon. This was because part of her mission at the military base was to find out information about the dungeon. "Hey, Peter, are you all right?" Layla whispered. Before Peter could even answer, one of the soldiers escorting the group by their side got in between the two of them. "No one is permitted to talk to student Peter Chuck until after the event," the soldier said. Layla backed down, and the other students found it strange that Peter was receiving special attention. But they didn't think much of it. They were far too focused and excited about their own upcoming events. The rest of the students followed the two generals, Nathan and Duke. They carried on walking and took a path around the main central plaza area. It was where most of the non-military personnel and soldiers who were on break would be resting and enjoying their time. Eventually, they were led to a place they hadn't seen in a long time. It was the training ground. It was a place mainly used for soldiers to practice battle with their mechs or test new equipment. But today it was empty. A massive orange wasteland with barely any signs of life, apart from a few large craters here and there made from who knows what. Towards the side of the field were several large handlers. Usually, these would be used to store such equipment. The students were then led over to the hangar. When inside, it was different from what they had imagined. It looked like the whole place was empty. There weren't any mechs, not a single storage box or anything. "They must have cleaned this place out recently?" Logan said. "What made you say that?" Fex replied. Logan and Fex were part of the same class, but they didn't speak much together when Quinn wasn't around, perhaps due to their first meeting not being a pleasant one. Not everyone enjoyed being blasted to the other side of the room. Fex had only joined Quinn's team before due to Aaron and Peter leaving, and Logan was never in their class to begin with. Since this wasn't a portal outing, there were no such teams, and students had to stay with their classmates. "You see all that rubble? If it were like this from the beginning, the dust would have settled. There are also several markings and patches suggesting that things have been moved out of here recently," Logan explained. "Oh well, not like it means much. I thought we were going to head over to Military Base 1. What the hell are we doing here?" Fex asked. "Attention!" Mike shouted, and the students stopped and saluted. The next few words he spoke after were short and sweet. "Good night." In an instant he had placed a mask over his face, and at the same time the soldiers, including the sergeants and staff, all did the same. Gas instantly started filling the room. Some of the students began to panic while few remained calm. "Of course, this would happen," Logan said. "They gassed us on our ride here, and now that we're moving to another base, don't you think they'll do the essay? Same." Logan gently let out before his eyes closed and fell to the floor. The students around started to collapse one by one. "Your body is being affected by a strange substance. Resistance +1. Resistance +1. You are now immune to the substance." Quinn had received the same messages which appeared when he was traveling to the school by bus. Only this time, it had stated he now had an immunity against it. When looking around, he could see all of the students nearly collapse by now, with a few struggling to fight against it. One of those was Fex, but even he was eventually affected and fell on the floor. Unlike Quinn, it was his first time being subject to the gas. Not wanting to seem suspicious, Quinn too decided to sway his body slightly while letting his limbs go floppy after faking a fall to the ground. Once all the students had been put to sleep, the hangar doors were opened, allowing the gas to be let out. After the soldiers got to work, placing a black bag over each of the students' heads. After what had happened with Peter, the military was taking extra precautions. There was a chance a student could be woken up or even have an ability that counteracted the smoke. While Quinn was being bagged, he tried his hardest to pretend to be asleep. It seemed to work, as after the bagging, the soldier went on to the next student. It was impossible to see, but he could still hear everything that was going on outside. The sound of something large and heavy was heard, followed by several men grunting. He could then hear the squeakiness of wheels. A big clunk was heard, and what followed after was a sort of humming sound, like an electric current passing through something. I've heard this sound before, but where? Quinn thought. He tried to pinpoint the sound, but his mind was working against him. It was nearly impossible to shift through his memories until he figured out where he had heard this sound before. Start shifting the students in through the portal one by one, a soldier said. The words were spoken from far away, and maybe others wouldn't be able to hear it, but Quinn could. He finally figured out why the sound was so recognizable, because it was the sound of a teleporter. Wait, why do we need to go through a teleporter? Quinn thought. Wasn't the military basis on Earth? After finding this information out, he felt like there were two possibilities. Either the bases weren't located on Earth, or the event itself was on a different planet altogether. Right now, Quinn would do anything to rip the black sack off his head, and the problem was he really could do it. He was 100% conscious of what was happening around him. The main reason for this was to see the color of the portal. If it were a white portal, it would indicate they were traveling somewhere on Earth. If it were a colored portal, he would know they were going to a different planet. Military Base 1 was different from the other military bases. It was where the current government would reside, hiding behind the most skilled personnel. It was also where the leaders would gather and was the only base that didn't have a school campus. The place and locations of all military bases were kept secret to the students during their time at the academy. This was to stop information from being leaked outside. This included the smaller factions on the outside world that didn't quite agree with the military's doing. This is why Quinn thought it would make sense for the main military base to perhaps not to be situated on Earth. However, he wasn't able to find out, or at least not today, because before he could think of any way, his body was lifted and chucked into the portal to the destination on the other side. Over at one of the other military bases, a school was also getting prepared to send all their students to Military Base 1. Nate was at his desk, sitting down, staring blankly at the pieces of paper lying in front of him, while the other students were busy packing away their things and getting ready for the tournament. "You are still looking at that thing?" Sam said in shock as he came over and placed his bag on the desk and sat nearby Nate. "We are going to depart any second now, and you still haven't even packed your things. Get up already." I know, Nate replied. "But I think I might have found the person we were looking for." "You mean the blood evolver? I'm not saying he isn't in the tournament, but I do doubt your slow brain, which is good only at fighting, was able to figure out something like that. Go on then. Tell me, how did you reach your conclusion?" Nate then lifted the sheet of paper that he had been staring at all this time. The paper showed a long list that contained all the names of students who would be taking part in the inter-base tournament. Seeing the paper's contents, Sam's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly moved his hands to put the papers down on the desk, grabbed his bag, and placed it over the list of names. "Are you damn crazy?" Sam whispered. "How did you even get the list of names of all the participants?" "It seems like fate wanted me to find them, Sam. When I came into the classroom yesterday night, it was on the teacher's desk. Somebody must have misplaced it." Slapping his hand against his forehead, Sam was starting to wonder how Nate had ever made it this far in life. Although, this side of him was why the two of them were good friends and got along in the first place. That doesn't mean you can just take it for yourself. "Oh well, too late now. As long as we return it, it should be okay and may save us from all the trouble we are going to face," said Sam. "Anyway, after finding the list of names, I started to do some research. I contacted students from the other schools inquiring about each of the participants in the fighting tournament. The main thing I was looking for was a student that fought with gauntlets. After all, there aren't many students who chose to do battle with such a close-ranged weapon. Not only that, but based on the information we have, we know he is a first-year student. This narrows down our suspects even more. After asking around, it seems like there is only one student who fits the bill. He goes by the name of Larry Starr. This person is our blood evolver. He has to be. No, I'm sure of it. I can feel it in my gut. At the start of the explanation, Sam was actually on board and was starting to be impressed. Was this really the same Nate he had grown up with? However, hearing those last words caused Sam to take a step back a bit. Whenever Nate had a gut feeling about something, it was always 100% wrong. He decided to shrug his shoulders and let Nate go on with his wild thoughts. It wasn't hurting anyone this time, so there was no harm done. Okay, but what about the zombie? You were interested in him as well, right? Sam asked. About that one, I have no idea. We might not even see him since the nature of his ability is only to heal. I agree that he was strong in combat, but on a tournament scale while not in the game. The fights might not work out the same way. Sam decided to move his bag off the list of names. He then decided to grab the pieces of paper and return it to the teacher's desk before she could enter the classroom. While placing it at the front, Sam couldn't help himself and take a peek at all the names on the list. These names would be of the people who would, in the future, control the world. What Sam also noticed was by each of the names was a little number in brackets. When looking at Nate's name, the number 6 could be seen. Judging by this, he could easily assume that all the numbers indicated all the students' ability levels participating in the fighting event. You've always been the underdog in these types of situations, but I know you'll prove everyone wrong. Looking at the names, one could see that Nate was one of the lowest levels in the fighting tournament, especially when looking at all the second-year students. Nearly every student that was participating was either a level 7 or 8 in terms of ability level. Nate was the exception in this challenge. Using his high fighting skills, he would be able to overcome the difference in the strength of abilities. There was also a second reason why Nate could compete on an even level with the higher ability levels. It was because of his soul weapon. Although abilities could be the same, soul weapons were often not. Even if two students had the same earth ability level, their soul weapons would be completely different. One could come in the shape of a hammer while the other may be a shield. Some soul weapons weren't even objects themselves but were seen as an evolution of their abilities. With how different soul weapons were between each person, they would sometimes make a massive difference in power. In this case, Nate's soul weapon would increase his power to the point that it will allow him to fight them on an equal level. This was why Nate was respected by the higher-level students and looked up to by the low levels as well for overcoming that gap. When looking through the names, something had caught his eye. He was sure that Nate would be the lowest level there, even out of the first years, but it seemed that wasn't the case at all. What? They can't be serious. Am I seeing things correctly? Sam brought his head closer to the sheet of paper to have a closer look, but he wasn't mistaken at all. One of the first years, they have a level 1 on her. What were they thinking? Are they trying to get him killed? It has to be a typo, right? When inspecting the names closer, Sam also noticed that there were lines between all the participants' names in the fighting tournament. He wasn't quite sure what this meant, but if he was to take a good guess, it would be who their opponents were in the first round. Across from the level 1 name, Peter Chuck, was another year 1 student who went by the name of Larry Starr, a level 6 user. Well, what are the chances of that? I guess you might be able to go against our so-called blood evolver after all. It should be an easy win for him. As Sam put the piece of paper down, he looked up and realized that all the students had suddenly gone silent and were staring in his direction. Finding the whole thing strange, he tried to turn away when a slender body came in his view. Now, would you like to tell me what you were doing with that piece of paper? Silver asked with a smile. The temptation to peek at the color of the portal was killing Quinn. However, he decided to keep the black sack covering his face. After all, it wasn't worth it. There was no need for him to worry about where the first military base was. Actually, he didn't really know why he was getting a little obsessed over it. It wasn't like he was working for Pure or the Dalkey. They would have done anything just to obtain this type of information. Even if Quinn did know, it wouldn't have helped him with anything. Unless he was planning to take on the military, but he could never imagine doing such a thing in his entire life. The second his body passed through the portal, he could feel the strange sensation that would usually occur. Felt like your mind was melting. The experience wasn't all that bad, but the imagery was certainly strange. He was actually surprised that when passing through the portal, this strange sensation didn't wake up the other students. This also meant that the gas or whatever was used to knock them out was strong enough to disable them. As he thought into it a bit more, he was kind of surprised that it was able to place Vex asleep. Having decided to not take off the black bag, once through to the other end of the portal, Quinn continued to pretend to be knocked out. His body was chucked and moved, gently sometimes by some and quite rough by others. As they continued moving about, he consistently heard strange mechanical sounds around him. It was driving him a little crazy since he was trying to picture what was outside by only using his ears. I wonder how Leo does it. I would hate it if I became blind. Quinn couldn't help but think this. Eventually, after a couple of hours of being chucked around from place to place, his body wasn't moved for the last 15 minutes. And then, the first student other than him woke up. What the hell is on my head? The student shouted out. Despite opening his eyes, the only thing he could see was the color black. The thought of the world being taken over entered his mind. This caused him to start screaming. Ah! I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. The student continued yelling before feeling a bump on the back of his head. Calm down, will you? You just arrived at your destination. The soldier explained as he took the bag off the student. Because of his screaming, it managed to wake up quite a few students. Very slowly, every one of them started waking up. Please remove the bags from your heads and stay where you are until further instructions have been made. The voice was recognizable and it seemed to come from old General Mike. All of the students did as instructed and removed their bags, and for the first time in a while they could finally see. The students were slightly confused as to where they currently were. There was no clear sky, and all that could be seen around them was metal. 1,000 students all stood on a clear open space with the generals at the front of the large room. Are we still in the hangar? A student asked. Quinn couldn't blame the student for thinking that because it really did look like they had never left the hangar in the first place. However, only he knew that they had gone through a portal. All of a sudden, the sound of something coming from behind them could be heard. The pressure head was released and the light started shining through. When the students turned around, they could see the sides of whatever they were in opening up, and a metallic platform stretching out. It eventually hit the floor. There was a good 10 meters from the opening before the platform had touched the ground. Please make your way down the vehicle. Mike continued his instructions while the soldiers at the front led the way. When stepping outside, they finally noticed that they were in the first military base. However, it didn't look all that different from theirs. It was more like a city with certain buildings surrounded by construction. There were mechs out and about transporting cargo. The main difference was the size of the base itself. It was nearly 2 times more than theirs. However, the most shocking thing they saw so far was the sky. Although it could be seen, it looked slightly different from what they were used to. This vague feeling continued bugging Quinn. However, he couldn't figure out why. What he did notice, though, was the shine going all across them. The entire city seemed to be encased in a large glass-like dome. And around the edges was a high-rise wall, making it impossible to see what was outside of the city unless one was in an airship. Once the students looked behind them, only did they realize what type of vehicle they were in. It looked like a submarine on wheels. The thing was extremely huge and it had 16 wheels the size of houses on its side. Quinn was starting to realize what was making all that noise from before. The teleportation device must have transferred them somewhere, and later they needed to be moved via the vehicle in front of them. Once all of the students were accounted for, the vehicle started retracting its platform. Once it was finished, it immediately headed off in a different direction. Mike, Nathan, and Duke went out to greet another soldier. They later followed him until they reached a train stop. Since the base was large, getting to their destination by foot would probably take them a few hours. While riding the train, the students were able to see more of the city. It seemed like the city itself was split up into different sections, and between each section was a small barrier. Each of these sections had soldiers focus and prioritize on different things. At one of the sections in the city, they witnessed mechs being built and tested. In the next one, it looked like they had beasts in captivity and were doing some type of experiments. And next, it seemed as if it had combat-focused classes and so on and so forth. They then went and passed the city center. It was a large dome-like building which looked like a miniature version of the base itself. It firmly stood at the center. The top of the dome had a flower-like design that looked similar to a poppy. The army decided to use this symbol after the First War. Most of the battles between the Dalki took place on Earth. There was a lot of blood spilled on the battlefield. Once the war was declared over, something strange seemed to happen. On the fields all across the world where most deaths had occurred, fields of poppies grew. In the past, it was said that something like this happened once before, however, it had been long forgotten. Despite that, they still chose to use it as their symbol. This building was the world government's headquarters. It was where the 8 head generals, the leader, and the 4 big family leaders would meet to make their decisions. It was like they were in control of the world. The train continued moving past the city center and eventually went towards the back of the city where it seemed a little less busy. They passed another small barrier of some type, and many mechs and soldiers seemed to be standing guard. They entered another part of the city which was separated from the others. Once the train finally stopped, the students got off and continued to follow Mike. After they exited the trains, they could finally see where the event was going to take place. It was an arena that was large enough to host Olympic Games right in front of their eyes. It was quite round in shape, almost looking like a wheel on its side. And because it was made of glatherium, it had a slight tint of blue in its color. What surprised them the most, however, was on top of the arena stands, 7 large buildings looked to have been built into the thing, making it look like a crown. The 7 buildings had a clear open glass that was tinted black. All of them faced inwards towards the arena. On the front, there were large numbers starting from 1 and ending at 7. Okay, since you guys are from Military Base 2, please make your way to the second building. The guide who had been leading the generals spoke to them. Because you're the first ones here, when you finish unpacking your things in your rooms, you are free to explore the area. The buildings here are like hotels, you are allowed to check in and out whenever you want for now. Outside the top of the arena, there are many shops and markets stationed for use. Since you guys won't be participating in the event itself, we wanted to make you all feel welcome. Shop around and have fun. See if there is something you want to do, and treat your stay here like a holiday. Just remember to support your teammates when you can. Quinn was wondering where the others were since he hadn't seen them, although he saw them in the hangar, but as they were the first ones to enter, they were shortly separated once again when they moved in the large vehicle. The participants were most likely already in the field, or were staying at a separate location altogether. The students followed their teachers to the arena, while the generals had split off into a separate direction. With the large building having plenty of space to accommodate everyone, each student was allowed a room completely to themselves. The atmosphere was quite relaxed. After unpacking his things in the hotel room, someone knocked at Quinn's door. When he opened it, both Vorden and Fex greeted him. "Come on, let's go and explore this place. It's so cool. I've never been in such a nice area before," Fex said excitedly. After shutting the door behind him, the trio went and explored the arena's shops. Meanwhile, at the train station, another train just arrived, bringing in another set of students from another military base. One of the first people to get off the train was Teacher Silver. The contestants taking part in the inter-military tournament were taken to the arena ahead of time. This was because the participants would be going through some additional checks that the other students didn't need to do. The other reason was so they could be informed of each event's rules and clarify how each event would work. After all, not all events would be as simple as a knockout tournament. They were all taken on a separate train that was heading to the arena. Participant-only train. Each carriage was separated into each military base full of the second-year and the first-year students. Although some of the second-year students had been through this before, there was still excitement that could be felt through the air. It was an event that only happened once a year. In a way, this was their chance to show their skills to potential factions as well as get a head start if they were to join the military in terms of ranks. perhaps even find a mentor to train them, giving them a head start over others. Inside the second carriage were all the second military base participants, and sitting at the front seat with 2 guards by his side was Peter. The second-year students were also towards the back of the carriage and could see what was happening at the front. "Hey, did you see that first year?" a student asked. "Yeah, the guards haven't left his side. Do you think he might be that much of a threat that they need to keep an eye on him all the time? I heard some crazy first years tried going against us this year," another replied. One of the second-year students was looking for that exact student the others were talking about. Momo. Ever since the incident with Vorden in the assembly hall, he had decided to keep his involvement on the down low. For some reason, during his fight with Vorden, even though he had the upper hand against him, he had to go all out, even using his sole weapon. Something was telling him there was still a chance he could have lost that fight. During that fight, some frightening things happened. One of them being Vorden cutting off his arm. When thinking back to the battle, Momo thought if he would have ever been able to decide that, and even if he did, whether or not he could have gone through with it. There was something wrong with the first-year students that just didn't fit right. Momo wasn't participating in the fighting tournament but was looking forward to seeing the full strength of Vorden. However, when he didn't spot him on the train, he was incredibly disappointed and instead saw Peter taking his place. The student they had bullied and forced to go against Vorden. "Just what are you planning on doing, Duke?" Momo mumbled to himself. He had a feeling that most likely, Duke was behind this whole matter. The train had come to a stop, and all the participants were led out of the train straight to the arena. They saw the large buildings on top of the arena. However, they could not meet with their classmates. Instead, they were taken underground in the arena and eventually entered a sizable underground training room. The room was filled with different beast equipment, target tools, gaming equipment, and all sorts. This was a place that allowed the participants to use their abilities freely before they were to participate in their events. As you can see, several rooms are leading to this one. The entrance which you have entered form is now locked, and only military personnel who are authorized will be able to pass through. A soldier holding a tablet and containing a scanner over his eye explained. "You are free to use this room however you wish before the event. The big day starts tomorrow, so you will have plenty of time to practice. To your right, through the doors, are your sleeping quarters. Feel free to rest whenever you wish. Just behind me is the entrance to the arena. In a moment, we will split you up into groups according to your events, and we will have someone explain and go over the rules. Tomorrow, when your names will be called, and you will be escorted up to the arena." The man then pointed to a large display slightly above him that has hooked onto the wall. "We don't want you to be left out, of course. Above we will be displaying the event to all of you. If you have any problems or concerns, do not hesitate to ask us." With that, the man went off to talk to his team to organize the next step, while the students were free to check out the training room. Many of them went to explore the place while others wanted to play around with the equipment. Some of the stuff they had back at their bases and used it for their training, but some items they had never seen before were excited to test them out and see what they could do. Layla, on the other hand, was busy trying to locate Logan. When looking around, she could see that Peter was allowed to go where he wished inside the training room, but the 2 guards from the train continued to follow him around everywhere. This of course gathered quite a bit of attention, and some of the students even tried approaching Peter. Almost immediately, one of the guards would yell at the student to stand back. "Hey Logan," Layla said, approaching him while looking around to see if anyone was paying attention to her, a habit that was forced into her from her training days. "I was wondering, do you have any idea why they are making Peter fight in this tournament?" Logan looked closely at the 2 guards by Peter's side. He noticed that the equipment they were wearing wasn't of low quality at all. It was at least the advanced level, maybe even higher. If they were to go through this much trouble to guard one student, then it would seem like his hunch from before was right. "I think they're trying to use this event to lure out the rest of Pure. They think he's one of them after the video we made. It would make sense, and if they believe they cared about him that much to try to snatch him from True Dream, then maybe they would do the same at this event," Logan replied. Hearing this, the sick feeling in Layla's stomach had returned. If that were the case, they would be heavily keeping an eye on Peter, and there might not even be a chance for them to try to save him. Thinking about this, Layla thought about whether or not she should try to get Pure involved. She knew that Peter wasn't a part of Pure. Still, if she were to put a word to her mother, maybe she would help her. Although this thought didn't last long, Layla was currently a rank 100 agent, and she had already called in a big favor from her mother last time. It was unlikely her mother would risk the whole organization for this once again. Knowing this, she was too afraid even to ask. "I'm sorry, Peter. There's nothing I can do." After about half an hour of the students exploring the training area, they were called and huddled up once again. This time they were divided into groups based on the events they would be participating as they were told they would before. Logan was placed into the crafting event, Layla into the arranged event, while Peter into the fighting event. The three of them were now separated from Peter even further. Each group was led to a different section of the room where a soldier would explain the event's details to them. The three main events had the most participating students since one student was required from each homeroom class. 10 students from the first year, and 10 students from the second year. With the 7 schools participating, that meant there were 140 students per main event. In the fighting event, while the soldier was busy explaining the rules to everyone's attention was focused on one person. Peter, who still at this moment had the 2 guards by his side. It was clear to them that he must have been such a dangerous event, but now that Peter was closer to all the participants, they could spot something on his wrist. The fact that his level on his watch indicated he was only a level 1. How is that possible? Wait, how is he even in the tournament? The students wanted to question it and ask, but the soldier up front was busy explaining the rules and processes to everyone, and they knew better than to interrupt. "Oh, so it looks like Sam didn't misread that name list. There was a level 1 student in the fighting tournament," Nate said. Unlike the others, Nate wasn't too interested in the mysterious figure. He was far too busy trying to figure out of all the participants here, which one was Larry, the blood evolver. Right now, the students didn't have their best equipment, so it was hard for him to tell. And that's about it for the fighting event rules. Now what we will do is go around and take a stage name from you all. This name will be used to announce you before you enter the arena. Try to pick a name that will strike fear and be remembered by all. After all, not only military personnel will be watching this. Many top-tier factions have been invited to this event as well. After the explanation was over, several soldiers went around with tablets held in their hands, gathering each student's required information. Finally, one of the staff had arrived at Peter. "What would you like your ring name to be?" he asked. Peter thought about it for a while. He too could tell the soldiers around him were of a higher class than their military base. If there was ever a chance for him to escape, he should have done so when he was alone with True Dream and the other soldiers. Right now, he couldn't escape, and he couldn't even imagine Quinn and the others thinking of a way of saving him. If he were going to be killed after this anyway, he would go down using all his strength. He wasn't just going to throw away the fight. This meant they would find out about his incredible healing abilities. If he were made into a lab rat, he wouldn't tell them anything about Quinn. He still had respect for Quinn for saving his life, and after betraying them once, he wouldn't ever do it again. "Are you sure about your ring name?" the man asked. "It's sometimes nice to have a name related to your ability or one that's easy to remember." "I'm sure," Peter replied. Down on the man's tablet, the name Zombie P was written, a name that, when revealed, would shock the other participants. With the event starting tomorrow, the students were free to do what they wanted for the rest of the evening. There were no strict requirements and even no curfew for the students, which was a first. It truly did feel like they were on a week trip to watch a grand event. Never had they ever been treated like this before. The only rules that were put in place were for students to not leave the arena. Not that it was possible anyway. The arena was located in a separate part of the city, and the only way to get to it was via train, which would go through several different barriers. When stepping off the train, they all noticed the mass amount of security. Leaving this place seemed to be a lot harder than breaking in. However, after living in luxury, they really felt like there was no reason for them to try to leave anyway. The 3 boys, Quinn, Fex and Vorden, had left the hotel room and headed down to the top of the arena. Just like the guide had said, The top of the arena was mostly flat and filled with all kinds of stalls manned by staff. There were coffee stalls, food places, VR games, and all sorts. But what interested most of the students was the equipment stalls. Some of these sold different types of beast gear and armor, as well as items that would go hand in hand with certain abilities while fighting. The boys decided that they would walk around the entire circle, looking at all the shops before committing to buying anything. It was always horrible when one would see something they liked in a shop, only to find something better or cheaper in the next one. "Go on then," Fex said with his hands behind his back. "What do you think of the sudden change?" "What do you mean?" Quinn asked, confused. "What? Do you mean you can't tell? All of a sudden they're pampering us up. Nice hotel rooms, shops, equipment, and no curfew," Fex replied. Quinn hadn't really thought about it before. He just felt like the group were currently on a school holiday like they used to have at school. Near Christmas times and other holidays, schools tended to be more relaxed. The world, even the military world, couldn't be all work and no play, could it? "Looks like you figured it out," Vorden said and motioned around. "The whole thing is a ploy for the students. They show and give them a taste of what life is like at Military Base 1. Some of the students will start to think maybe choosing to join the military, rather than the faction, isn't so bad, especially if they can have a life like this. I hate to say it, but there's always a motive behind everything." The three boys stopped to take a break and were looking over the edge, down at the arena floor. There looked to be thousands and thousands of seats, but none of them were for the students. The students would be watching the fight, either from the top platform they were currently on, or from their hotel rooms. There were multiple large display screens every once in a while, so it wasn't like they would miss anything. The seats themselves were for all the different factions from Earth and other planets. They had been invited to see the future generation display their power. It was a good chance for the military to show the world that it was necessary to continue to draft teens into the army, as well as for factions to try to get future talent. "Maybe it's a good thing I'm not fighting," Vorden said. Although these words were spoken quietly, with Fex and Quinn's hearing, they both had heard him say these words and were wondering what he meant by them as he looked at the crowd of empty chairs. Unlike them, Vorden was a talented individual, an original from a good family but not one of the top 4. If he were able to display his strong skills and abilities, he would easily be scouted into a top faction, Quinn thought. His life would be set, and he would have nothing to worry about. So it was strange to see Vorden kind of relieved that he wasn't fighting. The three of them continued walking, and having already done a full circle, they had decided which shops they wanted to stop by. For Quinn, what he truly wanted was a strong or better set of gauntlets to use. His intermediate pair wasn't good enough. However, when looking around, there was barely anything above the intermediate level. Most equipment at the advanced level or higher would have to be hunted for, or one would need to hire travelers to gather the materials for them. There were a few items, but none that matched what Quinn was looking for. Still, with only boots and gauntlets, there was no harm in increasing his equipment in other areas, one of these being defenses. The best piece of equipment to get would be a type of chest piece. This covered the largest area, and when using his inspect skill, Quinn also found it gave him the most defense points. When walking around this time, they noticed a lot more students around than before. This was because all of the other military bases had arrived by now, and they too had left to explore. They entered a few shops and Fex was the first to buy some items. He purchased very small knives that were as large as a finger and had a little ring just underneath the handle. Knowing that he had a string ability, Quinn could imagine Fex being able to do great things with those weapons. While Vorden didn't purchase anything but instead stared at 2 short swords on the wall. Seeing this, a memory came back for Quinn. He had asked Vorden a long time ago if he was to use a weapon, what type of weapon it would be, and he had replied with a pair of short blades. Vorden didn't use beast weapons much, as he seemed to favor elemental abilities, and most elemental ability users didn't really use beast weapons, but still had plenty of beast gear. After inspecting the stats of the swords on the wall, and looking at the intermediate blades in Quinn's system shop, he realized how much better the weapons in his shop were. "Don't buy those," Quinn said. "Don't worry. I'll get you something nice soon." Vorden smiled, and the three of them left the shop to head off to the next one. The next shop was a place for Quinn. a shop that mainly focused on armor. A piece had caught his eye before, an intermediate piece that was dark blue in color and had a silver trim going around the edges. After selling his crystals from the last portal expedition, he now had a total of 4,440 credits to spend. The intermediate piece on the wall was 4,000 credits, so he had enough to spend, but was hesitating whether he wanted to clear his bank like that for one piece of equipment. Inspect. Intermediate Geo Rock Chest Armor. No active skills. All stats +1. Defense +20. There were similar priced items in the shop, but this was one of the only ones that increased all stats. Other pieces of equipment improved strength more while giving no stat points to other areas. But this was well balanced. On top of that, it had the most defensive points of the lot. Quinn still hadn't figured out what defensive points really did. His gauntlets gave him 8 while his boots gave him 4. If he had the chest piece on top of that, he would have 32 points of defense. Even if he didn't know what to do, the higher number was always better, right? After thinking about it for long enough, he finally had decided to go through with the purchase, reaching out his arm. As his fingertips pressed against the right chest plate, another hand was seen pulling it from the other side. The student to his left turned and looked at Quinn. The first thing that he noticed that stood out to him was the wristwatch, indicating he was a level 1 ability user. After seeing this, the boy immediately let go. "Please go ahead and take it," the boy said. "You grabbed it first. Actually, you were a little faster than me. You go ahead," Quinn said. With his eyesight, he was able to tell the boy to his right was only a fraction of a second faster at grabbing the plate. He had no right to claim he grabbed it first. "No, please get it instead of me. I insist, I don't need it," the boy replied back once again. The two of them continued on like this, while Vorden and Fex stood back and couldn't believe what they were watching. "I guess this is what happens when you have two nice people," Fex said. "Nothing gets sorted." "You think Quinn's nice?" Vorden asked him. Fex thought about it for a while. Most of his interactions with Quinn were nice ones, and after saving his life, he had no other reason but to think he was a nice guy. "You don't," Fex replied back. Vorden didn't reply back, but he didn't agree about Quinn being nice. He didn't think he was a bad person, but didn't think nice was the right word. Eventually, after going back and forth, Fex was fed up with watching, and snatched the chest piece, handing it over to Quinn. "Just take it, man. I want to continue shopping." The boy smiled, indicating he was happy for Quinn to take the piece of armor. But before purchasing for the item, Quinn wanted to get the name of the student, hoping maybe he would return the favor back to him one day. "What's your name?" Quinn asked. "The name's Sam. 3095 HP. The system message appeared in front of Quinn's face once again. It was a constant reminder that his health continued to decrease, not that he needed the reminder anyway. Whenever the system message would appear, he would have shooting pains rush through his head and stomach moments before it. His inside felt like they were trying to tear each other apart, and his brain felt like someone was reaching inside and squeezing it. This feeling usually lasted for around 5 minutes before Quinn was able to suppress it. "Hey, are you okay?" Sam asked. "You don't look too good." Fex quickly came over to Quinn's side to give him a helping hand. He was the only one who actually knew what Quinn was doing, as he had informed him beforehand. Vorden knew something was happening but wasn't aware of the truth, and decided to let it be, figuring out that it was most likely some vampire-related business. Quinn handed over his money card and gave it to Vorden to complete the purchase at the desk. The 4,000 credits were exchanged, and the equipment was placed in a fancy metallic suitcase. By the time Vorden had returned with the item, Quinn had mostly recovered and gotten over the pain. "Well, I hope you start feeling better," said Sam. "I'll see you guys at the tournament. Maybe we can meet up and watch it together." Sam didn't have many friends at his own military base, being quite the low level himself as a second year. With Nate participating in the fighting tournament, Sam was pretty much on his own. So he thought it would be nice to enjoy the event with some others that wouldn't be quick to judge, being low levels themselves. "Yeah, that sounds good." Quinn managed to crack out a smile as the last bit of pain started to fade to the back of his mind. The four of them left the shop together and were ready to part ways as they continued to explore. As soon as they took a few feet away from the shop, a strange feeling was felt on each of their necks, as if their hairs were standing on end. "We're being followed," Fex whispered. "I know, a group of 5, Vorden replied. The 3 boys weren't the only ones that noticed this. When Sam turned around to check on the 3 boys, he could also see that a group was strangely following them from behind. What are they planning? Sam couldn't help but decided to get involved. He knew if Nate were here, he would have tried stopping whatever was about to happen. As expected, the group of students suddenly decided to appear and block the 3's path. The boy at the front had the sides of his hair cut short and a purple streak running down the middle. He quickly glanced down at the 3 watches before deciding to approach them. After confirming all of their ability levels were lower than his, a smile appeared on his face. "Well, what do we have here?" the student said as he got closer. Well, we're a little short on money, you see, and we were kind of hoping to buy something from one of these shops. I had my eye on that chest piece for a while, and when I saw someone else buy it, it just rubbed me the wrong way." The student then got right up into Quinn's face as he said his next words. "Especially when I see a weak level 1 like you getting something like this. It would be useless in your hands. Inspect. Name, Zach Lee. Ability level, 6. Magnetism ability." Using the inspect skill, Quinn was able to figure out the level of all the members of the opposite group, even when they were hiding their watches. It made sense why the student Zach was confident. He was a level 6 ability user, and everyone else around him was around a level 4 and 5. As a group, they seemed quite strong. After they had seen that, both Fex and Quinn were only level 1s, even with Vorden being with them, they didn't even think they had a chance of losing. Right now, Vorden had a random ability of a level 4 user he had touched, so his wristwatch was displaying that number. So Zach and his group had even more confidence that the group faced no such threat in front of them. Using his right hand, Zach placed it on top of the metallic case in Quinn's and tried to pull it away using all his strength. When he tugged, though, there was no movement, and his hand slipped off from the metal case. The smile on his face dropped. Quickly, Zach grabbed onto the case again and tried to pull it out of Quinn's hand again, this time getting a more firm grip on the case. But when Zach tried to pull away, a tight grip was felt around his hand which gripped the case. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Quinn said slowly. "This is mine." Zach's group of friends behind had no clue what was going on and were still smirking away at the thought of the helpless level 1s having their expensive gear taken away. "Why is this person making me feel sick when I look him in the eye?" Zach thought. When inside the shop, Zach had carefully watched Quinn and his friends enter the shop. Even before they had purchased the equipment, he had taken note of their levels. It came as a big surprise when he found out a level 1 user could purchase intermediate gear. Then a thought had hit him. Perhaps he was someone from a prestigious or at least a wealthy family. They had been cursed with a son that was only able to produce a low amount of MC cells, never being able to get past level 1. At that point, the only thing one could do was purchase Beats gear to help them on their journey through life. Having made this prediction, Zach never thought a reaction like this would come from Quinn. "Hey, 5 against 3 is a bit unfair, don't you think so? Maybe we should even up the sides a little," Sam said as he walked over. Sam, too, had actually thought the same thing as Zach when he saw Quinn. The only difference was, Sam thought he could relate to Quinn. For he was one of those very people. A person who was unable to progress any higher in his ability level, despite being able to purchase books at a higher tier. His body had already hit the MC cell limit. Seeing Sam coming over, Zach's group of friends behind him started to get more aggressive and were getting ready for a face-off. As the tension rose in the air, it felt like either side was going to strike first. However, both Fex and Vorden were worried about a different matter. For some reason, Quinn was upset at the actions that had just occurred. It made sense anyone would be. The only difference was Quinn had a critical secret he needed to hide. "I think I know what you mean about him not being nice now," Fex whispered over to Vorden. Even Quinn himself felt his actions were a little stranger than usual. Of course, he always wanted to punish people who did things like this, but right now was not the time, especially with as many military personnel around as there was. Still, Quinn refused to let Zach's wrist go, and moreover, he was starting to grip it harder and harder. Zach could feel this, and the pain was starting to get to him. He wanted to squeal or grunt a little but was too afraid the other would laugh at him if he began to give in to the pain and were to make strange noises. "What do I do?" he thought, looking for a way out of this. "Hey, what is going on here?" A deep voice said from the side. A soldier had appeared, wearing a military uniform. "There is to be no fighting during the week stay here, do you understand? If you disobey, we will have to lock you up for your remaining time here. If there is a dispute, I suggest you settle it through some other matter. I'll be keeping an eye on you," the soldier said as he walked back off, continuing on his way to where he was going before. When the soldier had arrived, Quinn's grip had loosened and Zach managed to break free in a split second. After hearing the words of the soldier, an idea had popped into his head. Maybe there was a way to settle this still and get the item he wanted. More than that, Zach felt a little humiliated and wanted to get his pride back. "Fine, I have a little suggestion to make. If you are interested, why don't we play a little game? Your guys versus mine," he said with a smile. Hearing Zach's words, Quinn wanted to outright refuse whatever type of proposal was about to be made. It was clear they were up to no good, and what reason did they have to go along with their little game? "Just get out of here before I—" Just then, a person from Quinn's right side stood in front of him. "Sounds interesting. What do you have in mind?" Before Quinn could even reject their offer, Fex had chimed in at the last second. The word game had interested him greatly. Besides, they had already finished their shopping and explored the area. Other than going back to their hotel room to rest, there was nothing they could really do. Fex didn't care about the results of the events and wasn't taking part in them, so this might have been the only bit of fun he would be able to experience. "Since you guys seem more confident than your usual low levels, I thought this might interest you." Zach and the group started to walk off and Fex followed without a second thought. The others looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders, deciding to go along. "Don't worry, they can't really do much, and you can always refuse," Sam said. After following Zach and his group for a while, they were eventually led to the game section of the platform. It looked like he really did mean they would play a game and it wasn't a metaphor for something else. The stall they stopped at had several different booths that were open for the outside public to see. Inside the booths was what looked like an old-fashioned training machine. It was a standard upright thick pole made of metal. The pole was split up into 6 different sections, and each one had another pole sticking out of it. Quinn watched one of the students carefully. A digital countdown appeared above his head, 3, 2, 1. When the timer reaches 0, a buzzing sound was heard. Game started. Level 3. The metal pole started to twist the different sections of its body. However, not all of the sections moved in the same direction. The very top section twisted and the pole from the top was now coming towards the student's head from the left side. At the same time, the bottom section of the pole had twisted in the opposite direction, making the extended pole attack from the right side. At the same time, the student lifted his left hand and right leg, blocking both of the attacks. The pole twisted again and continued to twist and turn to allow attacks to come from all different directions aiming for the student's body. That's when Quinn also noticed there was a small ring where the student was standing. "I see, so he has to block all the attacks without stepping out of the ring," Quinn thought. The higher the level, the faster and more varied the attacks. "My suggestion is we bet that beast armor of yours by playing the game," said Zach. "Each person here will count as a life for our team. The first person will start at level 1 and keep going up until they are eliminated. Then the next person from the team will start from the level they have left off. Then whichever team finishes on a higher level wins," Zach explained. With this type of game, it was best to allow the most skilled person to go last. The reason for this is because the person was able to watch how the one before them failed. They could get a sense of timing for the machine as well as witness the varied attack patterns. "Your team only has 4 people, so one of you can go twice," said Zach. "The reason for choosing this game is because it requires us not to use our abilities. I didn't want to pick something where we would clearly be the winner. This will just be a test of reflexes and quick thinking on your feet." "I don't like it," Vorden said. I don't have a problem with the game. I mean, I think any one of us here will be able to beat your whole team. The problem is, what's in it for us? We gain nothing from this bet, as the beast gear is rightfully Quinn's in the first place. While watching Sam speak, he was amazed at how much confidence Vorden had. He didn't stutter when speaking in front of these higher levels, and when pointing to his teammates, it seemed like he was genuine when he said he thought any one of them would be able to beat them in the game. I thought you might say that, of course, I wouldn't just be putting up nothing on our side. Zach reached is not the bag of one of his fellow teammates and pulled out a beast crystal. It was slightly clear in color, and after Quinn used the inspect skill, he was able to tell it was an intermediate beast crystal. Lithy intermediate beast crystal. Compatible with an item from the shop. After using his inspect skill though, another message that he hadn't seen before had appeared. After selecting the message, the system immediately took him to his shop, showing him a single short sword. One of the swords in his shop required this very crystal to be crafted. The weapons from Quinn's shop were of higher quality than one could find on the marketplace. The problem was, nearly all of the weapons on it required him to gather specific items to create them. As he was still a student, he was unable to go traveling to other beast planets to hunt for these things. For now he decided he would just leave it for the future, after he had left the school. Coming across one of the materials to create a weapon was a golden opportunity for him. We'll play your little game, Quinn said. Excellent, Zach replied, not doubting for a second they were going to lose. Outside of the arena on the bottom floor, Leo stood outside. He had just come from the underground area after checking on the participating students. The real reason why he was there though was to check on Peter. He had a hand in helping the students during the matter with True Dream. There was a chance that using their strange and strict methods, the military would find out he was also involved in the case. He wasn't worried, but at the same time he had to prepare for the worst. Originally there was one, and now there are three, Leo thought. He was thinking of the strange auras that he had sensed. At first it was only Quinn, later Peter's aura had changed, and then a third student had arrived with the same aura. With his ability he could tell they weren't human, or at least not fully or not the same. The military might be stepping on their toes in something they can't handle. Leo had a hunch that if these people weren't really human, and they were basically going to publicly execute one of their kind, then just maybe they would come and try save him, or at a later date these actions could cause a lot of trouble, possibly even another war. The human race couldn't handle fighting the Dalki and another unknown entity. If it came to it, maybe the better decision would be for him to save Peter himself. From just underneath Leo's belt, he had a small pouch where he pulled out a small little flask. It was the one that had been found at the last portal expedition. He still didn't know who it belonged to, but he did know it was a strange and powerful item. The aura surrounding it was similar to his own weapons. For a simple flask to be made out of high-quality beast material would be a waste. It had to be something special, he thought, thinking that he might have missed something or a special use for the flask. Unscrew the lid from the top of the flask. The contents inside the flask remained the same, as Leo didn't want to throw it away. He swirled it around, looking at the red liquid inside. That's definitely blood. I wonder if all of this is linked somehow? As he said those words, the sounds of footsteps rushing towards him was heard. Leo quickly activated his ability, allowing him to cover a wider range. After doing this, he was even more worried than before. For some reason, the figure's aura seemed to be masked. He could still see the figure, but it seems like whatever was heading in his direction was able to suppress it. Eventually the footsteps slowed, and now he could get a clearer view on it. Seeing it had a human-like shape, Leo calmed down a little but was still prepared for anything. The figure was now in front of Leo, but of course, Leo could only tell someone was there and not what they looked like. "Where did you get that flask?" a female voice said. After having agreed to the little bet, all 9 of them rented out a booth and headed over to the area. The people who walked by simply ignored what was going on. There were too many people in one section. It blocked outsiders from being able to see anything that was going on. Although they did find it strange that so many people were in one booth, it still wasn't interesting enough for them to actively try and find out what was happening. Now all that was left was to decide who from which team would go first. Please let me do it. Sam volunteered himself. I know you guys don't really know who I am and just met me, but those guys just rubbed me the wrong way. Think of it as a freebie. You can observe for the meantime, and when I get stuck on a level it should make things easier for you guys. Since Sam was insistent and sincere, the others found it hard to refuse his offer. In addition, Quinn liked the look of determination in his eyes. Sure, go ahead. Quinn responded. They were confident that they wouldn't lose, especially against some of the other students, but against people like these that never tried to get through life with their own hard work. Then no. They wouldn't allow themselves to lose to people like this. Sam, on the other hand, volunteered because he was worried that the others might humiliate themselves. He could tell by their stripes on their shoulder that they were only first years. It was most likely that they had never played a game like this before. In fact, the game was more difficult than it looked. One would have to be able to keep their concentration at their best while also multitasking. If he could beat everyone from the opponent's side, then there would be no need for anyone else to step in. Zippy will go first, Zach said. The student approached the metal pole while the rest of the players stepped back a few meters away from the room, just outside the game zone. Zippy was a level 4 ability user. He was the lowest on the other team. 3, 2, 1. Level 1, start. The game had started. The top 2 sections of the metal pole started twisting. At first, the machine was incredibly slow and Zippy was able to block 2 attacks. This continued on for a little while. Quinn noticed that only 2 parts of the machine were moving. This was due to the machine only being set at level 1. What Quinn also realized was the other part of the machine would only move once the person placed their hand or leg down. After blocking the attack, if one were to keep their arms up, then the machine wouldn't start until it was able to sense that the arm had gone back down again. 45 seconds had now passed. All of a sudden, the machine started speeding up for the last 15 seconds. Zippy's expression changed as a little bit of sweat started running down his face. Beep! 1 minute had passed and the sound of the buzzer had gone off. This indicated he had passed. Zippy let out a big sigh while he wiped the sweat from his forehead. He walked back to his teammates. Good job, Zippy. If you couldn't even pass level 1, then I was going to ask why you were still hanging around us, Zach said. Zippy held his head down when he walked past the other. He had no response to give. Next was Quinn's team. Whoa! Go on, Pam! Vex shouted while clapping his hands. It's Sam, Vorden corrected him, slapping his head, and slightly embarrassed as to why he was even with such an idiot. Even though the game had started, Sam didn't look nervous at all. Instead, he was calmly breathing and keeping it steady while blocking all of the attacks. He's quite good, at least he's been taught well, Vorden commented. Quinn thought the same. Once he concentrated and closed his eyes, he was able to focus on his hearing. When he listened to Sam's heartbeat, he could tell it was stable, unlike the contestant from before. Even during the last 15 seconds, Sam stayed the same. When Sam walked back to the others, they each gave him a high five and congratulated him on a good job. Look at them, celebrating when they only passed level 1. They're acting like they've already won, Zach said in an annoyed tone. It was Zippy's turn once again. This time he was on level 2. On this level, 3 of the different sections started moving. This caused the player to also move up and down, blocking the attacks not only to their head, but also the ones headed towards their body. Zippy was doing well so far with only 15 more seconds to go. Just like last time, it sped up in the last quarter. Zippy blocked the first 2 hits and lifted his hand up to block an attack to the left of his face, and then another to his right. This was when the others started noticing something wrong. Although the machine strikes weren't all that powerful, but if the attack wasn't properly blocked, it would still hurt. It was quite similar to someone giving a soft padded punch, especially since the bars themselves were covered. Yet, for some reason, Zippy's hands were shaking. When the 3rd bar swung towards the right side of his rib, Zippy hesitated since he thought back to the words Zach just said. His concentration broke and it ruined his form. His movements became as erratic as he was nervous. This slip-in was more than enough. He was just a split second late in blocking the blow heading towards his ribs. Beep! Beep, beep. Game over. As he walked back to his team, he hung his head in shame. He didn't even bother making eye contact with Zach. Zach too didn't say anything to him. It was a stupid mistake someone at their level should never make. In his mind, Zippy wanted to blame Zach for placing too much pressure on him. However, he knew that his words would be pointless. Now it was time for Sam to go again. Just like previously, he dealt with the multiple bars coming towards him with ease. When the game started speeding up towards the end, his breathing was a little quicker, but it didn't matter. His pace was incredible and it looked like he was playing some sort of rhythm game. Beep! Level 2. Completed. Instead of heading back to the others, Sam remained in the game room. This was because of their agreement beforehand. After another member from the opposing side was eliminated, the other one would stay and go on to the next level. Like this, the other team would have a slight advantage. This was how the game worked. For example, Zippy lost for being hit in the ribs. By seeing this, Sam would be able to observe and dodge the same strike. Not that it would have helped much at this stage anyways. Level 3, begin. The machine started once again, and there seemed to be a big jump in difficulty from level 2 to level 3. All 6 of the sections were moving this time. Having just completed the last round, Sam was a little tired. However, he still managed to persevere by blocking each of the bars. When the last 15 seconds came, the machine's speed looked like it almost doubled. Left block, right block, knee raise, right block again, elbow down. Sam thought about every move, but this was his downfall. Before, since he had enough time to think about everything he was doing, it worked out for him. Now that the attacks were too fast, he forgot to breathe as he was too focused on thinking and blocking. And suddenly he needed to gasp for air. When taking in a deep breath, a bar came swinging out and whacked him on the face. Game over. Sam looked disappointed in himself. He thought he would have been able to help out the others more. And yet, he was only able to eliminate a single player from the other team. He realized that playing this time of game on your own and as a team was a little different. When you were on your own, you could start the same level again while remembering the speed and attack patterns. You could easily get better and adjust to the game's leave. It wasn't that Sam couldn't pass level 3, but he would have needed to play it a couple more times before being able to do so. With the team mode, they only had one chance. Each player only had a single life. I'm sorry, Sam said as he walked back to the others. Don't worry about it. I learned quite a bit from watching you, Quinn said, not taking his eyes off the machine. Sam felt like it was all over after realizing the difference in playing as a team and as a single player. He never imagined that they could win anymore. Instead, he started praying to the karma gods, hoping that their opponents would get what they deserve and somehow lose the match. Another student from Zach's team walked forward and started the game. While Sam was busy playing the game, this student had been practicing off at the side while trying to match the machine's speed. Now that he had a good idea what the attacks would be like, everything seemed to work out for him. After the minute had passed, the game was over and they completed level 3. Alright, who's going next on your team? Zach asked them with a sneer on his face. While clenching his hand into a fist like he was getting into a fight, Fex stepped forward. Haha, time to show you how easy this little thing is. Before he could get into the game area, a hand appeared on his shoulder and pulled him back. Let me take this one, Quinn said. For Sam, Zach, and the other teams standing by the sidelines, it came as a surprise for them as to who was volunteering. The two people going at it this time were both level 1s. If this was an ordinary team, then Zach wouldn't have thought too much of it. After all, it made sense to allow the weaker one to go first. However, level 1s couldn't just be considered weak. They were beyond that. From the beginning, the only two people that the group focused on were Vorden and Sam. They even thought that the other two would have forfeited after knocking them out. Playing against level 1s was just a waste of time. But still, it looked like Fex willingly stepped back, allowing Quinn to take the stage. Vorden, on the other hand, didn't bat an eyelid at the level 1 making his way into the arena. Sam felt that maybe they were just letting everyone have a go at the thing, or perhaps allow Vorden more chances to see how the machine worked. Although their chances of winning were slim, but from the looks on their faces, they hadn't given up yet. Meanwhile, Zach was taken aback at the sudden situation. The very same student who emanated a huge amount of confidence before was still displaying that exact same amount of confidence right now. For some reason, he felt that it was natural that he tried his best in avoiding eye contact with Quinn. For a moment, he gave in to his urges and looked up. When his eyes met with Quinn's, he instinctively knew that this was a bad idea. A tingling sensation could be felt at the back of his brain. It was almost as if it was trying to burst out of his skull and run away. "What's wrong with you, Zach? Get it together." Quinn entered the game zone and took a relaxed stance while in the circle. The others felt like it was all a show. They simply couldn't believe why he was extremely calm. "He'll be out in 10 seconds, one of them said. "Oh yeah? Do you want to bet for it?" "I reckon 30 seconds, for 10 credits, another replied. "He should be confident for a reason, right? I think 45, just before things start speeding up." "Zach, do you want to get in on this bet?" Zach didn't respond to them. Truthfully, he didn't want to tell the others his answer. Something was telling him that Quinn would be able to clear the entire thing. The game began and the other group was carefully watching the timer instead of Quinn himself. They were all hoping to cash in their winnings. Once the timer went past the 10-second mark, a moan could be heard since one of them lost the bet. The seconds continued to pass by as it eventually crossed the 30-second mark. "I can't believe it." The game entered the final 15-second. Now that all of their bets failed, they decided to look at Quinn. However, as they observed him, they found things to be quite odd. It still looked as if he was just casually standing in the same spot. The bars came swinging out at him, and just as one of them was about to him at the very last second, he would be able to block the attack with his arm. He would retract his limb and then repeat the same thing at the rest of the bars. Watching Quinn do this was painful for Sam's heart. It was as if someone was walking on a tightrope. Every single attack seemed to have been barely blocked at the last second. Sam watched at the very beginning of the round. Even when the machine moved at a slower pace, the attacks still looked as if they were just about to hit Quinn. Because of how things were going, he expected that Quinn would lose in the final 15 seconds. Beep! The sound of the game ending and the level being completed was heard. Sam's prediction was completely wrong. "Whoa! Will you look at that? He actually did it. Well, good news, there's no way he's getting past the next one. Right, Zach?" Once again, Zach didn't respond. What the others failed to realize was that Quinn wasn't even out of breath. In fact, he didn't have a single sweat on him. Although the game was only a minute long, but with the unusual amount of intense concentration and fast movements, it was still similar to someone doing a sprint. The next participant from Zach's group entered. It was time for level 4 to begin. All 6 compartments started moving at a faster pace than the previous level. Not only that, but the machine also seemed to be doing more double attacks. It was attacking at 2 different places at once. Even though the student was doing well, everyone could tell he was barely hanging in there. When the machine entered the final quarter, the first strike struck his foot, knocking him out of the game. There were now 3 contenders left, including Zach on the other team. Just the same as before, Quinn entered the game and started off in a similar way he left things. It even seemed like he never left the game. Quinn continued blocking each strike just before it would hit him. He would lift his limbs to block and simply place them straight back down. The reading on his watch. It has to be a fake. Or maybe he's some sort of martial art expert or something. No wonder he's so confident. He's going to complete this. Isn't he? Zach's thoughts were screaming in his head. The timer continued going up and entered the final quarter like before. But suddenly, a strange feeling rushed through Quinn's head, and at the same time, an abrupt pain in his stomach. "Not now," he groaned out. 29/95 HP. It had been an hour since the last message had appeared. The shooting pains in his body could be felt. Instinctively, Quinn grabbed his head and leaned forward. This resulted in the bar striking him both on the head and stomach simultaneously, thus eliminating him from the game. Game over. Fex quickly rushed out to see if Quinn was okay. He realized what the problem might have been. "Hey, why don't you just rest? It must be tough going through what you're feeling right now. Just leave it to me. I can handle these guys." Upon seeing Quinn lose, it was a relief to Zach. He didn't know what just happened, but someone must have wanted him to win this game. It was clear that Quinn was going to pass it the same way he did on the previous one. I knew he would eventually lose, it was only a matter of time, the others commented. They misinterpreted the situation and simply thought that the game was too much for Quinn to handle. With Quinn knocked out of the game, it was time for someone from Zach's team to enter again. This time, the person managed to clear the level 4 stage. Well, who's next? Zach asked. Fex stood up and took the mantle. This time, he felt someone tug on his sleeve. When he looked down, he noticed it was Quinn. You're going to do it again, aren't you? One of us can go twice, remember? Quinn said. Fine, Fex responded as he sulked his way back to the rest of his team. After feeling like he suffered an unjust loss, he wanted to finish what he started. Since Zach and his group decided to target him and had even gone as far as trying to snatch his newly bought equipment. If anyone was going to show them their place, it was going to be Quinn. When they saw who was walking up to the stage, they all started to laugh. Everyone else apart from Zach, that was, I forgot about that stupid rule. Why didn't we just make it a 4 versus 4? He quietly complained in his mind, but things were too late now. This time, when the game started, Quinn chose to take on a fighting stance. It was the first time he had done so since he started playing the game. Before, he merely treated this game as a type of practice, trying to see how much he could block things before the very last second. Now that he had no second chances and the will to win rose from his heart, he chose to properly block everything. Even before the machine was able to move, Quinn could already hear the sound of each section activating. With the slightest movement from the contraption, Quinn placed his hand out. To the others, it almost looked like he was attacking the machine. Before the bars on each section had the chance to fully move, Quinn had already hit them. The machine would slightly nudge in certain sections, but it never had the chance to perform a full strike. If he was to hit one section of the machine before it even moved, then the game would have been declared as a loss for the player. This was done like this so people would stop using this type of tactic. However, the game over sound never appeared. Instead, the beeping sound that indicated a completed stage resounded out. Who the hell is this person? Sam muttered out. At the same time, he also wished Nate was here to witness what he had just seen. Not even Nate would have been able to display something so great. If you were here, Nate, I think you would have found a new person to be excited about. After witnessing such a display, Zach figured out something. If he wanted to win, then he needed to do something drastic. After what they had just witnessed, the whole group was silenced. Even Fex, who was the closest there in terms of skill and speed, felt like he would struggle at doing what Quinn had just done. That's confirmed it, he was to be evolving to the next level, but how has he been able to grow so fast, and right in front of my eyes? Fex thought. It was strange because Fex knew that Quinn wasn't at the vampire noble class, they just had a certain feeling about them. He himself was very close to breaking through to the next stage. However, Quinn was a little strange. Some of his skills, such as speed and strength, were already at the vampire noble level, but he could tell he hadn't evolved yet. Just how was this possible? This was all because of Quinn's unique situation of having the system while being a vampire. Due to him being able to grow stronger by consuming different types of blood, it allowed his stats to go beyond that of a regular vampire. I'm going to go speak to the admin. The machine has to be broken, someone from Zach's group said. The others were inclined to agree. This game was meant to be about blocking attacks, and it looked like Quinn was attacking the machine himself. Looks like you were not so worried about revealing yourself then? Borden said. It's not like I showed any of my abilities, besides I doubt anyone would believe their story, and do you think they would go around telling people a level 1 user did all this to them? Quinn replied. One of the students who was already knocked out from the game on Zach's side had gone to the game admin, who worked at the front, to see if the machine was broken. Zach knew it wasn't the case, but anything to stop this bet was a good thing in his eyes. Another person from Zach's team had started the game anyway. If it was broken, they could always just stop and move to a different booth. But as soon as the game started, it became clear that the machine wasn't broken and was working just fine. The students had expected the machine to be broken. The only way to complete the game like that was to hit the target as soon as he saw it moving to count it as a block. Due to him thinking this, he was slightly unprepared, and after just 10 seconds the student was hit and out of the game. There were now only 2 people left on Zach's team. Quinn walked up to the game once again and started. Zach was looking at him closely, and so was Sam, hoping to see another amazing display of skills. This time, there was no such thing, and Quinn just blocked the upcoming attacks from the machine normally. There was a little bit of disappointment from both sides as the game had ended normally. Quinn was frustrated after what had occurred last time, and to calm himself down he wanted to perform at his peak. After calming down a little there was no need, so he decided to play the game like normal. The others soon realized once again how impressive this was. The game was set at level 5, yet when Quinn was blocking the attacks, he made them feel like they were watching the game at level 1. He blocked them all so easily. Now that Quinn had passed level 5 on the machine, the 2 remaining students had to pass it as well, otherwise they would lose the game. Zach's last teammate walked into the gaming area and had begun. Before, their team was full of confidence, always being the one in the lead, but now they had the added pressure that if they were to lose, then it meant they would lose the game. They were the current underdogs. How the hell did these crappy level 1s put us in this situation? The student thought angrily as he was whacked in both the leg and head and was out of the game. The only one left now was Zach. He clenched his fist and walked up to the gaming area. This was another reason why he had chosen this game. Simply because he had played it multiple times before, and felt like he was better than the average person. When playing on level 5 previously, there was always a 50-50 chance that he would pass it on his first go. The game had begun, and Zach was fully concentrating on the targets coming towards him. He blocked the attacks with commitment, meeting them before they would fully reach their destination slightly. This meant he was getting hurt by the bars slightly, but he didn't care about that right now. Not hesitating as he blocked every single attack, the sound of the game over was heard to him. Level 5 passed. The cheering soon stopped, and the smile on Zach's face started to disappear as they saw Quinn confidently walk to the stage once again. They all no longer saw Quinn as the weak level 1, but instead as a monster at the game. Zach wasn't a religious man, but he started to pray to an unknown force, hoping that something would happen. He knew he only had a 10% chance of passing level 6 himself. If they were both to fail, then the game would be declared a draw and they could both walk out of this pretending nothing ever happened. Level 6 start. Whack, whack, whack. The sound of the machine hitting against Quinn's body was constantly being heard as he continued to block each shot. While doing so, Quinn was starting to have a bit of fun, imagining multiple enemies trying to attack him. The game was good to practice one's reflexes, but was useless for learning any skill. There weren't many opponents whose attack patterns would be as simple as this, and it also didn't allow for one to practice attacking using their own skills. Still, Quinn was having a lot of fun and finally was starting to have a bit of sweat on him. As the timer had reached 45 seconds, the smile on his face grew bigger. Seeing this, Zach already had his answer. Quinn was going to finish level 6, and perhaps could even go beyond. If he wanted to do something, he needed to do it now. Keeping his hand down by his side next to his waist, he opened up his palm and faced it towards the machine. He started to do a type of pulling motion, and suddenly the top section of the machine looked almost still. Inside the machine, the mechanism was being widened up as it was held back by a strange force. Zach had the power of magnetism and was holding back a part of the machine. Then, using all his strength, he released as well as pushing forward, causing the top section to swing out at a great speed. What he didn't expect was the force to be too much, the added power of being held back. With a push of full force, it had reached level 6 speed already. It caused the top part to fling off. A loud crack was heard as the object disconnected from the machine and flew in the air. What the? Quinn managed to move out of the way, but at the same time had stepped out of the circle, causing the game over screen to appear. But that wasn't a concern right now, for the flying object was heading straight for Sam. Both Vorden and Fex had predicted something like this would happen after noticing something strange and had already moved out of the way. But for Sam it wasn't the same. He was too fascinated and focused on Quinn's performance. From where Quinn was, he wouldn't reach Sam in time, so there was only one thing he could do. Flash step. In an instant, Sam could see a strange style of footwork, causing Quinn to look like he almost instantly teleported from one place to another. Still, Quinn was a little far away, swinging out from his hip. He performed a roundhouse kick and knocked the flying object off to the side. It hit the wall and smashed into tiny pieces away from the others. Thankfully, no one was hurt. "Thank you," Sam said. When saying these words, he looked at Quinn deeply, because in that brief moment he realized something. Both of those moves Quinn had displayed, he felt like he had seen them before. The kick was one of the normal Earth martial arts, however, it was performed so cleanly and fast. But the main thing that he was shocked about was the flash steps. He had seen only one person to ever perform it before. The flash step that was performed by the player known as Bloodevolver. It couldn't be him, could it? Rather than being shocked about nearly being hit by a flying metal object, Sam was far more concerned about the skill he had just witnessed in front of him. The move that he and Nate referred to as the flash step. This was because whenever they saw the move being used, it really did seem like the user would suddenly flash into a different spot. More importantly, it was a move that Sam had only seen one person ever perform, the person known as Bloodevolver from the game. However, just because they had only seen one person perform it, didn't mean only one person knew how to. A teacher most likely needed to teach the person the move, and they most likely taught others. It was possible for one to come up with a skill themselves, but knowing the information about the Bloodevolver they did know, that seemed unlikely. They knew two things about the Bloodevolver. One was that he was from a military school since they had met on the military gaming servers. The second was that the person was a first-year student. Even if Nate was convinced that this Larry Steele person was the Bloodevolver, the only evidence he was going on was the fact that he had met these conditions as well as used gauntlets as weapons. Still, Sam didn't have much more evidence himself that the person in front of him was the real Bloodevolver. The only way to find that out was to see the person using their ability. The strange red aura, a powerful unique ability that had been used to defeat many opponents in the game, including himself. That's why Sam wasn't adamant that Quinn was the Bloodevolver. On his wristwatch, it clearly displayed that he was a level 1 user. There was no way such an ability would be deemed so weak. Then, another thought had come to him. The red aura ability was something that shouldn't have been in the game. It was an ability that was unable to be selected in the servers. Yet, it could still be used for some reason, and the game devs even confirmed it wasn't a hack. Although many didn't believe this, thinking the game devs were just trying to save face. But what if it was true? Maybe this ability was slightly different from how people knew and measured current abilities. If that was the case, then the watches the military used wouldn't be able to register anything. Sam looked at Quinn once more. He wished he could confirm it right now, but he couldn't. Inside the VR game, players created avatars to be used. So from looks alone, there was no way for Sam to tell that this was the same person, and the same could be said for Quinn. So the two were unable to recognize each other. Sam stood there dazed, thinking about these thoughts. "Hey, are you all right, man?" Vex asked. "I know that thing nearly hit you, but you didn't get hurt, right?" Snapping out of his thoughts, Sam replied, "Yeah, I'm fine. I was just shocked as you said. That's all." A little bit before the incident had occurred, one of Zach's team members had gone to the admin room to have a look at Quinn's last match, to see if there was an error in the game. When he had arrived, he asked the admin to check. They pulled up the previous match on video, and both the admin and the student observed the whole 1-minute video. So, the game was broken, right? It didn't count any of the strikes made to the machine? The student asked. At first, the admin just sat there and remained silent. The student thought he might have been doing some extra checks in the game, but instead he was looking at it, amazed. In all of his years working, he had watched countless students play the game, but it was the first time he had seen someone do something like this. "He's amazing," the man said. The game wasn't broken at all. He managed to hit every section. The second they started to move. The question wasn't whether this was possible or not. There were plenty of people who would be fast enough to do something like this. The real problem the man was struggling with was how. If one was to know the exact pattern of attacks and had it memorized, they could do something like this. But the game was random and didn't always perform the same set of actions. Somehow, the student was able to tell what was about to move before it actually moved. The man played the video again, and while doing so, a loud crash was heard outside of the room. It was the sound of Quinn kicking the top of the compartment of the machine into the wall. The two of them left immediately to have a look at what was going on outside. The game wasn't quite over yet. At least not in the mind of Quinn and his group. Because Quinn, Vorden, and Fex weren't exactly stupid. They knew something must have happened. The whole machine was acting strangely, and only when it was Quinn's turn and in its final moments, something happened to the machine. Using his inspect skill on Zack once again, he confirmed that he had a magnetic skill. He must have tampered with the game. Well, it looks like the machine broke. Good thing no one got hurt, huh? Why don't we just call this one a draw? You keep your armor there and I'll keep my crystal. It was a fun little game, wasn't it? When saying these words, Zack's heart was beating faster. And when looking at those in front of him, it started beating even more quickly. Not only was Quinn giving him strange stares, but the other two boys next to him were as well. The look in their eyes was no less frightening than Quinn's. What's wrong with these guys? Vorden wanted to say something and prepared himself a speech while the others were playing. But when he saw Quinn stepping forward, he realized there was no need for him to say anything. First, you try to take my armor from me forcefully. Let me guess it's because you saw we were low levels, right? Quinn said, lifting and revealing the number on his wristwatch. Then you try to pretend to make things fair by playing a game that none of us have ever played before. And when you see we're about to win, you tamper and cheat at the game? Cheat, Zack replied nervously, taking a step back. The others with Zack knew that the person in front of them was impressive when it came to hand-to-hand combat, but found it strange why Zack was so scared. After all, he was only a level 1 ability user. If the two of them were to get into a fight, Zack should be able to wipe the floor with him, they thought. Seeing Zack take another step back angered Quinn even more. He didn't know if it was the game or the fact that he had been starving himself for the last 2 days and a half, but he was getting extremely agitated by the whole thing, more so than he would have done. He was ready to snap. Stand still, Quinn shouted in an aggressive voice. For some reason, Zack's body seemed to no longer be in control. He tried his best to move the muscles in his legs. He screamed at his brain, demanding to move his legs to get away from this person. But nothing was working, he was frozen in place. Quinn didn't realize what he had just done. That he had activated the influence skill on its own without using his system, something he had never achieved before. Zack could do nothing as he watched the glowing red eyes of the student in front of him.